Our MC, Jiang Xiaoyong, should have been the man standing at the top of the apocalypse. He built his base with his own hands, gathered supplies, and fought to survive in a world that had already gone to hell. But like an idiot, he trusted the wrong woman. The fiancée standing by his side was nothing but a shameless snake. She stole his inheritance, ran to another man behind his back, turned his own people against him, and when Jiang had no value left, she threw our MC into a cage full of zombies and stood there watching him get ripped apart alive. But that was her biggest mistake, because instead of dying for good, Jiang opened his eyes and came back 1 month before the apocalypse even started. The world was still peaceful, the zombies had not appeared yet, and that same disgusting woman was already in front of him again, still pretending to love him while trying to take his house just like before. Only this time, our MC already knew what kind of trash she really was. He remembered every lie, every betrayal, and the way she watched him die without blinking. And now that he's back with all his memories, and a blind box system that can hand him insane rewards before the world collapses, Jiang is done being used. This time, he's going to throw that woman out of his life, take everything he needs before the apocalypse begins, and rise so high that everyone who betrayed him will be left crawling beneath him. Jiang's eyes snap open, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he stares at a ceiling he hasn't seen in years. He's not in a cold factory, he's in a bright, modern apartment. Standing over him is Cui Jing, but she looks different, younger, untouched by the grime of the apocalypse, and currently screaming at him about a house deed. She demands to know why her name hasn't been added yet, her voice full of a sense of entitlement that makes his skin crawl. Jiang stares at her, his mind reeling. He looks at his hands, they are whole, unscarred, and free of blood. He looks around the room, the luxury of the furniture feeling like a hallucination. He asks her what's going on, his voice trembling with a shock she mistakes for weakness. He sits on the sofa, the soft fabric a stark contrast to the concrete floor he died on. He looks at her legs, her high heels, the way she stands over him like she owns him. It hits him like a lightning bolt. He's been reborn. He's back to the time before the world fell apart. He remembers this moment. In his last life, he was a fool, blinded by a fake love. He let Cui Jing swindle away the inheritance his parents left him, leaving him homeless just as the world ended. That he remembers the global catastrophe that followed, the virus that turned humanity into a horde of mindless monsters and plunged civilization into chaos. He remembers the long, grueling years of wandering, the friends he made, and the safe zone they built together with sweat and blood. He remembers how he managed to survive against all odds, only to be destroyed by the very woman he saved from the streets. He looks at her now, seeing the deceit hidden behind her pretty face. She had pretended to be a desperate refugee, winning his sympathy while she was actually a spy sent by his enemies to tear them down from the inside. He watches her as she opens the door for a group of men in a truck, the memory of her betrayal fresh and agonizing. Back in the present, Cui Jing is still ranting, her face twisted in a pout as she demands a bride price of 400,000 yuan, not a penny less. Jiang just stares at her, his gaze cold and piercing, a look she's never seen on his face before. He remains silent, the weight of his past life making her petty demands seem like the buzzing of an insect. She gets frustrated, leaning in and asking if he even heard her. He looks at her crossed arms, the arrogance in her posture, and a single thought echoes in his mind, evil bitch. He knows he can't act impulsively yet. He needs to play his cards right to ensure his survival and her ultimate downfall. He tells her with a chilling calmness that he'll give her a week. Cui Jing is taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise at his sudden change in tone. Before she can argue, he tells her to get out. He literally pushes her toward the door, his grip firm and uncompromising. She stumbles into the hallway, her mouth hanging open in shock. She stares at the closed door, wondering when her lackey became so assertive. Inside, Jiang leans against the door, his heart racing. He walks over to a digital clock on the wall. The blue numbers glow in the dim light, May 7th, 2034. He checks the date again, his breath hitching. He has exactly 1 month. 1 month before the zombies appear, before the cities burn, and before the law of the jungle takes over. He knows he must start preparing immediately. Just as he resolves to move, a sharp ding echoes in his head, and a translucent blue window flickers into existence before his eyes. His pupils dilate as he reads the text. The apocalypse system is now active. A mission notification flashes, apocalypse preparation. The requirements are clear, own a piece of land and prepare a year's supply of provisions. The reward is 10 points, which can be exchanged in a system store. Jiang's mind races. A system? This is the edge he needs. He navigates to the store tab, his eyes scanning the items. There are physical enhancement potions for 20 points, and supply boxes ranging from Apocalypse Farmer to Protagonist level. He realizes that in his previous life, he was so busy saving every penny for Cui Jing's bride price that he left himself malnourished and weak. He won't make that mistake again. He feels the emptiness in his stomach, a reminder of the years of hunger he endured. He looks around his luxury apartment and decides it's time to treat himself while he still can. He picks up his phone and opens a delivery app called Are You Full? He knows that in a month, the finest delicacies will be nothing but a memory. He orders a massive spread from a legendary Michelin 3-star restaurant, the kind of food he could never afford before. When the food arrives, the table is covered in steaming dishes, braised pork, glistening shrimp, and rich soups that smell like heaven. He picks up a piece of the 300 yuan braised pork with his chopsticks, his hand shaking slightly with anticipation. As the first bite hits his tongue, the flavor is so intense it feels like an explosion. It's too delicious, a sensory overload that brings tears to his eyes. As he devours the meal, a golden light begins to radiate from his body. A notification pops up, devouring. He can feel the nutrients being absorbed at an impossible rate, his muscles knitting together, his skin tightening, and a raw power surging through his veins. His old clothes literally tear off his body as his frame expands, revealing a lean, powerful physique carved from pure energy. He feels like a new man, stronger than he ever was in his prime. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing incessantly on the table. He glances at the screen. It's Wen Shuya, Cui Jing's best friend and fellow manipulator. He scoffs, knowing exactly why she's calling. He answers, and immediately, a shrill voice starts blasting through the speaker, accusing him of being heartless. She screams that Cui Jing only wanted him to prove his love and that if he can't even give her his property, he never loved her at all. She tells him that if he doesn't bring the house deed and 1,000,000 yuan in cash to apologize, he should expect a breakup. Zhang's expression doesn't flicker. He just tells her to get lost, his voice like ice. He hangs up before she can respond, tossing the phone aside. He has bigger things to worry about than the tantrums of a green tea bitch. He sits back, his mind focusing on the system mission. Own a piece of land. He needs a place that is defensible, near water, and close to a forest. He envisions a fortress, the strongest stronghold the world has ever seen. The next day, Jiang walks into the gleaming lobby of a high-end real estate office. The air is thick with the scent of expensive perfume and the quiet hum of business. He stands there in his simple hoodie and jeans, looking out of place among the suits. A man in a sharp gray suit, Manager Zhu, approaches him with a sneer. He looks Jiang up and down, his eyes full of disdain for someone he deems a broke loser. A young female agent, Xiao Ning, tries to step forward to help, but Zhu barks at her to go move boxes in the back, claiming they have a lot of toilet paper to handle. He tells her she has no sense, implying that Jiang isn't worth their time. Xiao Ning tries to protest, pointing out that Jiang is a client, but Zhu just laughs. He tells Jiang to his face that he looks like someone who can't even afford a toilet. He makes a bet, his voice loud enough for the whole lobby to hear, that if Jiang can even buy a toilet, he'll live-stream himself eating poop. Jiang doesn't flinch. He just looks at the manager with a calm, predatory smile. He tells the man that he'll make sure to find him some fresh, steaming hot ones later. The lobby goes silent as Jiang reaches into his pocket and pulls out a sleek, black American Express Centurion card. The black card. The manager's face turns a sickly shade of gray, his eyes bulging as he stares at the symbol of limitless wealth. The crowd of onlookers gasps, their whispers turning from mockery to awe. They realize they are standing in the presence of a true big spender. Xiao Ning's eyes light up as she realizes the opportunity before her. She steps forward, her voice trembling with excitement as she offers to give him a detailed introduction. Manager Zhu is frozen, his arrogance replaced by a cold, numbing dread. He tries to stammer an excuse, but Jiang ignores him, following Xiao Ning to a private consultation area. He sits down, and she hands him a stack of land listings. He waves them away, telling her he has specific requirements. He wants land near mountains and water, with running water and large buildings or factories already on it. Xiao Ning thinks for a moment, her brow furrowed. She mentions a piece of land in the East District, the Tea City land. Manager Zhu, trying to regain some dignity, scoffs and says that land is a disaster. The factories are unfinished, the construction leader ran off, and it's a legal mess that can't be sold. Jiang's eyes sharpen. Unfinished factories. That's perfect. It means the skeleton of his fortress is already built. He can reinforce the walls, build guard towers, and install barbed wire without starting from scratch. It will save him months of time he doesn't have. He tells her he'll take it and asks to sign the contract immediately. Xiao Ning is stunned, asking if he's sure about the unfinished projects. Jiang just grins and tells her to hurry up, someone is waiting to eat fresh poop. A few minutes later, the transaction is complete. Jiang has paid a 300,000 yuan down payment. Manager Zhu is clutching the receipt, his hands shaking so hard the paper rattles. He can't believe it. Someone actually spent millions on a wasteland. Jiang stands over him, his shadow looming large. He tells the buddy that it's time for his performance and promises to send him a super chat during the live stream. Outside, the scene is chaotic. Jiang's associates have already started the stream, and a crowd has gathered to watch the arrogant manager fulfill his disgusting bet. Jiang watches for a moment, a sense of grim satisfaction settling in his chest. One enemy down, many more to go. The system pings again, land requirement met. Now, he needs more money for supplies. He knows that pawning his current house will only get him 3 million yuan, which isn't nearly enough for the first phase of construction. He needs a plan to get more cash, and he needs it fast. As he walks through the city, he spots a familiar figure, Li Shuxiong, the fat man from his future nightmare. The man is currently a wealthy businessman, unaware of the doom approaching. He sees Jiang and wonders what the loser is doing in this part of town. Meanwhile, in a lavish dressing room, Cui Jing is carefully applying lipstick, her mind filled with thoughts of the money she expects to get from Jiang. Her phone rings. It's Wen Shuya. The news she receives sends her into a blind rage. Jiang bought land, with her money. She screams into the phone, her face contorting with greed. She vows to expose him online and take what she believes is hers. Back at his apartment, Jiang is deep in thought when a loud banging erupts at his door. He opens it to find Cui Jing and Wen Shuya standing there, their faces red with fury. Cui Jing storms in, demanding to know how he dared to spend her money on land. Jiang just looks at her, his expression one of pure boredom. He asks her what she's talking about, his calm demeanor only fueling her rage. She screams that the bride price money is hers and that since he bought land with it, the land belongs to her. Jiang lets out a short, sharp laugh. He calls her insane and then drops the bombshell. He knows about her affair with Li Shuxiong. The color drains from Cui Jing's face. She stammers, trying to deny it, but the look in Jiang's eyes tells her he knows everything. He tells them both to get lost, his voice booming with a power that makes them flinch. He slams the door in their faces, leaving them shivering in the hallway. Cui Jing is panicked, wondering how he could possibly know about her secret meetings. Wen Shuya, ever the opportunist, looks at her friend with a hidden glint of malice. She realizes that if Cui Jing has messed things up this badly, maybe she can be the one to swoop in and take the land for herself. A few days later, Jiang is at the construction site in the East District. The area is a sprawling expanse of half-finished concrete shells and rusted rebar. He meets with Foreman Lee from the Paru Construction Company. He lays out his vision: reinforced walls, guard towers, blast-proof doors, and bulletproof glass. The foreman is skeptical, asking which powerful force Jiang has offended to need such a fortress. Jiang tells him not to ask too much and just give him a price for a 1-month completion. The foreman hesitates, saying it's impossible, but Jiang shuts him down, telling him there are plenty of others who will do it if he won't. The foreman finally relents, his greed overcoming his caution. He asks for 20 million yuan, with a 5 million yuan deposit up front. Jiang agrees, promising to transfer the money within a week. As he's leaving the site, a soft, melodic voice calls out to him. He turns to see Wen Shuya walking toward him, her outfit carefully chosen to be both innocent and provocative. She calls him Brother Jiang with a sweet smile, acting as if the confrontation at his apartment never happened. She looks around the site, asking if he's building a villa and complimenting the scenery. Jiang sees right through her green tea act. He knows she's just a vulture looking for a new carcass. He tells her coldly that what he builds is none of her business and brushes her hand off his arm. Wen Shuya is stunned by his rejection. Normally, just a touch would make him blush, but now he has no reaction at all. She watches him walk away, her eyes narrowing with determination. She won't miss this golden opportunity. If she can push Cui Jing out of the way, this land, and the man who owns it, will be hers. Back at his apartment, Jiang looks at the 2 red folders on his coffee table, the deeds to his properties. Pawning them only got him 3 million, which isn't enough for the foreman's deposit. He needs more money, and he needs it now. He stares out the window at the city skyline, a dark thought beginning to form. The apocalypse is coming anyway. The banks, the contracts, the laws, none of it will matter in 30 days. He realizes he can sell his house to multiple people at once, collecting down payments from everyone before the world ends. Jiang Xiaoyong sits in the heavy silence of his apartment, the dim light of the afternoon casting long, jagged shadows across the floor. On the low coffee table before him lie 2 red folders, the deeds to his properties, the only legacy his parents left behind. In his previous life, these papers were his death warrant, swindled away by a woman who never loved him. But now, his fingers trace the embossed gold lettering with a cold, calculating precision. He knows that in exactly 30 days, the world will descend into a nightmare of blood and rotting flesh. The banks will vanish, the government will crumble, and these legal documents will be worth less than the paper they're printed on. A dark, predatory smile spreads across his face as a plan takes root in his mind. If the apocalypse is imminent, why play by the rules of a dying world? He decides right then and there to sell the house to as many people as possible, collecting down payments from every greedy soul he can find. It's a scam that would land him in prison in any other timeline, but here, it's his ticket to survival. He clenches his fist, his blue eyes burning with a newfound ruthlessness. Let's do it, he thinks, the vow echoing in the empty room. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by a violent, rhythmic thudding against his front door. The wood groans under the force of the impact, and a raspy, demanding voice tears through the hallway. Jiang doesn't need to look through the peephole to know who it is. It's Grandpa Li, the downstairs neighbor whose greed is as legendary as his bad breath. In the past, this old man was a constant thorn in Jiang's side, using every underhanded tactic imaginable to force Jiang to sell the third floor. He's painted the door with insults, piled rotting trash in the hallway, and even jammed the locks with glue. Jiang stands up, his movements fluid and calm, and walks toward the door. He swings it open to find the old man standing there, face flushed a deep purple, his mouth already twisted into a practiced sneer. Grandpa Li immediately launches into a tirade, accusing Jiang of being out clubbing and wasting his life. Jiang doesn't offer a defense. He simply stares at the man with an intensity so chilling that the old man's words die in his throat. The air between them turns heavy, charged with a power shift the neighbor can't quite comprehend. Jiang cuts him off with a single, sharp word. He tells the man he's had enough of the harassment and, to Grandpa Li's absolute shock, announces that he's ready to sell. The old man's eyes bulge, his jaw dropping as he processes the news he's been waiting years to hear. He can't believe his luck, but Jiang isn't finished. He crosses his arms, looming over the shorter man, and sets his terms with a voice like grinding stones. 5 million yuan, paid in full, in a single transfer. And there's a non-negotiable condition: Jiang stays in the house for another 6 months. He spins a lie about needing the cash to pay off a mortgage on a new property, a story designed to appeal to the old man's sense of financial superiority. Grandpa Li hesitates for a heartbeat, his mind racing to calculate the profit, but the lure of finally owning the entire building is too strong. He agrees, insisting they sign a formal contract immediately to prevent Jiang from backing out. Jiang smirks as he reaches for the door handle, his mind already miles ahead. He doesn't care about the contract or the legality of the deal. In 30 days, the only law will be the law of the jungle. He watches the old man scurry away to gather the funds, thinking to himself that the old bastard can spend his final days guarding a house that will soon become his tomb. Later that evening, the cool blue glow of a smartphone illuminates Jiang's face as he sits on his sofa. He scrolls through his banking app, watching the digital numbers tick upward with a satisfying hum. Between the loans he's already secured and the 5 million from Grandpa Li, he's now sitting on a war chest of 8 million yuan. It's a staggering amount of money, but in the coming world, it's only as valuable as the supplies it can buy. Suddenly, a translucent blue window flickers into existence, hovering in the air before his eyes. The apocalypse system is pulsing with a soft, ethereal light, its interface clean and futuristic. He taps the claim button on the mission screen, a surge of adrenaline spiking in his chest. He has officially met the first requirement, owning land. The system pings with a sharp, melodic ding, awarding him 10 points. He feels a strange, tingly sensation resonate through his body, a physical confirmation that the system is real and that his path to dominance has truly begun. The next morning finds Jiang in the heart of a massive, warehouse-style supermarket, the air thick with the smell of floor wax and industrial refrigeration. He is a blur of motion, his hoodie pulled low as he maneuvers a long line of interconnected shopping carts through the aisles. He isn't browsing, he's harvesting. He grabs bags of rice by the dozen, crates of bottled water, stacks of canned meats, and every medical supply he can find. Around him, the morning shoppers stop and stare, their faces masks of confusion and mockery. They whisper to one another, pointing at the young man who is buying enough provisions to sustain a small village. One man, leaning against his own half-empty cart, lets out a loud, derisive laugh, calling Jiang a fool who's fallen for doomsday rumors. Jiang doesn't even glance in their direction. He can see the system counter ticking up in the corner of his vision. 359 out of 365 days of provisions. He wipes a bead of sweat from his forehead, his muscles burning from the weight of the carts. He knows these people will be the first to starve, the first to turn on each other when the shelves go empty, and he feels nothing but a cold, distant pity for them. A sharp notification echoes in his mind, task completed. 10 more points are added to his balance. Jiang retreats to a quiet, shadowed corner of the warehouse, the system store interface shimmering before him. He ignores the physical enhancement potions for now, his eyes locked on a rare item, the protagonist supply box. It costs exactly 10 points, a high price for a mystery, but Jiang has always been a gambler. He taps the screen, and a brilliant, blinding golden light erupts from the virtual box, filling the aisle and forcing him to squint. When the light finally recedes, a new notification appears, Space Ring Level 1. His breath hitches as he reads the description. 500 cubic meters of internal space, and most importantly, time stands still inside the void. He looks down at his hand to see a sleek, dark metallic band with a glowing purple gem nestled in the center. This is the ultimate tool for survival. He can store fresh meat, hot meals, and volatile medicines, and they will remain in perfect condition forever. He slips the ring onto his finger, feeling a cold, electric hum vibrate through his bones as the artifact bonds with his soul. Just as he's savoring the weight of the ring, a new mission window flashes into existence, 10 years of sustenance. The requirement is massive, and the reward is 20 points, but before he can even begin to plan, a loud, arrogant voice booms through the supermarket aisle. Who's causing trouble here? Jiang turns to see a man in a sharp, expensive gray suit marching toward him, flanked by 2 burly security guards. The man's face is twisted into a sneer of pure condescension. It's Yang Tao, a former high school classmate who spent his teenage years as a pathetic lackey for the school's most notorious bully. It seems he hasn't changed a bit. He's still wearing the same expression of borrowed authority, bullying anyone he deems weaker than himself. He points a trembling finger at Jiang's mountain of supplies, demanding he put everything back or face the consequences for disrupting business. Jiang doesn't flinch. He looks at the man with a calm, predatory smile that makes Yang Tao's bravado falter for a split second. He mocks the manager, asking if this is how the establishment treats its most valuable customers. An hour later, the tension has moved to the front of the store, where a mountain of goods is being scanned at a frantic pace. The cashier's hands are shaking as she pulls a seemingly endless receipt from the machine. The final total flashes on the screen, 56,883 yuan. Yang Tao stands nearby, his arms crossed and a smug look on his face, waiting for the moment Jiang's card is declined so he can call the police. He's convinced Jiang is just a broke loser playing a desperate prank. Pay up right now, Yang Tao sneers, his voice loud enough for the gathering crowd to hear, or don't blame us for being rough when we kick you out. Jiang remains silent, his expression unreadable. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a sleek, matte black card with a silver chip. With a swift, fluid motion, he swipes it through the reader. A sharp, clear beep echoes through the lobby. Transaction successful. The color instantly drains from Yang Tao's face, leaving him looking like a ghost. He stares at the approved message on the screen, his mouth hanging open as he tries to process the fact that this loser just spent a year's salary on groceries without blinking. But Jiang isn't finished with him yet. As Yang Tao tries to slink away into the back office, Jiang's voice rings out like a whip. Hold on. He demands a public apology for the disrespect he was shown. Yang Tao tries to regain his footing, but the crowd has already turned. People have their phones out, the lenses of a dozen cameras focused on the manager's humiliated face. They're recording everything for TikTok, shouting for the manager to apologize to the big spender. Jiang leans in close, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous register that only Yang Tao can hear. He tells the man that if the apology is sincere enough, he'll buy 10 times as much right now. To prove his point, he flips his phone around, showing a bank balance of 700,000 yuan in his primary spending account. Yang Tao's knees actually buckle. He realizes he's just offended a man with more liquid cash than the store's daily revenue. Under the relentless gaze of the cameras, he bows so low his forehead nearly touches the floor, his voice cracking as he stammers out a desperate apology. Jiang places a firm hand on the back of the man's head, forcing him down an extra inch. Remember not to be so reckless in the future, Jiang says, his eyes cold and devoid of mercy. Leave some room for yourself, got it? Yang Tao is a shell of a man now, his arrogance completely evaporated. He follows Jiang through the warehouse like a beaten dog, his voice now high and eager to please. He asks what Jiang could possibly need with so many supplies, his mind already looking for a way to profit from the situation. Jiang brushes him off with a vague comment about a big deal, but Yang Tao's greed is piqued. He mentions that his old boss, the infamous school bully Zhang Xingxia, has moved into the wholesale business and has access to massive quantities of stock. He offers to set up a meeting, thinking this is his chance to get back into Jiang's good graces. Jiang smirks, a dark glint in his eyes. He remembers Zhang Xingxia all too well. The man was a monster in high school and even worse during the apocalypse. He knows exactly how much gray income these two have been stealing from the supermarket. He agrees to the meeting, his mind already weaving a trap for the man who once made his life a living hell. They drive to a desolate, industrial warehouse district on the far edge of the city, where the air is thick with the smell of rust and stagnant water. A black Mercedes-Benz screeches to a halt in front of them, kicking up a blinding cloud of grit and dust. A man steps out of the vehicle, exhaling a thick, pungent cloud of cigarette smoke that hangs in the still air. It's Zhang Xingzhe. He's dressed in a long, expensive tan coat that looks out of place in the grime of the district, his face set in a permanent mask of boredom and cruelty. He looks at Jiang with pure, unadulterated disdain, turning to Yang Tao and asking if this broke student is really the big client he was promised. He remembers Jiang as the quiet, easy target from their school days, and he clearly hasn't updated his mental file. He takes a long, slow drag of his cigarette, his eyes narrowing as he scans Jiang for any sign of wealth. Jiang steps forward and rudely grabs the drawstring of Jiang's hoodie, rubbing the fabric between his fingers with a mocking laugh. He sneers at the fake designer brand, claiming he can spot a poser from a mile away. He's furious at Yang Tao for wasting his time on a nobody and suddenly lashes out, shoving the manager aside with a brutal, one-handed strike that sends the man stumbling. He turns back to Jiang, his face inches away, his breath smelling of stale tobacco. He threatens Jiang, telling him that since he's wasted his time, he won't be allowed to leave the warehouse district standing unless he buys an entire truckload of goods. Jiang doesn't move an inch, his gaze steady and terrifyingly calm. He tells Jiang to take his hands off his collar and show him the account details if he wants to see real money. Jiang pulls out his phone and taps the screen with a casual flick of his thumb. A second later, Zhang's phone erupts with a loud notification ping. The bully's eyes widen to the size of saucers as he looks at the screen. 1 million yuan has been transferred as a non-refundable deposit. He nearly chokes on his cigarette, the smoke curling around his shocked face. Jiang tells him he's looking to buy 5 million worth of goods and wants the first truck loaded before the sun goes down. He lists off his requirements: rice, oil, salt, snacks, anything that can be eaten or drunk. Zhang's entire demeanor shifts in an instant. The predator becomes the servant, his voice dripping with a sickening, fake sincerity as he bows and invites Jiang inside to inspect the premium stock. Inside the cavernous warehouse, Zhang leads him to a massive, sprawling pile of boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling. He thinks he's found the ultimate sucker. He has a massive shipment of nearly expired food that he's been desperate to dump before it becomes a total loss. He offers it to Jiang with a measly 10% discount, acting as if he's doing him a massive favor. Jiang walks over to a stack and picks up a random bag of snacks, turning it over in his hand. He knows exactly what Jiang is trying to do. He calls the bully out on his shrewdness, pointing out that while the outermost layer of boxes looks fresh, everything hidden inside is days away from expiring. Zhang's fake smile falters, his eyes darting around the room, but Jiang continues with a chilling calmness. He offers to take the entire batch of expired goods, but only at a 50% discount. And there's one more catch: the final payment will be settled in exactly 1 month. Jiang hesitates, his greed battling his suspicion, but Jiang casually mentions mortgaging his luxury apartment as collateral. Jiang agrees, his mind already spending the money, convinced he's just fleeced a rich idiot for millions. Jiang stands alone among the towering, dusty stacks of boxes, his silhouette cast long against the concrete floor by the harsh overhead lights. He tells Jiang with a cryptic smile that he is the channel, and that this food will be worth more than gold in just a few days. Jiang just laughs, a loud, hollow sound that echoes through the warehouse, convinced Jiang has finally lost his mind. As Jiang walks away, his phone begins to vibrate in his pocket again. It's another buyer calling about the house. He smirks, the plan to sell the same property to multiple desperate people moving into its final, most lucrative phase. He leaves the warehouse district behind, Yang Tao and Zhang Xingzhe watching him go from the loading dock, both of them certain they've just made the deal of a lifetime at his expense. A few days later, Jiang stands at the center of his massive construction site in the East District, the air filled with the deafening roar of jackhammers and the rhythmic clanging of steel. The foreman, a man in a battered red hard hat, approaches him with a clipboard in hand. He reports that the fortress is now 70 to 80% complete. The walls have been reinforced with high-grade concrete, the blast-proof doors are being fitted into their frames, and the underground warehouse has been fully sanitized. Jiang checks his system interface. Zhang Xingzhe has delivered the goods as promised. The warehouse is now packed to the rafters with enough food to last a decade. The system pings with a triumphant ding. The mission, 10 years of sustenance, is complete. 20 points are added to his balance, bringing his total to 30. He feels a surge of power, a sense of security he hasn't known in 2 lifetimes. Jiang opens the system store once more, his eyes immediately locking onto a new, high-tier item, the Awakening Ability supply box. It costs 10 points, a significant investment, but he doesn't hesitate. He taps the purchase button, and a notification flashes across his vision, Mind's Eye Level 1. Suddenly, the world looks different. He can feel a new sense sharpening within him, a passive ability that allows him to detect the hidden hostility of anyone around him. It's a skill that will be worth more than any weapon when the world falls apart and trust becomes a death sentence. A new task appears on his screen, armed to the teeth. He needs weapons, and he needs them now. He smiles, his blue eyes glowing with a cold, predatory light. "This is exactly what I had in mind," he whispers to the wind. Late that night, Jiang finds himself navigating the neon-drenched shadows of the city's most dangerous black market. The air here is thick with the smell of cheap grease, stale tobacco, and the palpable scent of desperation. He moves through the crowded, narrow alleys, his mind's eye constantly scanning the faces of the thugs and dealers around him. Suddenly, he spots a familiar, bloated figure at a jewelry stall, Li Shuxiong, the man who would eventually become his executioner. In this timeline, Li is still just a corrupt businessman, currently haggling over a jade bracelet that Jiang's system identifies as cheap glass. Jiang watches from the shadows, a cold sense of irony washing over him as he sees Li pay 2,000 yuan for a worthless trinket. He thinks of Cui Jing and how she was fooled by a man who couldn't even spot a fake at a street stall. The revenge he has planned for them will be far more substantial than a simple scam. Jiang moves deeper into the market, his eyes searching for something far more lethal than jewelry. He eventually finds a stall tucked away in a dark corner, its table covered in a terrifying array of cold steel, machetes, serrated combat knives, and long, curved swords that glint dangerously under the dim lights. He picks up a heavy, well-balanced blade, feeling the cold weight of the steel in his palm. The stall owner, a man dressed in faded camouflage, watches him with a wary, narrowed gaze. Jiang asks if he has any hard stuff hidden away. The man scoffed, telling him to buy a sharpener and do the work himself if he wants a real edge. Jiang looks the man directly in the eye, his gaze so intense the owner visibly recoils. "Not hard enough," Jiang says, his voice a low growl. "I need something that can cut through bone like butter." The owner gets defensive, his hand moving toward a hidden club beneath the table, asking if Jiang is there to cause trouble. Jiang doesn't say a word. He pulls out his phone and, with a few quick taps, transfers 200,000 yuan directly to the man's account. The owner's phone dings, and as he looks at the screen, his entire face transforms. The hostility vanishes, replaced by a look of pure, greedy awe. He realizes he's dealing with a man of immense resources. He quickly calls out to his assistant to watch the stall, his voice now hushed and respectful as he beckons Jiang toward a heavy steel door in the back, ready to show him the true weapons of war. The dealer in the faded camouflage jacket turns his head, his voice cutting through the humid, heavy air of the black market as he calls out to his assistant, Xiaoxiang, to keep an eye on the front stall. He gestures with a rough, calloused hand, inviting Jiang Xiaoyong into the deeper, more secluded shadows of the building. The transition from the noisy, chaotic market to the quiet, dimly lit corridor is immediate, the air growing colder and smelling of old grease and cold steel. The dealer leads the way, his footsteps heavy on the concrete floor, while Jiang follows with a silent, predatory grace, his eyes scanning every corner for potential threats. They reach a heavy, reinforced door that groans on its hinges as it opens, revealing a cramped backroom filled with crates and the faint, acrid scent of gunpowder. The dealer turns back to Jiang, a sharp, eager glint in his eyes, sensing that this isn't just a casual buyer but someone with a very specific and dangerous purpose. He explains that talking outside is inconvenient for business of this nature, beckoning Jiang further into the belly of his operation. Inside the room, the walls are lined with shelves holding various boxes, and a single, low-hanging bulb casts long, flickering shadows across the floor. The dealer reaches into a heavy metal case and pulls out a crudely fashioned weapon, its surface rough and unpolished. He holds it up with a practiced ease, telling Jiang that they have homemade guns available, powerful enough to take down small game or provide basic protection. He quotes a price of 2,000 yuan, emphasizing that the ammunition is cheap, just simple gunpowder and steel balls. It's a weapon for the desperate, for those who need a deterrent but can't afford the real thing. Jiang stares at the crude piece of metal, his expression unreadable, his mind already calculating the lethality required for the coming apocalypse. He knows that against the horrors that are about to be unleashed, this homemade toy would be as useless as a toothpick. The dealer, seeing Jiang's lack of interest, quickly sets the homemade gun aside and reaches for a different case. He pulls out a sleek, silver replica revolver that catches the meager light, its polished surface reflecting the dealer's greedy smile. He boasts that its performance is almost identical to an active-duty handgun, firing 9mm bullets with lethal precision. He sets the price at 5,000 yuan and mentions that he can provide the bullets for 5 yuan each. He watches Jiang closely, waiting for a reaction, hoping to see the spark of desire that usually accompanies the sight of such a weapon. But Jiang remains cold, his gaze fixed on the revolver with a sense of profound disappointment. He speaks, his voice a low, dangerous growl that seems to vibrate in the small room, telling the dealer that this is simply not good enough. The dealer's smile falters, his brow furrowing as he tries to understand what this young man could possibly be looking for if a high-quality replica isn't sufficient. Jiang stands there, his arms crossed over his chest, his silhouette imposing against the backdrop of the weapon-filled room. He reminds the dealer that he has already prepaid 200,000 yuan, a staggering sum that should have bought him access to the real tools of war. He tells the man that selling him this kind of low-grade junk isn't fitting for the level of investment he's made. The dealer's eyes widen, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as the weight of Jiang's words sinks in. He realizes he's not dealing with a student playing at being a tough guy, but a man with resources and a terrifyingly clear objective. He stammers, asking what prepayment Jiang is talking about, his confusion momentarily overriding his greed. Jiang's eyes glow with a cold, blue intensity as he stares the man down, his voice dropping even lower. He clarifies that the 200,000 was just a 10% down payment. He isn't here for a single revolver or a handful of homemade pipes, he is here to buy 2 million yuan worth of weapons. The dealer's jaw nearly hits the floor, his mind reeling at the sheer scale of the order. 2 million yuan is more than he usually sees in a year of black market trading. His entire demeanor shifts in an instant, the wary hostility vanishing and being replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated awe. He begins to rub his hands together, his voice now high and eager to please, asking Jiang what he does for a living to afford such a massive purchase. He wonders why someone with that kind of capital would come to a place like this for such a large order. Jiang doesn't blink, his face a mask of aristocratic boredom. He spins a lie with practiced ease, telling the man that he usually doesn't handle such trivial matters himself, that his subordinates are the ones who typically take care of procurement. But, he adds cryptically, there have been some changes recently that required his personal intervention. He tells the dealer not to ask too many questions and simply state whether or not he can handle an order of this magnitude. The dealer is practically vibrating with excitement now, his mind already spending the commission he'll make from this deal. He tells Jiang to wait a moment, his eyes darting toward the door as if checking for eavesdroppers. He leans in close, his voice a hushed whisper, telling Jiang that he can absolutely handle it. He instructs Jiang to write a detailed list of everything he needs and promises to provide an address for the exchange. He sets the time for midnight, the day after tomorrow, emphasizing that the transaction must be completed in total secrecy. He reminds Jiang with a greedy glint in his eye to bring the rest of the payment in cash. As they prepare to leave the back room, the dealer is falling over himself to be respectful, acting like a servant to a king. He warns Jiang to watch his step as they move back toward the main market area, his voice dripping with a sickening, fake sincerity. But as they step out into the neon-blurred alleyway, the atmosphere changes instantly. A large, bloated figure emerges from the shadows, his expensive suit looking out of place in the grime of the black market. It's Li Shuxiong, the man who, in another life, would have been Zhang's executioner. He stops dead in his tracks, his eyes narrowing as he recognizes the young man standing before him. He lets out a derisive snort, asking if this is really Xiaoyong, the quiet kid he remembered. He mocks Jiang for being at the black market, commenting on how he's heard rumors of Jiang spending money like water recently. He sneers, accusing Jiang of ignoring Cui Jing and acting like his family has suddenly come into some secret inheritance or heirlooms. He laughs, a harsh, grating sound, asking if Jiang watched too many marketing videos and decided to sell everything he owns just to live a life of temporary comfort. Jiang doesn't respond immediately. Instead, he decides this is the perfect moment to test his newly acquired mind's eye ability. He focuses his intent, and suddenly, the world shifts. A brilliant, ethereal blue eye icon manifests in his vision, pulsing with a soft light. As he looks at Li Shuxiong, the system begins to process the man's emotions, translating his internal state into visible icons. Above Li's head, a series of red and purple icons appear, symbols of intense hostility, greed, and a deep-seated desire to cause harm. Jiang smirks, the ability working even better than he expected. He can see the man's true nature laid bare, the mask of a businessman stripped away to reveal the predator beneath. Jiang looks Li directly in the eye, his voice calm and cutting. He asks Li if he really thinks he tricked Cui Jing into bed with nothing but fakes and second-hand goods. He leans in, his smile turning predatory, and tells Li that he's right. Cui Jing is exactly like those fakes, second-hand and ultimately worthless. The insult hits Li like a physical blow, his face turning a deep, angry purple. He sputters, his fists clenching at his sides, unable to believe the audacity of the man he once considered a non-threat. He roars, asking what Jiang just said, his voice echoing off the brick walls of the alley. The dealer in the camouflage jacket, sensing the shift in power and wanting to protect his 2 million yuan client, steps forward. He looks at Jiang and asks if he knows this man. Jiang doesn't even look back, his gaze fixed on the fuming Li Shuxiong. He tells the dealer that he doesn't just know him, the man is an enemy. That's all the dealer needs to hear. He gives a sharp nod, telling Jiang to go ahead and leave, promising that he will teach this loudmouthed fool a proper lesson. Li Shuxiong tries to protest, but he is suddenly surrounded by the dealer's thugs, men who look like they've spent their lives fighting in the dirt. Li's bravado vanishes in an instant, replaced by a look of sheer terror as he realizes he's trapped. He tries to negotiate, his voice trembling as he tells the boss that they should just talk this out. But the dealer isn't interested in talking. He swings a heavy, blunt object with brutal efficiency, the sound of the impact sickeningly loud in the quiet alley. Li Shuxiong collapses to the ground, a cry of pain escaping his lips as he curls into a ball. He gasps for air, the dust of the alleyway coating his expensive clothes, his eyes filled with a mixture of agony and a burning, desperate rage. He wheezes out a threat, calling Jiang a bastard and telling him to just wait, promising that this isn't over. Jiang doesn't even turn around to witness the pathetic display. He walks away, his footsteps steady and rhythmic, the sounds of the beatdown fading behind him. 2 days pass in a blur of preparation and calculated moves. Jiang finds himself standing in a massive, industrial warehouse under the cover of night. The air is still and cold, the only sound being the distant hum of the city. A large transport truck is backed into the loading dock, its rear doors open to reveal a treasure trove of weaponry. Jiang checks his system interface, and a notification flashes before his eyes: mission, armed to the teeth completed. He feels a surge of satisfaction as 10 more system points are added to his balance, bringing his total to 20. He steps toward the open crates, his eyes taking in the sight of rows of assault rifles, their black matte finishes gleaming under the warehouse lights. There are pistols, crates of ammunition, and tactical gear, everything he needs to turn his fortress into an impregnable stronghold. Suddenly, another notification pings in his mind, a melodic ding that signals a bonus reward. The system informs him that he has been credited with a physical enhancement potion, +2. Jiang's eyes widen slightly. He knows from his previous life that a +2 potion is incredibly rare, far more potent than the standard versions found in the system store. He pulls the syringe from the air, the liquid inside glowing with a faint, ethereal light. He doesn't hesitate. He knows that in the world to come, physical strength will be the difference between life and death. He plunges the needle into his arm and depresses the plunger, sending the glowing serum into his bloodstream. The reaction is instantaneous and violent. A wave of white-hot pain erupts from the injection site, spreading through his body like liquid fire. He gasps, his teeth gritting together as he stumbles back against a stack of crates. Ugh, he groans, his muscles seizing and his veins bulging beneath his skin. It feels as if his very DNA is being rewritten, his bones thickening and his muscle fibers being knit together with superhuman density. He collapses to one knee, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his vision blurring as the potion works its magic. He thinks to himself that the average adult male has a physical strength rating of 5. By adding 2 points from this potion, he is looking at a 40% increase in raw power. And because this is a +2 version, it's twice as effective as the standard +1 potions available in the store, which cost 20 points each. He realizes he has just saved himself a massive amount of resources while gaining a significant advantage over any other survivors. As the pain finally begins to recede, replaced by a sense of boundless energy and strength, Jiang stands up. He feels lighter, faster, and more powerful than he ever did in his previous life. He checks his status, 8 physical points. He is now 60% stronger than the average human being. He looks around the warehouse, his eyes landing on a thick, rusted steel rebar leaning against a wall. He wants to test his new limits. He reaches out and grips the cold metal, his fingers sinking into the rust. With a sudden, explosive burst of strength, he flexes his arm. The heavy steel bar groans and shrieks as it begins to bend, the metal yielding to his will like it was made of soft lead. He twists it into a jagged U shape and tosses it aside, the heavy clatter echoing through the warehouse. Got it, he whispers, a dark, satisfied smile playing on his lips. He turns his attention back to the mountain of weapons. He knows he can't leave them here, they are too valuable to risk being discovered. He raises his hand, the dark metallic band of his space ring catching the light. With a thought, he activates the artifact. A shimmering distortion appears in the air, and one by one, the crates of rifles and ammunition are pulled into the void, disappearing into the timeless space of the ring. He knows these weapons won't take up much room in the 500 cubic meter interior, but he stores them carefully, ensuring they are easily accessible. He stands alone in the now empty warehouse, the silence returning. He looks out toward the city skyline, his mind racing. The day after tomorrow is the first day of the apocalypse. The world as he knows it is about to end, and he is finally ready. He asks himself if there is anything else he needs to do, any loose ends he needs to tie up before the blood begins to flow. His thoughts drift back to his apartment building and the people who live there. He remembers Grandpa Lee, the greedy neighbor who had been such a plague in his past life. In a sudden shift of memory or perhaps a final meeting, he sees the old man again. But this time, the fire is gone from the neighbor's eyes. Grandpa Lee looks old, frail, and desperate. He sighs, his voice cracking as he tells Jiang that his granddaughter needs to transfer schools and they urgently need the house for residency. He pleads with Jiang, telling him that he's been circling the area and Jiang's house is the only one for sale. He begs Jiang not to back out of the deal now. Jiang stares at the man, his blue eyes cold and devoid of the pity that once would have consumed him. He has experienced the apocalypse, He has seen the depths of human treachery and knows that in a few days, this old man's concerns about school districts will be a cruel joke. And yet, a small, lingering part of his humanity remains. He thinks to himself that even after everything, it's still hard to completely ignore the plight of others, no matter how much he might want to. He decides, in a moment of cold pragmatism disguised as mercy, that he will send some essential supplies to the old man once the chaos begins. He tells himself that he'll provide enough for them to survive the initial wave, but whether they can survive long-term will be entirely up to them. He views it not as an act of kindness, but as a final repayment for the 5 million yuan the old man provided, money that funded his entire apocalypse plan. He turns and walks away from the warehouse, his silhouette disappearing into the night, the sound of his footsteps the only warning of the storm that is about to overtake the world. He is no longer just a survivor, he is the architect of his own destiny, and the countdown to the end has finally reached its final hours. The air is thick with the scent of ozone and decay, a harbinger of the absolute chaos that is about to consume every corner of civilization. A sleek black car cuts through the silence of a narrow urban canyon, its tires crunching over the grit of a neglected alleyway. The driver maneuvers the vehicle with a sense of urgent precision, the engine's low hum echoing off the tiled walls of the surrounding apartment blocks. He glances at the dashboard, a small sigh of relief escaping his lips as he realizes he's reached his destination. He mutters a quiet word of thanks to the GPS, knowing that in a place this labyrinthine and tucked away, finding the right spot is half the battle. He steps out of the car, the shadow of the towering building swallowing him whole. He looks up at the weathered facade of the apartment complex, his gaze tracing the lines of the cheap, uniform tiles. He begins his ascent, his footsteps echoing in the hollow stairwell. As he climbs, his mind wanders to the man he's come to see, an old soul living on the fringes of society. He thinks about how the old man must be struggling, forced to rent the most affordable unit available, tucked away on the very top floor where the air is thin and the isolation is absolute. It's a place for those the world has forgotten, but for our protagonist, it's the most important coordinate on the map. He reaches the top landing and comes to a halt before a nondescript door. He doesn't knock immediately. Instead, he raises his hand, his eyes locking onto a peculiar ring adorning his finger. A faint, ethereal glow begins to emanate from the jewel, and suddenly, the air in the hallway begins to shimmer and distort. With a sharp, digital crackle, pixelated blocks of light manifest out of thin air, rapidly coalescing into solid forms. Within seconds, the cramped hallway is filled with stacks of heavy cardboard boxes, appearing as if by magic. The sheer impossibility of the sight would drive a normal person to madness, but for him, it's just a necessary preparation. He finally brings his fist to the door, the sound of his knock sharp and demanding. Inside, the sound of shuffling feet approaches. A voice, weary and laced with a hint of desperation, calls out that they're coming. The door creaks open, revealing an elderly man with a thin beard and eyes clouded by the weight of 1,000 worries. He immediately begins to stammer an apology, his voice trembling as he promises to have the rent money by next week. He looks like a man who has spent his life being crushed by the gears of society, expecting nothing but another blow. But as his eyes adjust to the light, his expression shifts from fear to utter bewilderment. He recognizes the young man standing before him, but the presence of the massive pile of supplies in the hallway makes no sense. He gasps out the name Mr. Jiang, his mouth hanging open in shock. The protagonist doesn't waste time with pleasantries. He steps into the frame of the doorway, his presence commanding and intense. He tells the old man that explanations will have to wait, but for now, they need to move every single one of these boxes inside. He emphasizes the need for speed, his eyes darting toward the stairs, warning that they must finish before any curious neighbors catch a glimpse of this impossible haul. The old man, still reeling from the shock, can only nod and begin to help, his frail frame straining against the weight of the boxes. They work in a feverish silence, the only sound being the heavy thud of cardboard on the apartment floor. Once the final box is inside and the door is firmly shut, the old man stands in the center of his living room, surrounded by a mountain of supplies. He looks at the protagonist with a mixture of awe and exhaustion, remarking on the incredible energy of the youth today, moving so much weight without even pausing to catch his breath. The protagonist ignores the compliment, his eyes scanning the room with a tactical coldness. He paces the perimeter, his boots clicking on the hard floor. He examines the walls and then turns his attention to the front door, testing its weight and the strength of its frame. He mutters to himself that the room is decent enough and the door is solid, a small but vital detail in the plan forming in his mind. He turns back to the old man, his expression hardening into something deadly serious. He tells the old man to listen carefully to every word he is about to say, his voice dropping to a low, authoritative tone that brooks no interruption. He gestures to the mountain of boxes, explaining that if used wisely, these supplies should sustain them for at least 6 months. Then, he delivers the chilling prophecy: starting tomorrow, the world as they know it will cease to exist. The old man stares at him, his face pale, unable to process the magnitude of the warning. The protagonist's gaze drifts to a framed photograph resting on a side table. It shows the old man standing proudly beside a young girl with a bright, innocent smile. He asks if the girl's name is Meng Shanshan. The old man is taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion as he wonders how this stranger could possibly know his granddaughter's name when he's certain he never mentioned it. He asks where she is now, his voice tight with a sudden, protective instinct. The old man explains that she is currently at school, and that once the paperwork for their house transfer is complete, he plans to move her to a new school closer to their new home. As the old man speaks of mundane things like paperwork and school registrations, a dark cloud of memory washes over the protagonist. He sees a vision of a different timeline, a world of ash and blood. He remembers Shanshan in his previous life, her face streaked with tears and grime as she sat amidst the ruins of a fallen city. He recalls her telling him how her grandfather had risked everything, breaking into her overrun high school to save her, only to lose his life in the process. The regret in her voice had been a physical weight, a haunting melody of what-ifs. The protagonist's eyes burn with a fierce, renewed purpose. He looks at the photo again, his resolve hardening like tempered steel. He vows to himself that in this life, he will make up for that tragedy. He will not let history repeat itself. He turns back to the old man, his voice sharp and decisive. He tells him flatly that they won't be moving into his house anymore. The old man is stunned, beginning to protest, fearing that the deal is falling through. But the protagonist cuts him off, his words hitting like hammer blows. He tells him to let him finish. He repeats that starting tomorrow, the world will transform into a living hell. In that new reality, things like house deeds and school registrations will be utterly worthless. They are nothing but ghosts of a dead world. He reaches out and grips the old man's shoulder, his touch firm and grounding. He commands the old man to come with him immediately to Shanshan's school. They need to pick her up now, before the clock runs out. He promises to arrange a new, safe place for both of them, a sanctuary against the coming storm. The old man looks at him with wide, uncomprehending eyes, stammering that he doesn't understand a single word of this madness. The protagonist feels a flash of frustration. He realizes the old man is too rooted in the old world to grasp the horror of the new one. He searches for a way to explain the inexplicable. He asks the old man if he knows what a famine is. The old man nods slowly, the word carrying a primal weight even in peaceful times. The protagonist leans in, his voice a grim whisper, asking the man to imagine the terror and tragedy of such a time. The old man admits he can imagine it, but he struggles to see how such a thing could happen now, in an era of abundance. Suddenly, the protagonist raises his hand again, the ring flashing with a blinding light. In an instant, the mountain of boxes in the living room vanishes, leaving the floor bare. The old man stumbles back, his heart racing as he asks what kind of magic this is. The protagonist stands tall, bathed in a flickering blue aura of power, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. He declares that he possesses superpowers and the ability to foresee the future. He tells the old man that if he wants to survive, and more importantly, if he wants Shanshan to survive, he must do exactly as he is told from this moment forward. The sheer weight of his presence silences any further doubt. He demands to know the location of Shanshan's school, his gaze piercing and relentless. They rush back to the car, the engine roaring to life as they speed toward the educational institution. The sun is beginning to set, casting long, bloody shadows across the city streets, a silent countdown to the end of days. They arrive at the school just as the final bell is echoing through the courtyard. But the scene greeting them is far from academic. In a secluded corner of the grounds, a group of girls has cornered Shanshan. The air is thick with the cruel laughter of bullies. A girl in a black tank top, her face twisted in a sneer of arrogance, mocks Shanshan, demanding to know what she has that a boy named Zhang Xiaocheng could possibly like. She reaches out and delivers a sharp, stinging slap to Shanshan's face, the sound echoing off the brick walls. Shanshan cowers, her eyes welling with tears, her voice trembling as she tries to explain that she doesn't want to be with him and that he's the one who won't leave her alone. The bully isn't interested in the truth. She snarls, asking if Shanshan is making excuses, and then, with a brutal lack of hesitation, she delivers a heavy kick to Shanshan's stomach. Shanshan collapses to the ground, gasping for air. The bully's friends join in, their faces masks of petty malice. One of them grabs Shanshan by her long hair, yanking her head back with a vicious force that brings a scream of pain to her lips. They mock her further, their insults cutting deeper than any physical blow. Suddenly, the sound of running footsteps interrupts their cruel sport. The old man bursts into the courtyard, his face pale with terror and rage. He screams for them to stop, his voice cracking as he demands they let go of his granddaughter. He berates them, asking if their parents ever taught them any manners, his heart breaking at the sight of Shanshan's suffering. The bullies don't look ashamed, they look amused. The girl in the black tank top sneers at him, calling him a useless old fart and telling him to stay out of business that doesn't concern him. She signals to a group of boys standing nearby, thugs in training who have been watching the scene with dull, predatory eyes. One of the boys, a tall youth with a cruel glint in his eyes, steps forward, hefting a heavy baseball bat. He mocks the old man, calling him an old bastard and telling him to let go of the girl. He swings the bat with a casual, terrifying strength, the wood whistling through the air as it aims for the old man's head. But the blow never lands. A hand, moving with a speed that defies the human eye, reaches out and catches the bat mid-swing. The impact creates a dull thud, but the protagonist's arm doesn't even tremble. He looks at the young thug with a gaze that is colder than the void between stars. He remarks with a chilling calm that they're learning to be thugs at a very young age. The boy with the bat is stunned, his bravado vanishing in an instant as he realizes he's facing something he can't comprehend. He stammers, wondering where this poor old fool came from, but his words die in his throat as the protagonist's grip on the bat tightens. The other thugs, sensing a threat, begin to close in. They whisper to each other, wondering if this newcomer has some kind of special training. They decide to take him on together, their numbers giving them a false sense of security. The protagonist's eyes narrow, a predatory smile playing across his lips. He thinks to himself that after enhancing his physical abilities, even his reactions have reached a level far beyond any normal human. One of the thugs lunges forward, a knife glinting in his hand. The protagonist moves with the grace of a shadow, a simple, fluid motion that sends the attacker crashing to the ground. He doesn't just fight, he dismantles them. He delivers a series of lightning-fast strikes, each one calculated to incapacitate. He kicks one boy with such force that he's sent sprawling across the pavement, his breath leaving him in a ragged gasp. Another thug tries to swing a weapon, but the protagonist is already behind him, a hand gripping the back of his neck with the strength of a vice. He slams the boy's face into the ground, the sound of the impact sickeningly final. The courtyard, once a place of petty bullying, has become a masterclass in absolute dominance. The remaining thugs watch in horror as their friends are systematically taken down. They realize too late that they haven't just picked a fight, they've invited a hurricane. The protagonist turns his attention back to the lead bully, the girl in the black tank top who started this whole nightmare. She's frozen in place, her arrogance replaced by a paralyzing, primal fear. He walks toward her, his footsteps slow and deliberate. She stammers, asking what he wants to do, her voice a thin, pathetic whimper. He doesn't answer with words. He reaches out and grabs her by the hair, the same way she had grabbed Shanshan. He yanks her head back, forcing her to look into his glowing, merciless eyes. He asks her if she likes pulling hair, his voice a low, dangerous growl. She screams for him to let go, her body trembling with terror. He ignores her pleas. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a sharp, tactical knife. The blade catches the fading light, a sliver of cold steel that promises nothing but pain. The girl's eyes go wide, her breath coming in short, jagged gasps as she asks what he's going to do with the knife. With a swift, practiced motion, he brings the blade down. But he doesn't strike her flesh. Instead, he shears through her long, dark hair, the locks falling to the ground like dead leaves. He tells her with a chilling logic that in the world that is coming, long hair will be nothing but a burden. It will be a handle for the monsters to grab, a tether to a gruesome death. He tells her that short hair might just save her life, though his tone suggests he doesn't particularly care if it does. He releases her, and she collapses to her knees, clutching her ruined hair and sobbing in a mixture of humiliation and relief. The protagonist turns back to Shanshan and the old man, his expression softening only slightly. He tells Shanshan it's time to go. She looks at him, her eyes wide with shock and a burgeoning sense of awe. She asks where they are going, her voice barely a whisper. He doesn't answer immediately, instead leading them back to the car. As they pull away from the school, the city lights begin to flicker, a sign of the failing infrastructure that will soon be a permanent feature of their lives. Inside the car, the silence is heavy. Shanshan sits in the back with her grandfather, her hands still shaking. She looks at the protagonist, who is focused on the road, his profile silhouetted against the passing streetlights. She asks him who he is, her voice filled with a desperate need for some kind of anchor in this rapidly shifting reality. He glances at her in the rearview mirror, a small, enigmatic smile touching his lips. He tells her his name is Jiang Xiaoyong and that from now on, she can call him Brother Xiaoyong. He thanks her for standing up to the bullies, his words a rare moment of genuine acknowledgement. He tells her not to worry about those people anymore, remarking with a grim certainty that they likely don't have many days left in this world. Shanshan's brow furrows as she asks what he means. She asks if there is really going to be a famine, her mind clinging to the simpler explanation he gave her grandfather. He admits that he made up the famine story to make it easier for the old man to understand, but the truth is far more terrifying. He tells her that what is really coming is the apocalypse. Shanshan gasps, the word echoing in the cramped space of the car. She looks at her phone, her fingers flying across the screen as she searches for news. She finds a series of short videos and news reports, her eyes widening as she watches footage of chaotic scenes in distant cities. People are screaming, running in terror from others who are moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. The reports mention a sudden outbreak of rabies, but the images tell a different story. She sees people biting each other with a feral intensity, their eyes clouded and their skin a sickly, ashen gray. She reads comments about a strange smog that has begun to blanket certain provinces, a mist that carries a foul, metallic scent. The protagonist confirms her fears, explaining that the signs are already appearing. He tells her that tomorrow marks the first day of the end. A toxic smog will blanket the region, and a significant portion of the population will mutate into zombies. He describes the process with a clinical detachment, explaining that once they die, they will become one of them. He asks her if she knows what zombies are, and she nods, her face pale with the realization that the horror movies of her youth are becoming a living nightmare. He tells her that when it all starts happening tomorrow, she won't find it so unbelievable anymore. Suddenly, the car comes to a grinding halt. They've hit a massive traffic jam, a sea of red taillights stretching as far as the eye can see. The protagonist curses under his breath, his eyes scanning the gridlock for an opening. The emergency lane is blocked as well, filled with desperate drivers trying to bypass the chaos. The old man expresses his concern, wondering what will happen if the zombies catch up to them while they're stuck here. The protagonist tells him not to worry, that it's not that urgent yet, but his mind is already racing, calculating their next move. He thinks to himself that while the outbreak won't be total for a few days, a small-scale event right here could be disastrous. A sleek Mercedes-Benz tries to force its way into their lane, the driver honking aggressively. The protagonist's eyes flash with a sudden, dangerous light. He's spent his previous life being pushed around, but in this life, he refuses to tolerate such arrogance. He mutters that in the past he might have let it slide, but with the apocalypse looming, there's no need to tolerate scum like this. The driver of the Mercedes, a wealthy-looking man in a sharp suit, rolls down his window and begins to scream insults, his face red with road rage. The old man pleads with the protagonist to avoid trouble, noting that the other man looks powerful and wealthy. The protagonist ignores him, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. He tells the old man that if the guy dares to step out of his car, he won't mind sending him on his way early. The Mercedes driver continues his aggressive maneuvering, trying to wedge his car in front of theirs. The protagonist waits for the perfect moment, his eyes locked on the other vehicle. Then, with a sudden, violent jerk of the wheel, he rams his car into the side of the Mercedes. The sound of crunching metal and shattering glass fills the air. The Mercedes is sent spinning toward the edge of the road, its sleek frame crumpled like paper. The driver is left dazed and screaming, his sense of entitlement shattered along with his windshield. The protagonist doesn't stop to check on him. He maneuvers his car through the opening he's created, leaving the wreckage behind. The rich man scrambles out of his car, fuming with rage as he pulls out his phone, screaming into it about traffic police and surveillance footage. He vows to show the protagonist that there are some people you just can't mess with. But as he stands on the side of the road, shaking his fist at the receding taillights, he has no idea that the world he's trying to summon help from is already dead. The protagonist drives through the night, the city falling silent behind them. They eventually reach a secure, industrial-looking garage, the heavy metal door sliding shut with a final, echoing clang. He leads Shanshan and the old man inside, the space filled with the supplies he manifested earlier. He tells them to get some rest, his voice weary but resolute. He warns them that starting tomorrow, every single day will be a fight for survival. He watches them settle in, his mind already turning to the challenges of the coming dawn. The next morning, the sun rises over a world that has changed forever. The protagonist stands by a large window, looking out over a landscape that is still deceptively peaceful. The morning sun filters through the windows of a high-rise apartment, casting long shadows across the floor as a young girl stretches her arms wide, a look of pure contentment on her face. Meng Shanshan lets out a long, satisfied yawn, her voice filled with the simple joy of a teenager who has finally managed to escape the grueling cycle of early morning classes. She mutters to herself about how long it's been since she's had a truly good sleep, relishing the newfound freedom that this strange, fortified sanctuary provides. Just down the hallway, the protagonist, Jiang Xiaoyong, walks with a calm but purposeful stride, his expression unreadable as he approaches the two people he has vowed to protect in this new life. He catches Shanshan's eye and offers a small, knowing smirk, his presence alone commanding the room. He tells her that since she's finally up, it's time for them to see the true scale of what he has built. He turns to both Shanshan and her grandfather, his voice dropping to a serious, authoritative tone as he invites them to take a proper look at their new home, or as he calls it, their fortress. They begin to walk through the corridors, the sound of their footsteps echoing against the cold, industrial surfaces. Xiaoyong gestures toward the thick, imposing walls that surround them, explaining with a tactical coldness that these aren't just standard partitions. These walls are constructed from high-grade reinforced concrete, designed to withstand pressures that would crumble a normal building. As they move deeper into the facility, the sheer scale of the construction becomes apparent. They stand in a massive, open atrium, the ceiling soaring high above them, illuminated by rows of bright, recessed lights. Xiaoyong points toward the entrance, where a set of heavy, remote-controlled gates stands guard. He explains that the gates are made of solid steel, 3 centimeters thick, a barrier so formidable that neither desperate people nor the coming tide of zombies will be able to break through without the use of heavy weaponry. He stops and turns to face them, his blue eyes glowing with a faint, otherworldly intensity that makes Shanshan shiver. He delivers a stern warning, his voice leaving no room for argument. Without his explicit permission, no one other than the 3 of them is ever allowed inside this fortress. Shanshan looks at him, her brow furrowed with a mix of confusion and moral conflict. She asks him a question that has clearly been weighing on her mind. If other survivors manage to escape the chaos and find their way here, are they really just supposed to leave them outside to die? Xiaoyong doesn't flinch at the question, his gaze remaining fixed and icy. He tells her simply to come with him, leading them toward a different section of the facility. As they walk, his internal monologue reveals a much darker perspective. He knows that in the apocalypse, human nature becomes a volatile and unpredictable thing. He understands that the evil hidden in people's hearts will be magnified by desperation, and that having a bleeding heart in a world of monsters is a luxury that will only get them killed. They reach an elevated walkway that overlooks a vast, fenced-in courtyard filled with shipping containers and industrial equipment. Xiaoyong gestures to the area below, explaining that this is the buffer zone. If he isn't around and survivors come seeking help, this area can provide them with temporary shelter without compromising the integrity of the main fortress. He turns back to Shanshan, his expression hardening again as he demands to know if she understands the necessity of these rules. He emphasizes that until he returns from his next task, they must never, under any circumstances, let anyone inside the inner sanctum. Shanshan, cowed by the intensity of his gaze, can only nod and whisper that she understands. Xiaoyong's demeanor softens just a fraction as he tells them he will show them the food storage next, explaining how the supplies will be rationed out to ensure their long-term survival. They enter a massive warehouse space, the shelves stacked high with crates and boxes that seem to stretch on forever. Xiaoyong stands in the center of the room, a sense of grim satisfaction washing over him as he realizes that his preparations are finally complete. Suddenly, a strange, ethereal light begins to flicker around his eyes. He activates a unique ability, the mind's eye. As he looks at Shanshan and her grandfather, 2 glowing green icons appear above their heads, shaped like smiling faces. He notes to himself with a sense of relief that this is a sign of absolute trust, the first time such a marker has appeared in this life. He knows that in the world to come, trust is a currency more valuable than gold. He turns his attention back to the physical world, declaring that while food is essential, weapons are the most important thing for surviving the apocalypse. He raises his hand, and the peculiar ring on his finger begins to glow with a brilliant, golden light. With a sharp, digital crackle, the air in front of him begins to distort, pixelated blocks of light manifesting and coalescing into solid forms. Within seconds, a heavy crate appears on the floor, filled with a variety of lethal equipment. He reaches into the crate and pulls out a high-tech crossbow and a rugged shotgun, handing them to his companions. He tells them with a chilling seriousness that they must ensure these weapons stay under their control and never fall into the hands of anyone else. The grandfather grips the shotgun, his hands trembling slightly as he promises that he will guard them with his life. Just as the tension in the room reaches its peak, a sharp, digital chime echoes in Xiaoyong's mind. A translucent blue window flashes open in his field of vision, a system task. The notification informs him that by reuniting with Meng Shanshan, he has activated a new series of tasks titled Former Comrades. The first volume of this task requires him to find and rescue a man named Zhang Qi, offering a reward of 20 points. Xiaoyong's eyes narrow as he processes the information. He thinks to himself that this is a perfect opportunity, as he was already wondering how he would track down his old allies from his previous life. He looks out the large windows of the fortress, seeing a massive blue arrow projected into the sky by the system, pointing toward a distant part of the city. He turns back to his companions, his voice sharp and decisive as he tells them to remember everything he just said and to not violate a single rule. Shanshan asks him where he is going, her voice laced with a sudden spike of anxiety. He doesn't look back as he heads for the garage, simply stating that he needs to go and build up their team. He climbs into his sleek black car, the engine roaring to life with a powerful, predatory growl. He speeds out of the fortress, the tires screeching against the pavement as he follows the system's waypoint. The scene shifts to a vibrant, purple-lit building in the heart of the city, a KTV karaoke bar. Inside one of the private rooms, the atmosphere is thick with the smell of alcohol and the sound of off-key singing. A group of young men are celebrating, their faces flushed with drink. One of them, a silver-haired youth named Zhang Qi, is being urged by his friend to give him a hug if he needs to cry, the group laughing and joking in the way only college students can. The table in front of them is cluttered with beer bottles, snacks, and a half-eaten birthday cake. Zhang Qi stands up, stumbling slightly as he announces he needs to head to the restroom. His friend mocks him, asking if he's waiting on someone or if he just has a weak bladder. Zhang Qi flips him off with a grin and heads for the door. As he and his friend step out into the hallway, they accidentally bump into a woman in a red dress who is walking with a tall, aggressive-looking man in a suit. The man, whose face is scarred and twisted in a permanent sneer, immediately explodes in rage. Zhang Qi tries to apologize, his voice frantic as he says it was his mistake, but the man isn't interested in excuses. He calls Zhang Qi a little punk and asks if he even knows how to watch where he's going. Before Zhang Qi can react, the man delivers a brutal, lightning-fast kick to his stomach. The force of the blow sends Zhang Qi flying backward, his body slamming into the wall with a sickening thud. He collapses to the floor, gasping for air as his friend rushes to his side, asking if he's okay. The friend turns to the man in the suit, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and indignation as he asks why he would hit someone over a simple accident. The man in the suit, whose name is revealed to be Chen Chong, looks down at them with utter contempt. He remarks that this is the first time anyone has dared to talk back to him, his eyes flashing with a dangerous, predatory light. He reaches down and grabs Zhang Qi's friend by the collar, hoisting him off the ground with terrifying ease. The friend pleads with him to stop, promising that it was all their fault and begging him not to hit them anymore. Suddenly, a server from the KTV rushes into the hallway, his face pale as he tries to de-escalate the situation. He begs the gentleman to calm down, his voice cracking with desperation. Chen Chong ignores him, his grip tightening on the young man's shirt. He snarls at the server, asking if he knows who he is and declaring that even the server's boss wouldn't dare to touch his clothes. He demands that the server call his boss out immediately, vowing to make sure this entire karaoke bar is shut down by the end of the night. Zhang Qi and his friend, realizing they are completely outmatched, scramble back into their private room, their breath coming in ragged gasps. Their other friends inside the room are stunned, one of them standing up and demanding to know why they didn't fight back. He boasts that their mechanical engineering class has never backed down from a fight and offers to call in the rest of the department to take the guy down. Zhang Qi, still clutching his stomach, tells them to forget it, noting that they only have a year left until graduation and shouldn't go looking for trouble. He tries to put on a brave face, telling everyone to keep the music playing and to keep dancing. But the peace is short-lived. The door to the private room is kicked open with a violent crash, and Chen Chong walks in, flanked by several of his thugs. The music cuts out, replaced by a heavy, suffocating silence. Zhang Qi and his friends freeze, their eyes wide with terror as they realize the nightmare isn't over. Chen Chong looks around the room, a cruel smile playing across his lips. He points a finger at Zhang Qi and his friend, confirming to his companions that these are the ones who disrespected him. He barks an order to his thugs to grab them. The thugs move in, their faces masks of petty malice. They force Zhang Qi and his friends to their knees, making them clasp their hands behind their heads in a humiliating display of submission. One of the thugs, a man with a sickly, pale complexion and bloodshot eyes, stands over them, his body trembling with a strange, unnatural energy. He mocks them, asking if they still won't back down. Suddenly, the sickly thug lets out a low, guttural groan, a sound that is more animal than human. He collapses to the floor, his limbs twitching violently as if he's having a seizure. His friends look down at him in confusion, one of them asking what's wrong and wondering if his cold is getting worse. But the man on the floor isn't just sick. His eyes roll back in his head, and a thick, foul-smelling foam begins to leak from his mouth. He lets out a terrifying, bone-chilling roar and lunges forward with a speed that defies logic. He grabs one of the other thugs and sinks his teeth into the man's shoulder, the sound of tearing flesh echoing through the room. The victim screams in agony, pleading for someone to help him as he tries to shake off his attacker. The room erupts into absolute chaos. People are screaming, scrambling over furniture to get away from the carnage. In the midst of the madness, the door to the room opens again, and Jiang Xiaoyong walks in. He takes in the scene with a clinical detachment, his eyes locking onto the mutated thug who is now pinning another man to the floor. Xiaoyong moves with the grace of a shadow, appearing behind the zombie in an instant. He reaches out and grips the creature by the back of the neck, his hand moving with the strength of a vice. With a single, fluid motion, he slams the zombie's head into the wall, the impact shattering the plaster and sending cracked spiderwebbing across the surface. The zombie is pinned firmly in place, its limbs flailing uselessly. The remaining human thugs are frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the level of power they are witnessing. One of them stammers, asking who the hell Xiaoyong is. Xiaoyong ignores him, his gaze turning toward Zhang Qi. He asks his old comrade if he was bitten during the struggle. Zhang Qi, still reeling from the shock, manages to stammer out that he wasn't, his eyes wide with awe and confusion. Xiaoyong nods, his expression hardening as he looks back at the pinned zombie. He remarks with a chilling logic that judging by the creature's behavior, it was likely already infected, and since the other man was bitten so close to his head, he will likely mutate very soon. He turns his attention to the human thugs who are still standing, his eyes glowing with a cold, merciless light. He asks Zhang Qi to tell him which of these people need to be taken out. The lead thug, Chen Chong, tries to regain his bravado, telling Xiaoyong that he's getting a bit too cocky. He lunges forward, swinging a heavy fist at Xiaoyong's face. But Xiaoyong doesn't even blink. He catches the punch mid-air, the sound of the impact a dull thud. He looks at Chen Chong with a gaze that is colder than the void, his grip on the man's fist tightening until the sound of grinding bone fills the air. Chen Chong screams in pain, his arrogance vanishing in an instant. Xiaoyong delivers a devastating counterstrike, a single punch that sends Chen Chong crashing into a stack of speakers, his body limp and broken. He looks around the room, asking if anyone else isn't convinced and wants to try his fists. The remaining thugs back away, their faces pale with terror. Xiaoyong turns back to Zhang Qi, his voice dropping to a low, urgent tone. He tells his friend to take his other companion and wait for him outside the private room. Zhang Qi, sensing the absolute authority in Xiaoyong's voice, can only nod and scramble toward the exit, helping his injured friend along. As they leave, the man who was bitten by the zombie begins to twitch on the floor, his eyes turning a milky, sightless white. He lets out a roar of his own and lunges at his former friends. Xiaoyong watches the scene for a moment, a grim smile touching his lips. He mutters to himself that it's a good thing zombies haven't figured out how to open doors yet. He steps out of the room and slams the door shut, the sound of the heavy latch clicking into place echoing through the hallway. He turns to a group of KTV staff who have gathered nearby, their faces masks of confusion and fear. He tells them with a sharp, commanding tone to lock this door completely and to not let anyone inside under any circumstances. He instructs them to call the police and the hospital immediately, telling them that there is a patient with a highly contagious rabid flu inside the room. The staff members look at each other, one of them stammering the words rabid flu, as if trying to process a foreign language. Xiaoyong barks at them to just do it, his intensity finally spurring them into action. One of the staff members pulls out a key and locks the door, his hands shaking so much he can barely fit the metal into the slot. From inside the room, the sounds of screaming and tearing flesh continue, followed by a series of heavy thuds against the door. Chen Chong's voice can be heard from the other side, muffled but filled with a primal, desperate terror as he begs for someone to open the door and save him. But the door remains shut. Xiaoyong leads Zhang Qi and the others away, his mind already turning to the next phase of his plan. He knows that this is just the beginning, a small-scale preview of the nightmare that is about to consume the entire world. As they walk through the lobby, they pass a security room where several guards are staring at a bank of monitors. The screens show live surveillance footage from the private room they just left. The guards are frozen in horror, their mouths hanging open as they watch the carnage unfolding on the screens. They see the zombies tearing into the remaining humans, the once vibrant room now a scene of absolute slaughter. One of the guards whispers that they need to report this, his voice trembling with a realization that the world he knew is already dead. The neon lights of the city flicker with an eerie, dying glow as a group of panicked students huddles at the top of the stairs, their faces pale with a terror they can barely comprehend. Below them, standing by the open door of a sleek vehicle, Jiang Xiaoyong gestures with a sharp, commanding urgency that cuts through the chaotic noise of the night. He bellows at them to move, his voice a whip crack of authority, warning them that this place is no longer safe and that the shadows behind them are closing in. The students scramble down the steps, their footsteps heavy and uncoordinated, driven by the raw instinct to survive as they flee the carnage they just witnessed inside the KTV. Jiang doesn't wait for them to settle, his eyes are already fixed on the road ahead, his mind calculating the narrow window of escape they have left. The car door slams shut with a heavy, final thud, and the engine roars to life, a predatory growl that promises a swift exit from this nightmare. Tires screech against the asphalt, leaving charred rubber behind as the vehicle lunges forward, a streak of dark metal cutting through the oppressive gloom of the city streets. The headlights pierce the darkness, illuminating the empty pavement for only a fraction of a second before the car swallows the distance, leaving the haunted building far in the rearview mirror. Inside the cramped cabin, the air is thick with the smell of cold sweat and the sound of ragged, uneven breathing. Zhang Qi, his silver hair disheveled and his eyes wide with shock, leans forward from the back seat, his hands trembling as he grips the headrest. He looks at the back of Zhang's head, his voice trembling as he offers a desperate word of thanks, his mind reeling from the fact that a complete stranger just pulled them out of the jaws of death. He asks the question that's burning in all their minds, his voice a fragile whisper. Who is this man, and why did he risk everything to save them? Jiang doesn't turn his head, his gaze remains locked on the road, his hands steady on the steering wheel as if he's done this 1,000 times before. He introduces himself with a cold, clinical detachment, stating his name is Jiang Xiaoyong and that he was simply hired to ensure their safety. He makes it clear that the identity of his employer is irrelevant, his tone suggesting that in the world they are entering, names and reasons matter far less than the simple fact of staying alive. Zhang Qi sinks back into his seat, his brow furrowed as he tries to process the absurdity of the situation. He brings up the rabid flu that Jiang mentioned earlier, his voice laced with a desperate kind of skepticism as he mentions how the internet had already debunked the rumors, calling it nothing more than a hoax. He looks out the window at the passing blur of the city, wondering aloud if the horrific violence they just saw in the private room was some kind of elaborate illusion or a nightmare they haven't woken up from yet. Beside him, another friend, his glasses sliding down his nose from the humidity in the car, leans in with a look of pure desperation. He asks if there's any medicine, any cure for this madness, his voice cracking as he searches Zhang's reflection in the mirror for even a shred of hope. Zhang's eyes meet theirs in the rearview mirror, his expression as cold and unyielding as stone. He tells them with a chilling finality that this disaster isn't going away and that it will only get worse from here on out. He declares that the world they knew is already dead and that they are now living in the end times, a reality where the rules of the past no longer apply. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierces the interior of the car, followed by a violent, metallic crash that sends a jolt of adrenaline through everyone's veins. Zhang's eyes narrow as he grips the wheel tighter, his instinct screaming of an immediate threat. A shadow lunges from the darkness, a distorted, human-like shape slamming onto the hood of the car with a sickening thud. The creature's face is pressed against the windshield, its eyes milky and sightless, its jaw unhinged in a silent, terrifying roar. The students in the back erupt into screams of pure, unadulterated horror, their hands flying to their faces as they witness the monster clawing at the glass. One of them shrieks that it's the flu, the rabid flu, the realization finally sinking in that the hoax is very real and very hungry. Jiang remains the eye of the storm, his face a mask of grim determination as he maneuvers the vehicle through the chaos. He explains with a tactical coldness that what they are seeing is just a localized outbreak and that most of the population is still in the incubation period, unaware that they are carrying their own destruction inside them. He warns them that it won't be long before the entire city spirals out of control on a massive scale, and if they have any hope of seeing tomorrow, they must follow his orders without question. Zhang Qi, looking at the man who seems to have predicted the apocalypse, can only nod in a daze, his voice a hollow echo as he calls Jiang Brother Yong, surrendering his will to the only person who seems to know how to survive. As the car speeds through the night, a translucent blue window flickers into existence in Zhang's field of vision, a digital notification that only he can see. The system chimes with a sharp, electronic ring, announcing that the mission to rescue his former partner has been completed and that 20 points have been credited to his account. Zhang's eyes scan the text, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face as he realizes his preparations are yielding results. He thinks to himself that it's time to see what new tools the system store has to offer, his mind already moving 3 steps ahead of the current crisis. The store interface expands, showing a list of supply boxes, one for post-apocalyptic cultivation, one for essential nutrients like sugar and oil, and another for armed deterrence. Jiang notes that the cultivation box is still available, and he realizes he needs to either buy it now or spend precious points to refresh the list later. He decides that every resource is vital and that since they will be back at the fortress soon, he will redeem every single one of them to bolster their defenses. He looks back at Zhang Qi through the mirror, his thoughts turning dark as he contemplates the fragile nature of trust in a world that's falling apart. He remembers the previous life, a timeline where Zhang Qi's entire dorm was slaughtered by the infected because one of their own, a man they called a brother, betrayed them for a chance at survival. Zhang's gaze shifts to the other friend in the car, his eyes burning with a silent, accusatory intensity as he wonders which one of them holds the seed of that future betrayal. He demands to know who it was, his voice a low growl that vibrates with the weight of a past they haven't even lived yet. The scene shifts away from the tension of the car to a high-rise apartment overlooking the city, where the morning sun is just beginning to touch the glass. Inside, a woman with long, dark hair stands by a window, her silhouette framed by the luxury of her surroundings. She is on the phone, her voice honeyed and manipulative as she speaks to someone she calls Honey, asking about the delivery of supplies she was promised. She mentions how chaotic it's becoming outside and how she's too terrified to even step foot in a supermarket, her words painting a picture of a helpless victim. On the other end of the line, a man's voice reassures her, promising to send everything over as soon as he's finished with his current business. Suddenly, a series of heavy, aggressive thuds echo through her apartment, the sound of someone pounding on her front door with a violence that makes her heart skip a beat. She gasps, her eyes wide with a sudden spike of anxiety as she tells the man on the phone that she has to go. She approaches the door with trembling steps, her breath hitching in her throat as she peers through the tiny glass of the peephole. Her tension breaks when she sees a familiar face on the other side, and she pulls the door open, snapping at her friend for knocking so hard and scaring her half to death. The friend, a woman with sharp features and a worried expression, brushes past her into the apartment, her voice frantic as she delivers the news. She tells her that old Lou from the first floor was taken away by the police and an ambulance earlier that morning, the reality of the rabid flu finally hitting home. The dark-haired woman pales, her hand going to her throat as she realizes the chaos downstairs wasn't just a random occurrence. Her friend leans in, her eyes gleaming with a predatory kind of greed as she suggests that the flu isn't just a scare, but an opportunity. She tells her to call him immediately and let him know that Jiang Xiaoyong has a massive stockpile of supplies hidden away in his abandoned factory. She whispers that they can make a fortune during this pandemic if they play their cards right, her voice filled with a cold ambition. She demands that they seal the deal as soon as possible, her eyes narrowing as she plots to get a bigger cut of the profits, completely unaware that the man they are planning to exploit is no longer the easy target he once was. As the first light of a dying sun breaks over the horizon, the true scale of the fortress comes into view. A sleek black vehicle screeches to a halt before the massive, reinforced gates of an industrial complex that looks more like a medieval castle than a factory. The tires kick up a cloud of dust and grit, the engines growl echoing off the cold concrete walls. This is the sanctuary Jiang has prepared, a bastion of steel and stone designed to withstand the coming storm. The students inside the car press their faces against the glass, their eyes wide with a mixture of terror and awe. They've spent the last few hours fleeing for their lives, and the sight of such a formidable structure feels like a miracle they don't quite believe in yet. Zhang Qi steps out of the car, his legs trembling as he takes in the sheer height of the walls and the barbed wire glinting under the moonlight. He mutters under his breath that the place is unbelievable, a literal fortress in the middle of a nightmare. He looks at Jiang, who is already walking toward the entrance with a calm, practiced gait. The weight of the moment is crushing, the silence of the surrounding wasteland amplified by the heavy thud of their own heartbeats. Jiang doesn't turn back to look at them. He knows they are following, driven by the raw instinct to stay close to the only man who seems to know what he's doing. He walks with the confidence of a king returning to his throne, his every movement radiating a silent authority that demands respect. As they approach the inner sanctum, the heavy metal doors groan open, revealing the silhouettes of those who have been waiting. An older man with a sharp, silver goatee and a woman in a rugged leather jacket step forward, their faces etched with a relief so profound it's almost painful to witness. They rush toward Jiang, their voices overlapping as they ask if he's okay and tell him how glad they are that he's finally back. The woman's hand rests on the hilt of a blade at her waist, a clear sign that the peace inside these walls is maintained by constant vigilance. Jiang offers them a small, knowing smile, a rare moment of humanity in his otherwise frozen exterior. He tells them not to worry and immediately shifts the focus to the newcomers huddled behind him. He introduces Zhang Qi and his classmates, declaring with a chilling finality that they will be their companions from now on. The students look at each other, the reality of their situation finally sinking in. They aren't just guests. They are now part of a survival unit where the rules are absolute and the stakes are life and death. Shengbo, the older man, nods solemnly, his eyes scanning the group of shell-shocked teenagers. Jiang instructs him to take a few of the guys and show them around, making it clear that they need to understand the regulations of the fortress immediately. There is no room for error here, and Jiang's tone suggests that any deviation from the rules will be met with swift consequences. One of the students, a young man with thick glasses, looks around the sterile, industrial hallway with a growing sense of unease. He whispers to his friend, asking why the place feels less like a refuge and more like a high-security detention center in northern Myanmar. His voice is laced with a desperate kind of suspicion, his mind already looking for the hidden catch in Zhang's offer of safety. Another student, Yiming, steps forward with a forced boldness, his eyes darting toward the weapons Shengbo is carrying. He asks if they can be issued weapons too, claiming they want to contribute to the defense of the facility. It's a transparent power play, a move born of the fear that being unarmed makes them nothing more than cattle. Zhang's gaze flickers toward him, a cold, blue intensity that seems to strip away Yiming's bravado. A more level-headed student quickly intervenes, grabbing Yiming's arm and whispering for him to shut up. He warns that they just got here and need to earn trust before asking for guns. The tension in the hallway is thick enough to choke on, a silent battle of wills playing out under the flickering fluorescent lights. Jiang remains the eye of the storm, his expression unreadable as he tells them they'll get their weapons in a few days. He then points toward the student being carried, noting that his injuries are severe and ordering him to be taken to the medical room for an immediate checkup. The authority in his voice leaves no room for argument, and the group quickly disperses, leaving the heavy silence of the fortress to settle over them once more. Later that evening, in a secluded corner of the facility, the students are trying to process their new reality. One of them is drying his hair with a towel, sighing about how comfortable the place is compared to the carnage they left behind. But the guy with glasses, the one they call Fourth, is still seething. He snaps at Yiming, asking why he stopped him from pushing for weapons earlier. His face is twisted with a bitter resentment, his fear having curdled into a dangerous kind of paranoia. He argues that given their current situation, they are being protected at best and are practically under house arrest at worst. He points a trembling finger toward the door, his voice rising as he questions Jiang's true motives. He asks what Jiang's background is and why a complete stranger would risk everything to save them. When Yiming reminds him that Jiang claims someone hired him, Fourth scoffed. He demands to know who hired him, pointing out that Jiang won't even give a name. He suggests that Jiang is lying and that they are walking into a trap. His eyes fixate on the medical room, his voice dropping to a dark, conspiratorial whisper. He points out how secure the room is, claiming it's more like a prison than a clinic. He throws out a horrifying theory, that Jiang is planning to harvest their injured friend's organs. The suggestion hangs in the air like a foul mist, poisoning the minds of the others. Fourth declares that they need to strike first before Jiang can make his move. When his friend hesitates, worried about betraying the man who saved them, Fourth's expression turns predatory. He sneers that he'd rather betray the world than let the world betray him. He outlines a plan to take over the fortress and seize control, pointing out that besides Jiang, there's only an old man and a young girl. He suggests they capture them while Jiang is away, his eyes gleaming with a cold, ambitious light. He even casts a disgusting look toward Shanshan, suggesting they could use her for their own amusement once they are in charge. The silence that follows is deafening, his friend staring at him with a mixture of shock and daze. Realizing he's pushed too far, Fourth quickly raises his hands and laughs it off, claiming he was just messing with them. But as he wipes the sweat from his brow, the mask of a joker fails to hide the darkness underneath. He thinks to himself that his friends are weak and that once he succeeds, they will be nothing more than his lackeys for life. He has no idea that every word, every thought of betrayal, is already being weighed by the man he intends to overthrow. Meanwhile, Jiang is sitting in a vast, dimly lit warehouse area, the shelves behind him stacked high with crates. Shengbo approaches him, reporting that the students have been settled and that Qin Chong is being monitored in the medical bay. He confirms that all doors and windows are secured as instructed. Jiang thanks him, his voice calm but his eyes scanning the shadows. He tells Shengbo and Shanshan to get some rest, warning that no one knows what tomorrow will bring. As Shengbo turns to leave, Jiang's expression hardens into something truly terrifying. He tells the old man to keep a very close eye on the two students with Zhang Qi. He states with a chilling certainty that he has a feeling there's a traitor among them. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the room, a silent promise that he is already 3 steps ahead of any plot they might hatch. Alone in the silence of the fortress, Jiang stands in the center of the massive room, the blue moonlight filtering through the high windows. Suddenly, a translucent blue window flickers into existence before him, the digital interface of the system glowing with an ethereal light. It's time to prepare for the next phase. He navigates the system store, his eyes scanning the available supply boxes. He taps on the Apocalypse Farmer box, and a notification chimes, 2 points deducted, current points 18. He doesn't stop there. He redeems the sugar, oil, and protein box for 5 points, and then the armed deterrent box for another 5. His point total drops to 8, but the air around him begins to vibrate with power. A blinding light erupts in the center of the warehouse as the rewards materialize. The system lists the haul: 50 corn seeds, 200 kilograms of starch sausage, 100 kilograms of braised pork, 50 boxes of pickled cabbage noodles, and 1,500 rounds of 9mm ammunition. A massive mountain of crates and boxes now fills the space, a literal treasure trove in a world where a single can of food will soon be worth a human life. Jiang looks at the supplies, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face. He knows that while money is currently losing its value, these resources are invaluable. He is building more than a fortress. He is building an empire, and he has the tools to ensure it never falls. The next morning, the peace of the fortress is shattered by the distant roar of high-performance engines. 3 black SUVs tear across the asphalt, their tires screaming as they drift around a corner toward the factory. Inside one of the vehicles, a man in a sharp suit watches the approaching building through the windshield, confirming over his phone that they've reached the correct address. He has a look of greedy anticipation, his eyes fixed on the prize he believes is waiting for him inside. The vehicles screech to a halt in front of the main gate, and a group of thugs armed with machetes and baseball bats piles out. Their leader, the same man who tried to intimidate Jiang on the highway, points toward the gate and bellows for his men to break it down. He's convinced that this is just a normal house with a few extra locks, completely unaware of the lethality waiting behind the steel. The thugs swarm the entrance, their weapons clattering against the reinforced metal with a futile, rhythmic thud. They kick and scream, their faces contorted with a mindless rage, but the gate doesn't even vibrate. One of the goons, panting and covered in sweat, turns to the boss and tells him the door is at least an inch thick and impossible to breach with what they have. The boss's face turns a deep shade of purple, a vein throbbing in his temple as he realizes he's been underestimated. He screams at them to bring out the big guns, his voice cracking with fury. They haul heavy wooden crates from the back of the SUV, but they aren't carrying firearms. Instead, they reveal rows of wine bottles stuffed with rags. The thugs light the fuses, the flickering flames reflecting in their sadistic eyes. They hurl the Molotov cocktails over the walls, and explosions of orange fire erupt across the compound. The courtyard is instantly transformed into an inferno, the heat radiating off the concrete as the thugs cheer at the destruction they've unleashed. Thick, oily black smoke billows into the clear blue sky, a signal of war that can be seen for miles. The thugs watch with grins, thinking they've already won, but inside the fortress, the response is immediate and disciplined. Shan Shan and the others sprint toward the flames, armed with buckets of water and fire extinguishers. Their faces are tight with a mixture of fear and determination, the reality of the apocalypse finally hitting home. Shan Shan realizes that Jiang was right, the disaster hasn't even fully struck, and people are already committing atrocities. She throws a bucket of water onto the base of a fire, her eyes fixed on the tower where she knows Jiang is moving into position. Jiang Xiaoyong appears on the balcony of the watchtower, his face a mask of cold, clinical fury. He grips a heavy automatic rifle, the metal gleaming under the morning sun. Beside him, Shengbo looks down at the attackers, his eyes widening as he recognizes the leader. He tells Jiang it's the same bastard who was messing with them on the highway. Below, the thugs spot the movement on the tower. The leader points up, his voice a jagged edge of hatred as he screams for the little bastard to come out or he'll burn the whole doghouse to the ground. He's arrogant, fueled by the belief that his numbers and his fire give him the upper hand. Jiang looks down at him with utter contempt, his blue eyes devoid of any mercy. He calmly tells them they have 5 minutes to bring their lackeys and get lost. The thugs erupt into mocking laughter, insulted by the threat from a man they think is trapped. They yell about the power of their boss and prepare to light another round of Molotovs, their movements sloppy and overconfident. A system notification flashes in Jiang's vision, new task, ordinary threat. The objective is to eliminate the threat quickly for a reward of 10 points. Jiang's grip on the rifle tightens. He notes that these guys are scum, committing arson before the social order has even fully collapsed. They don't care if people get burned alive, and in his mind, that makes them less than human. He decides that letting them live through the apocalypse would only lead to more innocent deaths and threaten the safety of his fortress. He takes a deep breath, centers his aim, and pulls the trigger. A single, deafening shot rings out, the muzzle flash a brief spark against the daylight. The leader of the thugs lets out a blood-curdling scream as his hand is nearly obliterated by the high-velocity round. He collapses to the pavement, clutching his mangled limb as blood pools around him. His men freeze, their laughter replaced by a sudden, paralyzing terror. Jiang Tsks, looking at his rifle with a look of mild annoyance. He mutters that he's been living a peaceful life for too long and that even his shooting skills have gotten rusty. The thugs realize they are completely outmatched. They scream about long guns and scramble back toward their SUVs, their bravado vanishing in an instant. They beg for cover, their voices high and frantic as they try to retreat from the rain of lead they know is coming. Jiang isn't about to let them leave. He wants to finish today's business today, his hatred for waiting driving his next move. He opens fire again, a continuous, rhythmic chatter that shreds the air. The thugs are cut down as they try to pile into their vehicles, the bullets punching through the thin metal of the SUVs like paper. The leader is hauled into the back of one of the cars as they desperately try to peel away, the tires screeching in a frantic bid for escape. Shengbo watches in awe as Jiang continues to fire, his movements fluid and professional. The bullets find their marks with terrifying precision, shattering the back window of the retreating SUV and sending sparks flying from the engine block. Jiang reloads with a practiced ease, the empty magazine clattering against the floor of the tower. Shengbo is stunned, realizing that Jiang's proficiency is better than most of the elite soldiers he served with. He looks at the young man, wondering what kind of background could produce such a lethal survivor. The SUV finally screeches to a halt a few hundred yards away, smoke pouring from under the hood and the body of the car riddled with holes. The thugs inside are trapped, their groans of pain echoing across the empty road. Jiang tells Shengbo to have Zhang Qi and the others come out to clean up the mess. He pauses, a dark, calculating thought crossing his mind. He considers letting the wounded thugs turn into zombies so the students can get some much-needed combat practice. He decides there's no rush and looks at the dying men on the road, stating simply that he has other plans for them. The scene shifts to another vehicle approaching the factory from a different direction. A man in a white suit is driving, his expression one of bored impatience as he asks if they are almost there. In the back seat, two women, Cui Jing and Wen Shuya, are lounging with an air of unearned superiority. Cui Jing is dressed in a provocative outfit, her makeup perfect despite the chaos of the world outside. Wen Shuya mocks her, pointing out how she always puts on an act whenever their leader, Li Shuxiong, is around. She asks if Cui Jing really thinks she can fool anyone with her little tricks. They pull up near the factory, and Li Shuxiong tells them to go inside while he waits in the car. Cui Jing complains about her heels, but when Shuya drags her along, reminding her that they need to get that loser, Jiang Xiaoyong, under control. They have no idea that the man they are planning to manipulate is the same one who just decimated an armed squad. Li Shuxiong watches them walk away, his eyes cold as he speaks into his phone, telling his people to be ready to move the moment he starts the engine. Inside his other vehicles, more armed men are waiting, their faces hidden in the shadows. They are prepared for a hostile takeover, believing that Jiang is an easy target who has simply stumbled upon a goldmine of supplies. The two women continue their walk toward the gate, Cui Jing boasting that she dressed up specifically to ensure they can easily control Jiang. She knows he's aware of her affair with Li Shuxiong, but she believes her charms are enough to overcome any resentment he might have. They stop dead in their tracks as they reach the road leading to the main entrance. The pavement is littered with bodies and the smoking wreckage of the previous attack. When Shuya gasps, her hand going to her mouth as she wonders if there was a shootout. They look at the blood and the twisted metal, realizing that these people have been dead for a while. They assume that two rival groups fought over Jiang's supplies and that Jiang himself is likely dead. Cui Jing doesn't show a shred of grief. She only wonders if the supplies are still there. Suddenly, a pair of bloodshot, milky eyes peers over the edge of the wrecked SUV. One of the thugs has already begun to turn, his body twitching with the unnatural hunger of the rabbit flu. The women reach the main gate and find it tightly shut, the silence of the facility feeling heavy and ominous. When Shuya wonders if the closed door means Jiang is actually okay, her voice trembling with a sudden spike of anxiety. Shanshan's voice suddenly booms from the tower above, demanding to know who they are and how they found this place. The women jump, their eyes darting upward to see the young girl looking down at them with a crossbow leveled at their chests. Cui Jing quickly puts on her best fake smile, her voice honeyed and manipulative as she shouts back that they are Zhang's friends. She even has the audacity to claim that she is Zhang's girlfriend, hoping to use the lie to gain entry. When Shuya whispers to her to be careful, pointing out the weapon in Shanshan's hand. But Cui Jing is arrogant, knowing that Li Shuxiong is nearby with pistols and can take Jiang down the moment the door is open. Jiang Xiaoyong steps out onto the balcony, his presence immediately commanding the space. He recognizes them instantly, the women who betrayed him in his previous life. He activates his Eye of Insight, his eyes glowing with a terrifying blue flame that seems to pierce through their very souls. Cui Jing tries to maintain her act, claiming they were worried about him and asking if he doesn't care about them anymore. Jiang just smirks, his voice a low growl as he asks if that beast Li Shuxiong is hiding nearby. He demands to know how many people he brought and what weapons they have. The women freeze, the color draining from their faces as they wonder how he could possibly know their plan. Jiang doesn't wait for an answer. He pulls a pistol and fires a shot that kicks up dust right between their feet. Cui Jing screams in terror, her fake persona shattering as she asks if he's crazy. When Shuya tries to speak calmly, warning Cui Jing not to provoke him because he has a gun. But Cui Jing is hysterical, daring him to shoot her dead, convinced he won't actually do it. Jiang smiles darkly, his voice filled with a chilling promise as he tells them that shooting them dead would be far too easy. A low, guttural growl echoes from the road behind them, followed by the sound of dragging footsteps. The women turn around and their eyes widen in pure, unadulterated horror. The thugs who were killed earlier have fully turned, their skin a sickly gray and their eyes glowing with a mindless hunger. They are the rabid flu patients, and they are closing in. Jiang watches with a cold, detached satisfaction as the realization hits the women. He tells them he's going to let them die at the hands of the monsters they helped bring to his door. The lead zombie lets out a terrifying roar, its jaw unhinged as it lunges toward them. The women scream and sprint toward the car, their heels clicking frantically against the asphalt as they beg Li Shuxiong to save them. Li Shuxiong sees the horde of undead and the look of pure lethality on Zhang's face. He doesn't hesitate for a single second. He screams into his radio for his men to turn around and floors the accelerator. The tires screech as he peels away, leaving the women screaming in the dust. They reach for the door handles of the retreating car, their faces masks of desperation as their honey abandons them to a gruesome, agonizing fate. The last thing they see is the cold, unwavering gaze of Jiang Xiaoyong watching from above as the darkness finally catches up to them. The betrayal is absolute, a jagged blade twisted in the backs of those who thought they were safe under his protection. Behind the retreating vehicle, a pack of shadows detaches itself from the gloom, moving with an unnatural, jerky speed that defies human biology. These aren't just people anymore, they are the physical manifestation of a world that has finally broken. Cui Jing's voice shatters the air, a high-pitched, jagged scream of pure desperation as she realizes the man she relied on has discarded her like trash. She bellows his name, her throat raw, but the only response is the fading roar of the engine and the approaching shuffle of death. The realization hits her like a physical blow. She is nothing more than a distraction to buy him a few more seconds of life. Her eyes are wide, the pupils dilated with a terror so profound it seems to swallow her entire face. She clutches her designer bag as if it could somehow shield her from the monsters closing in, her knuckles white and trembling. The shadows behind her grow taller, their eyes glowing with a mindless, predatory hunger that sees her only as meat. She screams that she doesn't want to die like this, her voice cracking under the weight of her impending doom. The irony is suffocating. She spent her life manipulating others for comfort, only to be discarded in the dirt when the bill finally came due. A hand reaches out, not to help, but to seize. The movement is blurred, a frantic gesture of a woman who has lost everything but the instinct to survive for one more heartbeat. The sky above is a mocking, brilliant blue, a stark contrast to the red horror unfolding on the gray pavement below. The wind whips her hair across her face, stinging her eyes as she tries to find an escape that doesn't exist. The ground feels like it's tilting, the world spinning out of control as the first of the monster's lunges. A dark, heavy strap flies through the air, a useless piece of leather that once symbolized status, now just another piece of debris in the kill zone. The monsters are a blur of gray skin and tattered clothes, their movements a sickening parody of the people they used to be. They don't feel pain, they don't feel pity, and they certainly don't care about her screams. Cui Jing's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated agony as she is forced to confront the reality of her choices. She is alone in a world that has no room for the weak or the treacherous. The first monster's hand is inches from her, its fingers gnarled and stained with the blood of its previous victims. The air is thick with the smell of decay and the metallic tang of fear, a scent that only drives the creatures into a deeper frenzy. She trips, her heels catching on the uneven road, sending her sprawling onto the cold, unforgiving concrete. The impact jars her bones, but the pain is nothing compared to the cold dread pooling in her stomach. She looks up, and for the first time, she sees her death clearly. The lead monster lets out a terrifying, guttural roar, its jaw unhinged and its teeth bared in a permanent snarl of hunger. It's not just one, a whole swarm of them descends upon her, a tide of gray flesh that threatens to drown her where she lies. She tries to crawl away, her fingernails scraping against the asphalt, but it's a futile effort. The monsters are faster, driven by a biological imperative that knows no fatigue. She gasps for air, but her lungs feel like they're filled with lead, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. The first bite is a shock of cold and heat, a sharp, tearing sensation that makes her vision explode into white light. She screams again, but this time the sound is wet, choked by the blood rising in her throat. The monsters swarm over her, a chaotic mass of limbs and teeth, their growls drowning out her final, desperate pleas. When Shia watches from a distance, her face pale and her body frozen in a state of shock. She sees her friend being torn apart, the brutality of the scene stripping away any lingering hope she had for a peaceful resolution. She realizes that the rules of the old world are gone, replaced by a singular, brutal law: survive at any cost. The blood stains the pavement, a dark, spreading pool that marks the end of Cui Jing's ambition and the beginning of a new, darker era. When Shia turns and runs, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she tries to put as much distance as possible between herself and the feeding frenzy. She doesn't look back, she can't look back, because she knows that if she does, the terror will paralyze her. The monsters continue their feast, their mindless hunger finally satisfied for a brief, bloody moment. High above, on the reinforced balcony of the fortress, Jiang Xiaoyong watches the scene with a detached, clinical intensity. He doesn't feel pity for the woman dying in the street, he only sees a threat that has been neutralized. A translucent blue window flickers into existence before his eyes, the digital interface of the system glowing with a cold, ethereal light. The notification is simple and final: task, ordinary threat eliminated. System points plus 10. Current points, 18. For Jiang, this isn't a tragedy, it's a transaction. Every death is just another step toward his own survival, another resource to be managed in a grand game of the apocalypse. Shen Shen stands beside him, her hand covering her mouth as she tries to process the horror she just witnessed. Her eyes are wide with a mixture of fear and awe, the reality of Jiang's world finally sinking in. She looks at him, searching for some sign of emotion, but his face is a mask of stone, his blue eyes fixed on the horizon. He is the architect of this sanctuary, a man who has already lived through this nightmare once and is determined to never be a victim again. Another chime echoes in the silence of the balcony, a new notification appearing on the screen. New task released. New task, street sweep. Task requirement: clear the infected and monsters wandering outside the base. 0%. Reward points, 10. Zhang's grip on the railing tightens, his mind already calculating the most efficient way to complete the objective. He knows that the peace inside these walls is fragile, maintained only by constant vigilance and the ruthless elimination of any external threats. Shan whispers, her voice trembling, asking if those people really just turned into zombies like that. She can't wrap her head around the speed of the transformation, the way a living, breathing human can become a monster in the blink of an eye. Jiang turns to her, his expression softening just a fraction, but his words are hard and uncompromising. He explains that it is officially the apocalypse now, and the air itself is thick with alien infection sources. He tells her that the dead exposed outdoors will quickly mutate, and even the living are at high risk if they are injured or have weak constitutions. His voice is steady, a calm anchor in the middle of the storm, but the information he delivers is terrifying. He is a man who knows the secrets of the end times, and he is sharing them with her not to scare her, but to prepare her. Shan looks down at her own hands, the realization that she is breathing in the very thing that turned those people into monsters making her skin crawl. She asks what they should do, her eyes searching his for guidance. Jiang looks out over the wasteland, his gaze piercing the smoke and the shadows. He tells her that they need to adapt, to become stronger than the infection that seeks to claim them. He declares that it's time to call everyone together for a meeting. The authority in his voice is absolute, a command that demands immediate obedience. He turns and walks back into the fortress, his every movement radiating a silent power that makes the heavy steel doors seem like mere toys in his hands. Inside the main hall, the students are gathered around a large wooden table, their faces etched with a mixture of exhaustion and anxiety. The room is dimly lit, the shadows stretching long across the floor as the sun begins to set. Jiang stands at the head of the table, his presence commanding the space. He looks at each of them, his eyes scanning for any sign of weakness or betrayal. He tells them that for the next 2 days, they must stay indoors and keep all windows and doors tightly shut. He explains that they need to let their bodies gradually adapt to the infection source, a process that will greatly reduce their risk of mutation. The students listen in silence, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. They are no longer just teenagers. They are survivors in a world that wants them dead. One of the students, his face pale and sweat beading on his forehead, asks about Chinchong. His voice is laced with a desperate kind of hope, a need to believe that their friend can still be saved. Zhang's expression hardens, his eyes flickering toward the closed door of the medical bay. He knows the truth, a truth that none of them are ready to hear. The scene shifts to the sterile, blue-tinged light of the medical room. Chinchong lies on a narrow bed, his body convulsing in a series of violent, rhythmic spasms. His skin is no longer the healthy tan of a young athlete, it is a sickly, bruised purple, the color of a deep, internal rot. Thick, black veins bulge beneath the surface of his flesh, snaking their way up his arms and across his chest like a network of parasitic vines. He is no longer human, he is a vessel for the virus, a cocoon for the monster that is about to emerge. His eyes are rolled back in his head, showing only the whites, and a low, guttural growl vibrates in his throat. The sound is primal, a noise that has no place in a civilized world. The purple discoloration spreads to his neck and face, his features twisting into a mask of mindless rage. He is the first of their group to fall, a grim reminder of the stakes they are playing for. Back in the city, the chaos has reached a fever pitch. A massive skyscraper stands against the sky, thick plumes of black smoke billowing from its upper floors like funeral pyres. The streets below are a war zone, a tangled mess of abandoned cars and fleeing people. A yellow taxi sits smashed against a concrete barrier, its windshield shattered and its driver nowhere to be seen. People are climbing over walls, their faces masks of desperation as they try to escape the invisible death that stalks the air. It is complete and utter chaos, the social order collapsing in a matter of hours. In a small, cramped apartment, a man named Yang Tao stands by a window, his face etched with a grim determination. He looks out at the burning city, his heart heavy with the knowledge of what he must do. He turns to his wife, Xiaoli, and their young son, Shuai, his voice low and urgent. He tells them that he needs to go to the warehouse tonight to bring back the remaining supplies. He knows that food and water will soon be more valuable than gold, and he is willing to risk everything to ensure his family's survival. He tells Xiaoli to stay home and wait for him, warning her to never open the door for anyone but him, no matter who knocks. The fear in her eyes is palpable, but she nods, clutching her son to her chest. Suddenly, a loud, rhythmic pounding echoes through the apartment, the sound of someone kicking the front door with a violent intensity. Yang Tao freezes, his hand tightening around the grip of a golf club he grabbed for protection. He signals for his family to hide, his breath coming in short, sharp bursts. He approaches the door, his heart hammering against his ribs. He asks who it is, his voice trembling despite his best efforts to remain calm. A voice from the other side calls out, asking if he's home. Yang Tao exhales a breath he didn't know he was holding, a look of profound relief crossing his face. He thinks it's his boss, a man he trusted, a man he thought was his friend. He opens the door, ready to welcome a fellow survivor, but the moment the latch clicks, the door is kicked inward with a force that sends him reeling. A group of men in sharp, dark suits storms into the apartment, their faces cold and devoid of any mercy. They aren't here to help, they are here to take. Yang Tao is tackled to the ground, the golf club clattering uselessly across the floor. He is pinned down by a man with a cruel, mocking smile, his face pressed against the cold tiles. He gasps, asking what the hell is going on, reminding them that he always treated them well. The leader of the group, a man with sharp features and eyes like flint, sneers down at him. He tells Yang Tao that in his eyes, he was never anything more than a lapdog. He demands the warehouse keys and the address, his voice a low, dangerous growl. Yang Tao remains silent, his jaw set in a defiant snarl. He knows that if he gives them the keys, his family will have nothing. The boss's smile widens, a predatory glint in his eyes. He looks over at Xiaoli and Shuai, who are huddled in the corner, their faces pale with terror. He tells Yang Tao that he's still acting tough, but he wonders how long that will last. He reaches out and grabs Xiaoli by the hair, dragging her toward the center of the room. She screams, her hands clawing at his arm, but he is too strong. Shuai cries out, his small voice filled with a heartbreaking desperation as he tries to pull his mother away. The boss kicks the boy aside, a casual, brutal movement that sends him sliding across the floor. Yang Tao bellows in rage, his body straining against the men holding him down, but it's no use. The boss leans in close to his ear, his breath hot and smelling of expensive tobacco. He tells Yang Tao that he has a choice, give up the warehouse, or watch his family suffer. He mentions Jiang Xiaoyong, his voice dripping with a mixture of envy and hatred. He says that if they could seize the supplies Jiang has stocked up at his factory, they would be set for life. Yang Tao spits out a warning, telling them to stop eyeing Jiang's stuff. He says that he saw Jiang when he was delivering goods, and the man is packing heat on his waist. He warns them that Jiang is not someone to be trifled with, that he somehow got wind of this disaster ahead of time and is prepared for anything. The boss just laughs, a cold, hollow sound that echoes through the apartment. He tells Yang Tao that's his problem to figure out. He offers a trade, Jiang's supplies for the safety of his wife and child. He calls it a fair deal, his eyes fixed on Yang Tao's face, waiting for the break. Yang Tao's defiance wavers, the weight of his family's lives crushing his resolve. He looks at his wife, her eyes pleading with him to do whatever it takes to save their son. He closes his eyes, a single tear tracing a path through the dust on his cheek. He knows he has no choice. The scene shifts back to the fortress, where the silence of the medical bay is shattered by a series of terrifying, inhuman roars. Chen Chong has fully turned, his body a twisted, muscular version of its former self. He strains against the restraints, the metal bed frame groaning under the pressure of his unnatural strength. The students stand in the doorway, their faces masks of pure horror. They see their friend, the person they laughed with and studied with, transformed into a mindless killing machine. Jiang Xiaoyong stands in front of them, his expression unreadable. He pulls a long, sharp knife from a sheath at his waist and holds it out to one of the students. He tells him to take it and finish him off. The student, a young man with thick glasses and trembling hands, looks at the knife as if it were a poisonous snake. He can't do it, he can't kill his friend. Jiang's voice is cold and demanding. He asks if he hasn't always wanted a weapon, if he hasn't always wanted the power to protect himself. He tells him that Chen Chong is already dead, and if they don't end him now, he will break free and put everyone else in danger. The student shakes his head, his eyes filling with tears. He cries out that Chen Chong is their brother, that they can't just give up on him without even trying. Jiang doesn't blink. He tells them that once the virus hits, there is no recovery. He is a man who has seen 1,000 Chen Chongs fall, and he knows that mercy in this world is just another word for suicide. Another student, Zhang Qi, steps forward, his face pale but his eyes filled with a grim resolve. He takes the knife from Zhang's hand, his fingers steady despite the chaos around him. He says he'll do it. Jiang looks at him, a flicker of something like respect crossing his face. He asks Zhang Qi if he's thought it through, warning him that once he strikes, he will be a murderer for real. He asks if he's considered the possibility that everything Jiang said was just a trick to manipulate him. Zhang Qi looks Jiang straight in the eye and says he trusts him. He turns toward the bed, the knife glinting in the sterile light. Chen Chong roars again, a sound that seems to vibrate in Zhang Qi's very bones. He raises the knife, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. He hesitates for a heartbeat, the memory of their friendship flashing through his mind. But then he sees the mindless hunger in Chen Chong's eyes, the way his jaw snaps at the air, and he knows that his friend is truly gone. He plunges the knife down, a single, decisive strike that ends the roar forever. A system notification flashes in Zhang's vision, rare mutated specimen detected. He tells the other students to leave the room, his voice leaving no room for argument. He says that Chen Chong's condition is special and he still has a use for him. The students retreat, their faces pale and their spirits broken. They have just witnessed the death of their innocence, the final end of the world they once knew. Jiang stands alone in the room with the body, his mind already turning to the next phase of his plan. He knows that the rare mutation in Qin Chang's blood could be the key to a new level of power, a way to ensure his fortress remains impregnable. The scene shifts back to Yang Tao, who is driving a sleek black car through the ruins of the city. He is alone, his face a mask of grief and rage. He has given the thugs the information they wanted, but he knows they won't keep their word. He is driving toward the factory, his mind a whirlwind of desperate plans. Suddenly, he loses control of the car, the tires skidding on a patch of oil and blood. The vehicle slams into a concrete pole with a sickening crunch, the airbag deploying in a cloud of white dust. He sits in the wreckage for a moment, his head spinning and his vision blurred. He crawls out of the car, his clothes torn and his body bruised. He looks around, realizing he is in a part of the city he doesn't recognize. The air is thick with smoke, and the sound of distant screams echoes through the empty streets. He curses his luck, his hand going to his head as he tries to steady himself. He knows he can't stay here. The sound of the crash will have attracted every monster in the area. He starts to walk, his movements slow and pained. Suddenly, a shadow moves in the corner of his eye. He turns, his heart leaping into his throat. A zombie is lunging toward him, its eyes milky and its mouth stained with fresh blood. He tries to dodge, but he is too slow. The monster's teeth sink into his arm, a sharp, searing pain that makes him scream in agony. He manages to kick the creature away and grabs a crowbar from the wreckage of his car. He swings with all his might, the heavy metal bar smashing into the zombie's skull with a wet, crunching sound. The creature falls to the ground, its limbs twitching for a moment before going still. Yang Tao stands over it, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He looks down at the bite on his arm, the dark, infected blood already beginning to seep into his veins. He knows what this means. He knows he is running out of time. He starts to run, his desperation driving him forward even as his body begins to fail. He has to reach the factory. He has to find Jiang Xiaoyong. He is the only one who might be able to save him, the only one who knows the secrets of the virus. The scene shifts back to the fortress, where Jiang and the students are gathered outside the main gates. They are all wearing protective gear, heavy leather jackets, reinforced pads, and thick gloves. Jiang is giving them a final briefing, his voice calm and authoritative. He tells them that zombies have no reason, which gives them an explosive power that is much stronger than regular people. He warns them that they are incredibly dangerous and that with their current lack of combat experience, it is too easy to get hurt. He tells them they must wear the protective gear until they gain more experience. The students nod, their faces grim and determined. They are no longer the scared teenagers who arrived a few days ago. They are a unit, a team of hunters ready to take back their world. A zombie appears at the edge of the clearing, its movements jerky and unpredictable. Jiang signals for the students to move in. They attack with a disciplined ferocity, using bats and axes to drive the creature back. They work together, one distracting the monster while the others strike from the sides. It is a brutal, messy business, but they are learning. They are becoming the predators. One of the students, his face splattered with gray blood, asks Jiang how they did. Jiang offers a small, rare smirk, but before he can answer, his eyes widen. He reaches out and grabs a zombie's head that was sneaking up behind the student, his grip like a vice. He twists, a sickening crack echoing through the air, and the creature falls limp. He tells them to never, ever stop observing their surroundings. He warns them that the moment they think they are safe is the moment they will die. Yang Tao watches from the shadows, his heart sinking as he sees the lethal efficiency of Jiang's team. He realizes that he is no longer a man, he is a rover, a monster in the making. He feels the hunger beginning to gnaw at his stomach, the mindless rage beginning to cloud his thoughts. Suddenly, a female zombie lunges from the bushes and grabs his leg, her fingers digging into his flesh. He is pulled down, his scream echoing across the clearing. The monster lunges for his throat, its eyes glowing with a mindless, predatory hunger. The last thing he sees is the cold, unwavering gaze of Jiang Xiaoyong watching from the gates, a man who has already moved on to the next task in a never-ending series of life and death decisions. A crazed mutant sinks its teeth into a man's neck, blood spraying across the ground. The victim lets out a final, terrified gasp for air. A deafening bang echoes through the dark as someone screams in pure agony. The sounds of the apocalypse are becoming the new normal for everyone. Jiang stands over a fallen body with a smoking rifle in his hands. He's just finished clearing the area near his truck in the sun. Zhang Xingzhe stumbles forward, covered in blood and gasping for breath. He looks like a wreck, barely holding on to the last of his strength. Jiang looks at the man with a cold, piercing gaze, recognizing him instantly. He says the man's name, Zhang Xingzhe, with a tone of suspicion. Jiang limps toward him, shouting that he can't believe he's still alive to see Brother Yong. He looks desperate for any kind of help. Jiang spots a deep, bloody wound on the man's forearm. He points it out immediately, telling Zhang that he has definitely been bitten by them. Zhang stares down the barrel of Zhang's rifle, trembling with fear. He begs Brother Yong not to shoot because he has something important to say. Jiang tells him to stay back while Zhang admits he knows he's infected. He realizes he only has half a day before he turns. Zhang screams in total agony and rage about his former lackey, Yang Tao. He reveals that the bastard actually kidnapped his innocent wife and child today. Zhang begs Brother Yong for mercy, admitting he isn't exactly a saint. He insists he's never done anything truly evil and his family deserves a chance. Zhang grabs Zhang's clothes with his bloody hands and pleads for help. He asks him to save his family for the sake of the massive supplies. Jiang looks at the dying man with a cold gaze. He realizes that despite Zhang's greed, the man did actually provide a lot of useful help. Jiang looks at his group and thinks about the base's capacity. He notes that the current gender balance is off and they could use more women. Suddenly, a sharp system chime rings in Zhang's head. He looks at the notification and thinks that a new task makes this deal much more profitable. The system confirms the new task to rescue Zhang's wife and child for 25 points. It also tracks the ongoing street cleaning progress outside the fortress. Jiang finally gives Zhang a straight answer and accepts the deal. He tells him not to worry because he will personally take care of the family. Zhang slams his forehead against the pavement in a heavy bow of gratitude. He swears that he'll be Zhang's loyal servant in his next life. Zhang stays kneeling on the ground while Jiang stands over him with a wooden bat. He asks him what he needs to do for the rescue. Zhang clutches his blood-soaked shirt and pleads for Jiang to kill him. He is terrified of turning into a mutant and endangering his wife and son. Jiang turns his head and calls out to Shanshan. He tells her to go to the storeroom and bring out a bicycle for Zhang to use. Zhang sits on the ground looking up at the sky while Jiang stands over him with a wooden bat. He asks Jiang why he's helping. Zhang looks back at the ground with a small, sad smile on his face. He thanks Brother Yong and says he finally understands what needs happening. The scene pulls back as Zhang starts pedaling away on the bike across the empty lot. He moves quickly toward the buildings in the distance. Zhang hunches over the handlebars and pushes himself to ride faster. The blood from his wounds is still visible on his torn, white office shirt. A tear rolls down Zhang's cheek as he grits his teeth in pain. He looks focused on his final mission to reach his family in time. Jiang stands with his rifle slung over his shoulder, looking at the pile of dead zombies. Shanshan and the other students stand behind him silently. A close-up shows the pale, lifeless face of a zombie on the pavement. Fuel is splashed over the body to prepare for a cleanup by fire. A massive pillar of fire and black smoke erupts into the clear blue sky. Jiang sighs and admits he is completely exhausted after such a long day. Jiang looks at his system screen showing 28 points. He says that a few students can kill a lone zombie now if they use melee weapons. Xingbo and the students look concerned. Jiang warns them that they definitely aren't ready to face a group of zombies or a large horde. Jiang turns his back and walks away with a rifle over his shoulder. He tells everyone to follow him as they head back toward the base. Two vertical blue panels appear against a clear sky during the transition. The group follows Jiang across the paved courtyard of the reinforced factory grounds. Jiang looks at his team walking through the open area below. He calls out Xingbo's name to get his attention before leaving for town. Jiang holds out a silver key in his palm. He tells Xingbo the storeroom has weapons and that he is heading into the city tonight. Xingbo takes the key and looks at Jiang with a serious face. He understands he is responsible for the safety of the entire fortress. Zhang Qi hits his palm with his fist, looking determined. Jiang tells him he'd only be a burden and tells Xingbo he is counting on him. Jiang walks toward his car while the group stands behind him. The sun shines over the base as the team prepares to defend the facility. Jiang sits in the driver's seat of his car, ready to move out. He has an assault rifle, a shotgun, and a sword on the seat. Jiang looks at the translucent blue screen of the system store. He sees 3 empty slots and complains that the store updates are way too slow. He reaches out and taps the manual refresh button for 2 points. He says the current mission is tough, so he needs to refresh for safety. The screen updates with a life-saving supply box and an armed deterrent box for 5 points each. The refresh cost suddenly jumps to 4 points. Jiang looks away with a slight smirk on his face. He notices the cost of refreshing doubled and realizes he has to be careful with points. Jiang stares ahead with glowing blue eyes as he pulls his hoodie strings. He spends 20 points to redeem a level 1 black tech box. A massive explosion of white light fills the inside of the car. The reward from the system manifests right in front of his face. Jiang covers his eyes with his arm to block the blinding glare. He grumbles that the light felt like he just flashbanged himself in the seat. He looks down and sees a large medical syringe filled with glowing blue liquid. He is shocked to find a +5 strength enhancement serum. Jiang immediately plunges the needle into his arm to inject the serum. He starts coughing hard as the powerful chemicals begin to change his DNA. A digital blueprint of a human body appears on a blue screen. His attributes hit 13, making him over 200% stronger than normal humans. The scene shifts away from the warehouse to a wide view of the clear blue sky. Bright white clouds drift over the city as morning begins. Tall apartment complexes tower over the city streets. Inside a quiet room, a decorative plush toy and small colorful ornaments sit on a sunlit shelf. Xiaoli huddles on a rug with her son, Shui, surrounded by toy building blocks. She looks terrified as a man's voice screams about taking everything. Two muscular thugs in business suits suddenly burst through the apartment door. The lead man in the white shirt looks down at the family aggressively. Xiaoli's face twists in total shock as she stares up at the intruders. She screams at the top of her lungs, asking what they're doing. The large man lunges forward and grabs Xiaoli by her waist and leg. She kicks and struggles against his grip, shouting for him to stop. With a brutal tug, the thug rips the front of Xiaoli's brown shirt wide open. The fabric shreds apart as she tries to pull away. A credits page appears featuring the series title and cover art of Jiang Xiaoyong. It lists the translation team and asks readers to support them. Suddenly, a glass window shatters into a million pieces. A man in a suit is thrown backward through the shards as they rain down everywhere. A man with a scar on his forehead and his hair tied back looks over his shoulder. He looks annoyed and asks why everyone is being noisy. The ponytail man tells Li Shuxiong to join them, complaining that he's already distracted. He says the task isn't even finished yet. Li Shuxiong looks back with a dismissive expression. He tells his partner that there isn't a problem since it's not their first time doing this. The ponytail man snaps back that if their target has nothing to lose, he'll fight to the death. He wants to deal with her man first. The group of thugs walks across the floor. Li grumbles about the other guy being a buzzkill and tells him he'll listen for once. In a dark room, a woman sits in silence looking down. A creaking sound effect appears as the door starts to open from the shadows. Outside, the night sky is clear with a white crescent moon. Two dark window frames look out over the quiet, star-filled horizon of the city. A zombie with a rotting face stares blankly into the street. Behind it, car headlights shine as someone stands on the road waving for help. Jiang Xiaoyong grips the steering wheel, looking focused. He notes his stamina is at 13 points, significantly improving his physical reactions and his car control. From high above, Jiang's car speeds down the highway. He weaves between the other vehicles as the bright white lines of the road blur past. The city skyline sits under the moon. A few cars drive toward the distant buildings, completely unaware of the monsters lurking in the dark streets. Jiang pulls his black SUV over to the shoulder of the dark road. He opens the driver's side door and steps out into the night. Jiang stands by the open car door and tells his passengers that driving will attract too much attention. He says they must go on foot. Jiang stops and listens as a loud roar echoes from the nearby trees. His glowing blue eyes sharpen as he senses a monster is close. Suddenly a dark figure lunges at him from the shadows. Jiang moves his arms up quickly to block the strike and keep the creature back. Jiang dodges the first attack and clenches his fist tightly. He throws a fast punch toward the monster's head while moving with high-speed force. His fist connects squarely with the attacker's face. The force of the blow sends the creature flying backward as it lets out a shocked gasp. Jiang doesn't stop and follows up with another heavy strike. He slams his hand down onto the monster to finish it off in the street. He raises his hand and looks at his glowing ring as digital pixels swirl around his arm. He stares out at the moonlit night sky. Jiang takes off running down the center of the empty city street. He moves like a blur past the tall buildings and abandoned cars ahead. A massive purple sound effect fills the screen as Jiang continues his sprint. He is moving toward his next objective at a very high speed. Jiang stands over a dead zombie on the dark road with his knife drawn. He notes that his strength and reflexes are now completely overpowering these monsters. Looking down at the corpse, Jiang grips his blade tightly while standing in the moonlight. He realizes he has more than twice the physical power of an average person. Jiang looks around and sees the path is blocked by debris. His system scanning tells him that his objective is still about 800 meters away from here. A blue system notification pops up against a background of yellow caution tape. It says he has triggered an encounter mission, which is a random event. Inside a dark convenience store, several survivors watch the glass entrance nervously. Outside, the silhouettes of several zombies are pressed up against the front windows. A young man crouched near the crates looks up at his father in fear. He asks if they are really going to die in this store. The father tells his son not to worry because those bastards cannot get inside. He claims that worst case, they will just be reunited with his mom. A man in a blue uniform turns and yells at Old Song for speaking without thinking. He says that kind of talk is really messing things up. The uniformed man looks toward the door with sweat on his face while feeling tense. He wonders if they really are going to die here today. Suddenly, the front glass shatters with a loud crash as the zombies force their way inside. The survivors stare in horror as their only protection breaks. A heavy object slams into a body with a massive thud. The impact sends dark debris flying everywhere as something crashes through the shattered store entrance. One man screams in terror while flying backward into the store shelving. His companion watches with wide eyes as the chaos breaks into their area. Silence briefly returns to the dark interior of the supermarket. Glass shards remain scattered across the floor near the entrance where the barrier just failed. The security officer looks panicked and tells the woman to stay quiet. He whispers for her to not make any noise while they hide. They huddle behind the tall shelves of the supermarket aisles. The blue lighting of the store makes everything look cold while they wait in fear. A man lies dead face down on the cold pavement. Below him, the students grip their metal pipes and bats while staring at the gruesome scene. One student looks at the body and asks who could have done this. He screams that it must have been a mutant that killed him. The other student grips his rebar and asks what exactly a mutant is. He looks confused and scared as they stand in the dark aisle. The guard raises his pistol and points it toward the darkness. He says that people who are always afraid end up at the bottom. He tells everyone to keep a close watch on their surroundings. He warns them that they don't want the mutant to ambush them from behind. Jiang leads the group down the street from a high angle. He shouts for everyone to watch their own direction before someone suddenly yells for them to stop. Two large speech bubbles appear over the empty street. One person asks what is going on, while another screams out, asking what that thing is. Jiang stands in his gray hoodie looking alert while the group pauses. Behind him, two men in police uniforms emerge with their pistols drawn and aimed. One of the officers looks closely at Jiang's face. He tells his partner that the kid looks more like a survivor than a monster to him. Jiang smirks and laughs at the mention of mutants. He tells the officer he has a big imagination and says mutants aren't exactly common yet. The police officer lowers his guard slightly and looks at Jiang. He tells the young man that it is far too dangerous to be out here alone. Jiang turns his head back toward the officers. He asks who they are and if it is just a few of them left in this area. The men stand together on the street. One officer asks about Rongxiang Garden and the mansion nearby, and Jiang says it is right across the street. The lead officer holds his gun up and looks confident. He says they can protect everyone, and Jiang laughs while thanking them for the help. The scene ends with a credits page featuring art of Jiang sitting down. It lists the names of the translation team to support the original creators. The officer looks over at Jiang and asks about Jinyu Mansion. He wants to know if Jiang is there to meet someone important tonight. The officer continues walking while looking back at Jiang. He asks if the person Jiang is looking for is a relative or perhaps a girlfriend. The officer stops and places a heavy hand on Jiang's shoulder. He tells Jiang that he needs to mentally prepare himself for what is coming. The officer clenches his teeth and calls some people beasts. Jiang looks up at him with a skeptical face and repeats the same phrase back. The officer explains that a gang of thugs is hiding in the Bu Mountain Villa area. They kill other survivors to take all their supplies. The officer waves his hand and tells Jiang to forget about it. He says they must stay vigilant whenever they run into any other survivors. Suddenly, a pale zombie lunges out of the shadows at the officer. He looks completely shocked as the monster screams and tries to bite him. The officer pulls his pistol and fires several loud shots. The muzzle flashes light up the dark street as he tries to kill the monster. After the shooting stops, the officer stands over the body. He is breathing hard and holds his gun tightly while looking down at the ground. The loud gunshots end up attracting a whole group of monsters. Multiple zombies turn their heads and start walking toward the sound of the fight. The police officer scans the dark street while gripping his pistol tight. He is looking around quickly as the sound of approaching monsters gets louder. He finally spots a vehicle and shouts that he found it. He yells for the group to hurry up and get into that blue bus. Jiang watches the survivors and thinks that running recklessly attracts more zombies. He knows a bus is good for defense but has no escape route. Jiang sprints toward the blue bus as a zombie lunges from the shadows. The officer shouts for the kid to hurry up and keep up. The group scrambles to get inside the vehicle as fast as possible. The officer grunts and slams his hand down to secure the bus entrance. Inside the bus, one of the survivors looks out the window in a panic. He screams that the monsters haven't given up and are still gathering. The officer clenches his teeth while a rotting zombie slams against the glass right behind him. The creature is desperate to get inside the bus. Dozens of pale hands press against the blue metal and glass from the outside. The entire bus is being surrounded by a massive growing horde. The officer puts his full weight against the door to keep it shut. He screams that he can't hold on to the door for much longer. A look of pure shock crosses the officer's face as he notices something through the glass. He gasps in confusion while trying to stay upright. Jiang lunges forward with a blurry burst of speed to reinforce the door. The police officer looks on in total disbelief at the kid's sudden power. The officer wonders how Jiang has such incredible strength. Jiang tells him he'll block the door and orders the others to smash windows and fight back. The officer quickly agrees and runs toward the middle of the bus. Jiang stays behind, keeping his palm pressed firmly against the glass to hold everything. Outside, the blue bus is surrounded by a group of hungry zombies. They claw at the metal and glass, trying to find a way inside. A survivor inside the vehicle screams in pure terror as the pressure mounts. He looks completely overwhelmed as the sounds of the monsters fill the air. The officer uses a long pole to strike at the zombies through the broken gaps. He grunts with effort while trying to keep the monsters away. The survivors huddle together while trying to keep the perimeter secure. The officer grips his pistol tightly, looking for any opening to take a shot. Jiang calls out to the officer to use a new weapon. The officer looks down in confusion while wondering what the young man is talking about. Jiang reveals a high-tech tactical crossbow from out of nowhere. The officer is stunned and asks where he could have possibly gotten a weapon like that. Jiang tosses the heavy crossbow over to the officer. The man catches it with a surprised grunt, feeling the weight of the powerful weapon in his hands. Thugs and survivors scramble around a large blue bus in the street. One man shouts at a zombie to get lost while bodies litter the pavement. Two dark blue vertical shapes stand out against a stark white background. This visual transition marks a shift in the story's focus or the location. Yi Ming grips a metal pipe and shouts with a look of pure madness. He claims they are children of fate who have survived twice now. Jiang stands calmly in front of the bus while his eyes glow with power. He adjusts his hoodie and prepares for whatever threat is coming next. The crescent moon shines over the dark landscape. Back at the base, a student thinks to themselves that they hope everything goes smoothly for Jiang. Inside the hallway, Yi Ming speaks up to the rest of the group. He suddenly volunteers to handle the guard duty for the entire night. Shengbo adjusts his glasses and looks at the young man with suspicion. He asks why Yi Ming is suddenly acting so enthusiastic about working. Yi Ming yells back at Shengbo to mind his own business. He claims he's always been this hardworking and tells him to stop talking nonsense. The group leader decides to trust him since he's acting so brave. He tells the other students to head back to their rooms now. The leader gives a final warning for Yi Ming to be careful and wake them if anything happens. Yi Ming tells him not to worry. Yi Ming sits on a wooden stool on the balcony, staring out into the dark night. He looks serious while keeping watch over the grounds. He thinks to himself that there is no time to waste. He needs to get everything sorted out before Jiang Xiaoyong finally returns to base. Inside a quiet room, an elderly man with a white beard lies fast asleep in his bed. He remains completely unaware of any nearby danger. The room stays silent as the old man rests under the covers. The cool blue moonlight filters in while he continues to sleep very peacefully. A brief transition shows a credit page with Jiang Xiaoyong battling a massive horde of red-eyed zombies. The hero remains focused on his difficult survival. The scene fades through a dark gradient as the perspective shifts back to the interior of the base. The tension begins to rise in silence. A close-up shows the old man's face while he is still dreaming. He looks calm despite the suspicious movements happening right beside his bedside. Suddenly, the old man's eyes snap wide open in total shock. A loud sound effect highlights his realization that someone is standing in the room. Yi Ming looms over the bed, looking sweaty and panicked. He shouts, "Damn it," as he realizes the old man has actually woken up early. The old man lets out a pained cry of "Arg" as the situation turns violent. He struggles while being confronted by the younger student today. Lu Yiming sprints down the hallway as fast as he can. He's making a break for it and doesn't plan on looking back right now. The girl and the other students watch him bolt. She screams out that Lu Yiming stole the supplies while they all stand there completely stunned. The old man yells for the group to hurry up and stop him. He demands to know what the hell Lu Yiming is actually doing. Lu Yiming leaps down the stairs and through the storage area. He is moving with insane speed to get away from the rest of the group. He kicks over a heavy ladder and a bucket to block the path. The loud crash echoes as he tries to slow down his pursuers. Shengbo looks over the railing and curses the sneaky brat. He realizes the kid just played them and escaped into the lower levels alone. Lu Yiming enters a quiet room and stops dead in his tracks. He sees something that catches him completely off guard and lets out a gasp. He stares down at a figure lying in a bed under the dim light. The room is silent as he tries to figure out who it is. Lu Yiming reaches out toward the bed as a pale hand suddenly twitches. He realizes too late that the person in front of him isn't human. The zombie on the bed lets out a massive roar and lunges. Lu Yiming falls back and screams, "What the fuck?" as he struggles to move. A survivor stares in horror as the infected man breaks his restraints on the bed. He shouts, asking why the bindings are loose and if the knot was tied poorly. Lu Yiming watches the scene from the side with a wicked smirk on his face. He touches his chin while clearly enjoying the chaos he just caused. Shengbo and the other students sprint down the long hallway toward the medical room. He looks completely stunned that things have gone south this quickly. The infected Chen Chong stands up and stumbles forward in the dark. Someone screams that Lu Yiming is a bastard for letting the monster out. The group panics, wondering if Lu is trying to get them all killed. They admit they completely misjudged the kid and can't believe his betrayal. Shan Shan tells the group they have to work together to lock Chen Chong back up. Shengbo orders everyone to use the combat methods Jiang taught. The four students charge across the room at the pale monster. One of them shouts at the top of his lungs for them to not let him bite. Shengbo sees an opening and prepares to strike the target. He shouts that now is their chance while lunging toward the infected man's back. Shengbo wraps his thick arms around Chen Chong's neck in a powerful chokehold. He grunts for the monster to take this while holding on tight. The rest of the students jump in to help restrain the thrashing zombie. Chen Chong growls in anger as the team works together to pin him. The elderly man shouts instructions to the group while pointing toward the hallway. He yells at them to be careful while tying the target up and moving him back to the medical room. Heavy hands slam down on the back of the infected man to pin him to the floor. The impact creates a loud thud as the group finally manages to restrain the struggling student. The old man stands in the hallway, staring down at the floor with a worried expression. He remains silent while sweat beads roll down his face after the intense physical struggle. Xingbo looks over his shoulder at the group while feeling a sense of confusion. He wonders if it's just him, or if it actually felt surprisingly easy to subdue the monster. The old man turns his head toward the storage area with a suspicious look. He thinks to himself that the brat has probably already grabbed the weapons from the armory by now. A young man stands in the doorway looking shocked as he realizes the storage is empty. He curses Jiang Xiaoyong, realizing he has no idea where the bastard hid the rest of the weapons. The traitor grips a submachine gun tightly as he prepares to turn on the group. He notes there was only one gun left, but it's enough to deal with everyone. From a high angle, the gunman aims his weapon down at the elderly man and Xingbo. He barks an order for everyone to get moving and head straight into the back room. Xingbo glares back at the gunman with pure rage on his face. He shouts that a big favor can easily turn into a grudge when people start acting high and mighty. The barrel of the gun stays pointed at the group while the traitor sneers. He thinks that some people are just natural ingrates who are impossible to teach a lesson. A man screams through the darkness, demanding total silence and compliance. Through a small window, a figure holds a gun steady while giving out orders to the survivors. The officer pushes forward into the dim light of the building. He barks at the others to move faster and hurry up without any more delay. High above the city, the crescent moon hangs in a cloudy night sky. Tall, dark apartment complexes loom over the silent and zombie-infested streets down below. The officers stand with Jiang near the empty intersection. One points toward the distance, telling him that Jinyu Mansion is just one more block away from here. The officer leans in to give Jiang specific instructions for later. He says to meet at Building 8 in Rongxiang Garden via the side gate specifically. Jiang gives the men a confident thumbs up as he prepares to leave. He looks completely unfazed by the dangerous mission he is about to start tonight. Jiang walks toward the mansion while the officers stay behind. They admit he saved them but worry that heading into a horde will get him killed. The officer closes his eyes with a heavy sigh of regret. He says they warned him about everything, but it's still a shame for him. The city remains dark under the moon as the power stays out. There is still no phone signal, leaving everyone completely cut off from the world. Inside an apartment, a man in a suit looks frustrated and annoyed. He grumbles that he has no idea if Zhang Xingzhe finished his task yet. The thug in the white shirt screams that he is done holding back. He shouts that he needs to let off steam tonight to sleep. The man leaning against the wall agrees, saying Zhang is likely dead. He thinks their former boss isn't coming back to stop them now. Xiaoli trembles in the corner while the men talk about enjoying themselves. They claim they should live with no regrets before their time comes. The ponytail thug looks toward the window and asks if the others are coming. He bluntly says they should just let the woman die. He leans down and gives the woman a final, terrifying warning. He tells her that if she doesn't speak up, she will go last. A dark shadow moves across the room as the atmosphere turns cold. The thugs are too distracted by their own greed to notice the change. Outside in the dim hallway, a silent figure stands right by the doorway. The light from the stairwell highlights the entrance to the apartment. The ponytail man suddenly freezes and looks back with a shocked expression. He hears a sharp sound and realizes they are no longer alone. A bright flash of purple light slices through the air with incredible speed. The man grunts as the sudden attack catches him completely off guard. A dark silhouette stands in the doorway with glowing energy around its hands. The thugs stare in terror as a new threat finally arrives. Several small plush toys sit on a sunlit shelf in the quiet apartment. Below the shelf, a man in a white business shirt stands nearby. The lead thug smirks and tells the mother to stop pretending. He looks completely confident while his partners stand ready right behind his back. Xiaoli struggles against her captors and screams for them to let him go. She looks terrified as she tries to protect her young son. A heavy hand strikes the boy across the face with a loud crack. The thug looks down at the child with a completely heartless expression. The thug tells Xiaoli that she is the real target here. Shuai grips a small knife and swears to fight them with everything he has. The scene cuts to black as a pained grunt echoes through the apartment. Someone has been hit hard during the sudden chaos in the room. Shuai gasps and looks toward the doorway as a massive crashing sound rings out. He is terrified of what might be coming through the door. A man in a black suit is thrown violently across the floor after the door bursts open. Shuai stares at the body in total confusion. A dark silhouette with glowing blue eyes stands in the doorway and calls the boy a kid. Shuai shouts back, asking who the hell he is. Jiang looks at the boy and asks if Zhang Xingzhe is his father. He stands there calmly after taking out the first thug at the door. Shuai sits on the floor trembling as he stares up at the newcomer's boots. He can barely find his words and just mutters a few stammers. Xiaoli crouches on the carpet while clutching her torn clothes to her chest. She looks completely devastated and terrified by what just happened to her. A thug in a suit looms over Xiaoli and grabs her arm aggressively. He yells at her to speak up or they'll start having their fun. The large man looks down at the crying woman with a disgusting, wide grin on his face. He is clearly enjoying the total fear he's causing. The group of thugs stands around the room looking surprised by the sudden intrusion. One notes the kid has a lot of strength for kicking the door. One of the men looks over at his partner with an annoyed expression. He asks why he isn't throwing the little punk out of the room yet. Jiang charges into the center of the room as the thugs react with total shock. A heavy thud echoes through the apartment as the fight starts. One of the criminals breaks into a cold sweat while looking around the room. He shouts out in confusion, asking what is actually happening right now. Jiang moves like a blur with his eyes glowing bright blue. He lands a massive punch that sends one of the suited thugs flying through the air. The thug's head snaps back as the force of the blow connects squarely with his face. He lets out a pained scream while falling backward. The man in the white shirt looks up in pure terror as Jiang looms over him. He stammers out, asking who exactly this person is. A heavy fist slams directly into the man's jaw with a sickening crack. The impact sends him reeling backward as he loses his footing completely. Down the hall, a voice screams a final warning for everyone to move out of the way. They threaten to shoot anyone who stays there. Shengbo tells the students to just follow orders and get to the designated room. Shanshan protests, worried about what might happen to Brother Yong. Lu Yiming smirks and says he needs to show some ruthless decisiveness today. He believes this is the only way to finally establish his dominance. Lu Yiming levels a high-powered rifle and clicks the safety off with a dark grin. He looks ready to start firing on anyone in sight. The young woman cries out for Lu Yiming to stop what he is doing immediately. She looks desperate to prevent him from making a mistake. A strange mechanical clicking sound echoes through the hallway near the infirmary. Everyone stops and looks around, wondering where that noise is coming from now. A massive, hulking figure stands before the door as another metallic click rings out. The group watches from behind, frozen by the sudden, tense development. A key turns in the lock, shocking everyone who thought Chen Chong was just a mindless berserker. They can't believe he would actually use it. Lu Yiming stares ahead in total shock. Chen Chong's red eyes glow with hunger. Thick drool drips from the monster's mouth. Lu screams that zombies shouldn't use keys. He aims his rifle at the creature. The trigger clicks but nothing fires out. Lu panics as the gun suddenly jams. He stares down at his useless weapon. The infected student lunges forward with speed. Chen Chong roars directly in Lu's face. Lu screams how this is possible. He yells for help in pain. A shadow moves through the hallway. Chen Chong stops and turns back. He stands there soaked in blood. The zombie walks across the floor. He drags Lu Yiming's body away. Survivors ask what is happening now. The elder says he was calm. Chen Chong exhales a cold mist. Chen Chong exhales a cold mist. Shengbo stares at the blood. The students watch in total horror. A hand pulls the key out. Lu Yiming raises his arm high. He throws the key toward them. The key flies through the air. It clatters onto the hard floor. The infirmary doors slam shut loudly. Shengbo and Shanshan look confused. The survivors stare forward in silence. Inside the apartment, the floor is littered with the unconscious bodies of the thugs who dared to threaten Zhang Xingzhe's family. Xiaoli huddles on the carpet, clutching her son Shuai as they stare at the mysterious man who just decimated a room full of armed criminals. Jiang stands tall, his presence filling the cramped space. Shuai looks up in a daze, his face pale from the violence he just witnessed. Xiaoli pulls him closer, her voice trembling as she demands to know what Jiang is planning to do with her child. She sees a predator in the room, unaware that this man is their only hope for seeing another dawn. Jiang Xiaoyong ignores the woman's fear and focuses his piercing blue eyes directly on the boy. He gives a simple, blunt command for the kid to step forward. There is no warmth in his voice, only the harsh reality of a mentor preparing a student for a hellish future ahead. Shuai stumbles toward his mother, trying to reassure her that he isn't hurt despite the chaos. Jiang watches them with a clinical detachment, measuring the boy's spirit against the brutality of the new world. He knows that in this apocalypse, a person's value is determined solely by their ability to kill. Jiang reaches into his gear and produces a sharp tactical knife, extending the handle toward the boy. He tells Shuai to take the weapon without hesitation. He isn't offering a gift. He is handing over the burden of survival in a world where the law of the jungle is now absolute. The boy's hand shakes as his fingers close around the cold steel of the blade. Sweat beads on his forehead and his eyes go wide with a primal terror he's never felt before. He looks at the weapon, realizing that the playtime of his childhood has been replaced by the weight. Xiaoli erupts in a frantic scream, her motherly instincts clashing with the grim reality Jiang is imposing. She begs him to stop, crying out that Shuai is nothing more than an innocent child who shouldn't touch such things. She still clings to the morality of a society that burned down yesterday. Jiang Xiaoyong turns his cold gaze toward her, his expression unyielding and devoid of pity. He tells her flatly that the world where children were protected is gone forever. Starting today, every person must justify their existence through strength, or they will simply become food for the monsters waiting outside. He leans in, his face inches from the boy's, driving the point home with a terrifying clarity. He tells Shuai that from this moment on, he is the only line of defense between his mother and the horrors of the wasteland. Jiang is forging a warrior because he knows kindness equals death. Shuai stares with wide, trembling eyes as he grips the hilt of his blade. Behind him, the massive silhouette of a fallen thug serves as a grim reminder of the violence he just witnessed. The boy is paralyzed by the sudden weight of the weapon in his hand. A primal scream rips from Shuai's throat as he lunges forward with desperate ferocity. Tears stream down his face, blurring his vision, but his intent is clear and lethal. He is no longer a child. He is a cornered animal fighting for his mother's life in a dying world. The cold steel finds its mark with a sickening, wet thud against the floor. A spray of dark crimson paints the concrete, marking the definitive end of the struggle. The sound of the strike echoes through the apartment, signaling the final loss of the boy's innocence. Shuai stands over the unmoving body, his chest heaving as blood drips slowly from the tip of his knife. The silence in the room is heavy, broken only by the boy's ragged breathing. He has successfully crossed a line that most adults would fear to touch in this apocalypse. Xiaoli looks up at the scene with a hollow, haunted expression, her world shattered beyond repair. Shuai turns toward Jiang Xiaoyong, his voice a fragile whisper as he asks if his father is already dead. The boy is searching for a lie, but Jiang only deals in the cold reality of survival. Jiang Xiaoyong looks back with glowing blue eyes, his face a mask of unwavering truth. He confirms that the boy's father is gone, refusing to sugarcoat the tragedy for the sake of comfort. In this new world, false hope is a poison that leads to a quick death. Xiaoli pulls her sobbing son into a tight, protective embrace as the weight of their loss finally crashes down. Above them, the blood-stained knife hangs in the air like a cursed relic of their survival. They are alive, but the cost of that life is forever written in red. Desperation takes hold of Xiaoli as she pleads with Jiang to take Shuai under his protection. She offers herself and anything else she has left, knowing they won't last an hour on the streets alone. She recognizes Jiang as the only power capable of defying the chaos outside. Jiang Xiaoyong narrows his eyes, his analytical mind already calculating their utility to his fortress. He accepts the burden, his voice dropping to a low, authoritative register that promises a brutal kind of security. He is no longer just a rescuer, he is now their absolute commander. The trio moves toward the exit, Jiang leading the way with a high-powered assault rifle leveled at the darkness. A shimmering blue aura surrounds them, signaling the system's recognition of his new team members. They leave the apartment behind, stepping out into a world that belongs to the strong. The survivor stares at the pile of rotting corpses with a look of pure disbelief. He wonders what kind of monster could possibly wipe out this many zombies single-handedly. Jiang Xiaoyong starts to walk away, his mind already on the next objective. The young man reaches out a hand, begging the powerhouse to wait before he disappears into the shadows. Jiang looks back over his shoulder, his glowing blue eyes piercing through the dark like a predator. He has no time for idle talk while his targets are still in danger. Jiang grips his assault rifle while the survivor points toward the nearby complex. He confirms that Building 8 is straight ahead, confused why a lone warrior would head toward the heart of the monster's nest. High above the streets, the voices of thugs echo through the concrete canyons of the residential area. They bark demands about splitting supplies and taking young women, revealing the true scum ruling this block. The camera pans up a sterile apartment hallway to the third-floor marker. Tension hangs heavy in the air as the sound of heavy boots approaches the barricaded units. A group of armed bandits stands ready in the corridor, their faces twisted with greedy intent. They have traded their humanity for weapons, holding the remaining survivors at gunpoint. The lead thug glares at the door with a cold, murderous sweat on his brow. He delivers a 10-minute ultimatum, promising a total bloodbath if the residents do not surrender everything they own. Inside the room, a young woman trembles as the weight of the threat sinks in. She whispers a desperate vow that she will never let herself become a plaything for these monsters. The survivors huddle together, whispering a plan to hold the line at all costs. They prep their meager defenses, knowing that the only thing between them and a nightmare is that narrow hallway. The thugs realize they are no longer the only ones with an arsenal in this building. They acknowledge that Jiang Xiaoyong's firepower is a direct threat to their operations. A criminal with a toothpick sneers while ordering his men to cut off the water supply immediately. He plans to starve the survivors out and see how long they can last. Shuai looks up at Jiang Xiaoyong while the man stands ready with a loaded assault rifle. The boy asks Uncle Yong if these men are truly the villains he thinks they are. Jiang confirms the boy's fears while his eyes glow with a chilling blue intensity. He identifies these men as the same trash that tormented Shuai and his mother. The atmosphere in the hallway reaches a breaking point as the rescuers prepare for a violent breach. Every second of silence only adds to the mounting dread within the mansion. The lead officer barks orders at his squad to secure the stairwell without being seen. He decides to head downstairs alone to investigate the noise coming from the floor below. The policeman crouches low beneath a window while checking his surroundings for any signs of an ambush. He keeps a firm grip on his weapon as he scans the dark corridor. A massive white explosion suddenly shatters the silence with a deafening roar and blinding light. The force of the blast sends debris flying across the narrow hallway. The officer is caught in the shockwave and reels back with a look of total confusion. His ears ring as he tries to recover his senses after the sudden detonation. The rest of the survivors stare toward the source of the blast with faces full of terror. They realize the battle has finally begun and no one is safe anymore. The officer stares upward with sweat beading on his forehead. He is completely paralyzed by the sight of the figure looming over the rooftops. From high above, Jiang Xiaoyong targets the ground from the ledge of the skyscraper. The distance between him and the street level makes the survivors below look like ants. Jiang Xiaoyong levels his assault rifle and locks his gaze through the sights. He prepares to unleash hell on the thugs who thought they owned the city. The night air remains still as the focus shifts back to the brutal reality of the urban war zone. Every second of silence is a countdown to the next exchange of gunfire. Bright muzzle flashes illuminate the dark alley as Jiang sprays a hail of lead down at his targets. The rhythmic chatter of the rifle drowns out the distant moans of the infected. One of the thugs desperately grips his pistol and tries to find a target in the blinding light. His hands shake so violently that he can barely keep the weapon steady. The officer lets out a blood-curdling scream as the impact of the attack sends him tumbling backward. He realizes too late that he is facing a professional killer. Jiang Xiaoyong stands silhouetted against the towering apartment blocks under a pale crescent moon. He watches the chaos unfold with the detached coldness of a true predator. A dark smirk plays on Jiang's face as he mocks the pathetic attempts of the survivors below. He calls them amateurs, fully aware that they are completely outclassed. The lead thug huddles behind a concrete wall, gasping for air and sweating in pure terror. He wonders where this lunatic came from, realizing his group is being systematically dismantled. The pinned thug screams in a panic, his face dripping with sweat as he orders his partner to open fire. He demands they shoot Jiang Xiaoyong immediately while he is still occupied holding him down. His voice is a jagged edge of desperation, knowing his life is currently dangling by a very thin thread. The second attacker raises his handgun with trembling hands, his eyes wide as he takes aim at Jiang's head. He hesitates for a split second, the pressure of the moment nearly crushing his resolve. The air is thick with tension as the survivor in the background watches the execution about to take place in silence. He pulls the trigger with a frantic jerk, expecting a lethal muzzle flash to end the confrontation right then and there. Instead of a bang, the mechanism jolts uselessly in his grip. His face pales as the realization hits him that his only advantage has just vanished into thin air. A series of hollow metallic clicks echo through the quiet alley, mocking the gunman's pathetic attempt at murder. Jiang lets out a sharp, derisive laugh, pointing out the obvious fact that the bastard has completely run out of ammunition. The tables have turned, and the predator is now the one being hunted. Refusing to accept defeat, the thug snarls and lunges forward with a desperate, uncoordinated charge. He tries to use the empty frame of the pistol as a blunt weapon, his movements fueled by pure, unadulterated adrenaline. He is gambling everything on a single, clumsy strike that has no chance of connecting. Jiang Xiaoyong does not even bother to flinch as the man reaches him, his blue eyes glowing with a cold, otherworldly light. He stands perfectly still, a calm anchor in the center of the frantic struggle. The thug presses the cold metal against the back of Jiang's neck, a final, hollow gesture of defiance. In a blur of movement that defies the human eye, Jiang pivots and seizes the attacker's wrist with the strength of a hydraulic press. A sharp crack of bone follows as he effortlessly redirects the weapon away from his body. The thug gasps in shock, his brain unable to process the incredible speed and power. They stand inches apart, Jiang's icy gaze boring into the man's soul like a physical weight. He does not say a word, but the message of absolute dominance is clear as the thug begins to shiver. The smell of fear is palpable as the criminal realizes he has just challenged a literal monster. Jiang maintains his grip, pressing the attacker's own weapon against his throat to show him just how helpless he really is. He has complete control over the man's center of gravity, turning the attempted assassination into a humiliating display of weakness. The cold efficiency of the move proves he has operated at this level before. With a swift, fluid motion, Jiang produces his own submachine gun, leveling the barrel directly at the man's chest. He stands over the defeated thug, the weight of the heavy firearm promising a very different outcome than the empty pistol. The confrontation is over, and the price for this betrayal is about to be paid. Jiang lowers his weapon as the last of the immediate threats hit the floor. The room falls silent as the weight of his dominance settles over the blood-stained carpet. He walks toward the center of the hall, his blue eyes scanning for any remaining movement. His expression is frozen in cold practicality as he maneuvers through the wreckage of the fight. Even when surrounded by the few thugs still standing, Jiang doesn't flinch or change his pace. He knows his enhanced strength makes their amateur weapons nothing more than toys. He bellows for anyone still hiding to come out and face him immediately. The command echoes through the building, a final warning to those who chose the wrong side. The silence that follows is heavy with the scent of gunpowder and desperation. Jiang waits in the shadows, his senses dialed to the maximum as he prepares for the next move. Little Shuai runs up to him, his eyes shining with pure hero worship. The boy shouts that his Uncle Yong looked amazing, the fear of the previous moments completely forgotten. Jiang reunites with the police officer and the boy near the entrance of the mansion. He looks at the new group approaching and demands to know who these people are. The officer explains that these survivors are from the Baikuishan Villas area. His face is tight with worry as he realizes the scale of the local gang problem. A group of men in yellow uniforms jogs toward them, calling out to the officer they know as Brotherly. They appear organized, acting as a small pocket of order in the dying city. They report that the people Jiang just handled were part of a larger armed gang. These criminals are resourceful and dangerous, turning the local neighborhood into a private hunting ground. Jiang Xiaoyong stares into the dark as memories of his past life resurface. He realizes his old enemies might be the ones terrorizing this specific district. The officer explains how the armed gang used stolen weapons to crush every smaller settlement in the area. The local survivors never stood a chance against that kind of organized firepower. One of the men describes the gang's pattern of kidnapping women and forcing cowards to join their ranks. They are building a twisted kingdom on the ruins of the city. Jiang looks up with a sharp intensity that makes the air feel cold. He asks for clarification as his shock turns into a focused predatory rage. Jiang points toward the captured thugs and tells Brotherly to secure their handguns and spare magazines. He is systematically stripping the enemy of their resources to arm his temporary allies. Jiang hands over a high-powered rifle and 5 full magazines to the stunned officer. Brotherly can barely believe he is being gifted such a lethal weapon by a stranger. Jiang orders the group to hold their position for a few days while he goes back to finish his preparations. He promises to return and wipe the gang off the map personally. Brotherly warns him that the gang has dozens of members and is growing every hour. The other survivors are terrified and suggest just abandoning the area entirely. Jiang dismisses their concerns with a look of absolute confidence. He tells them this fight is personal and he has no intention of backing down. The officer asks about the east and Jiang reveals he is building a massive stronghold near the old tea city. He needs reliable people and offers them a permanent place in his fortress. Jiang watches as Xiaoli and her son Shui are led away to safety by the officers. He tells them to take care while the men promise to keep everyone guarded during the transit. It is a rare moment of peace before the next storm hits. Everyone knows that in this world, being safe is only temporary. A pair of eyes peers through the heavy darkness, watching the movement from a hidden distance. The predator is waiting for the perfect moment to strike while the city falls apart. There is no room for mercy when the shadows start to grow long. Every survivor is either a useful tool or a target for those in power. Jiang sits alone on the high balcony of his fortress, staring out at the mountain silhouette in the distance. He whispers the name by Kyushin, his mind already mapping out the next phase of his expansion. He knows that the high ground is the only place where a man can truly breathe while the rest of the world rots. Inside a lavishly decorated office, 4 men sit around a massive table to discuss their next move. This is the headquarters of the group that thinks they own the city's remaining resources. They aren't worried about the zombies. They are only worried about who gets the biggest slice of the pie before civilization completely vanishes. Wen Ji takes a long drag from his cigarette, the smoke curling around his glasses as he listens to the reports. He looks like a man who has seen everything and fears absolutely nothing. His cold eyes suggest that he views the current chaos as nothing more than a profitable business opportunity for his ruthless organization. Li Shuxiong stands across from him, gesturing wildly as he tries to sell a new plan to his boss. The fat man in the white suit is desperate to regain his standing after losing so many men at the factory. He knows that if he fails again, he won't be given another chance to lead the thugs. He argues that they can't just ignore the massive stockpile of goods sitting in the entertainment center downtown. Li Shuxiong claims he and Kai Ji are already on the same page about a coordinated raid. His face is twisted with greed as he imagines the wealth he can seize from the weaker survivors hiding inside. When Ji exhales a thick cloud of smoke and looks at the fat man with a gaze of pure suspicion. He isn't convinced by the bluster and knows that Li Shuxiong is hiding the truth about his recent humiliating defeat. He warns him that mistakes in this new era are always paid for in fresh blood. Li Shuxiong flashes a wide, fake grin and promises that he will handle everything perfectly this time around. He assures his boss that he has the numbers and the firepower to crush any resistance they encounter. Behind that smile is the desperate fear of a man who knows he is running out of time and luck. Outside the mansion, 2 thugs assist Li Shuxiong as he stumbles toward the entrance, his breath coming in ragged gasps. One of his lackeys asks if he is alright, noticing the heavy toll the recent stress has taken on him. The once powerful businessman is now a shell of himself, struggling to maintain his grip. Li Shuxiong grits his teeth as his subordinate delivers a grim report under the pale crescent moon. The scouts he sent an hour ago have returned with nothing but bad news and empty hands. This failure is a massive blow to his dwindling influence over the local survivors. Li explodes in a fit of rage, his white suit glowing under the dim streetlights of the mansion grounds. He cannot comprehend how a squad armed with 3 guns failed to secure a simple objective. The power shift in the streets is happening faster than he can manage. His face twists into a mask of pure desperation and malice as he vows to personally intervene. He refuses to let another operation collapse, knowing his survival depends entirely on seizing those hidden resources. The businessman is finally prepared to get his hands bloody to maintain control. The scene shifts as the credits for the translation team flash across the dark screen. screen. Support the original creators and the hard work that goes into bringing these chapters to life. The story continues as the focus moves back to the primary industrial fortress. A sharp car horn echoes through the reinforced walls of the base, signaling a sudden and loud arrival. Shanshan looks up with a flicker of hope, immediately recognizing the familiar sound of the engine. She knows only one man would return with such reckless confidence. A translucent system window chimes in Jiang Xiaoyong's vision, confirming the success of his latest rescue mission. He earns 25 points for saving the family, bringing his total stash to 36. This resource injection provides the edge he needs to upgrade his growing sanctuary. Xingbo and Shanshan rush to the garage as the heavy gates hiss open to reveal the protagonist. They exhale in relief, seeing him unharmed after his dangerous trip into the infested city. The tension inside the base begins to lift the moment he steps out. Jiang Xiaoyong offers a cold smirk as he looks over the gathered students and his allies. He mentions Lu Yiming, noting that the brat's predictable betrayal was exactly what he expected from a snake. He is already prepared to eliminate the internal threat before it spreads. He turns to the rescued mother and child, his voice dropping to a tone of clinical command. He orders Zhang Qi to escort the newcomers to the secure living quarters for immediate rest. There is no time for sentimentality while the infirmary requires his attention. The group moves across the sterile blue floor of the main hall, their footsteps echoing against the cold concrete. Jiang leads the way with the authority of a man who has already mastered this apocalypse. The next phase of his survival plan is already in motion. Xingbo looks at Jiang Xiaoyong with a face full of confusion and asks if he knew the traitor was trouble from the start. The old man is reeling from the sudden violence that just unfolded in the hallway. Jiang ignores the question and leans down to retrieve the submachine gun Lu Yiming left behind. He admits that he had a strong suspicion about the kid's character since they first met. Jiang's blue eyes glow with a cold intensity as he remembers the patterns of betrayal from his previous life. He knows that in this timeline, some people are simply born to be scumbags who ruin everything for the group. The remaining students stand paralyzed by the sight of the heavy weaponry and the blood on the floor. They are finally beginning to understand that the rules of their old society have been completely erased. Jiang grips a small tactical device while his mind shifts toward the most valuable asset currently locked in the medical bay. He looks toward the infirmary where the monster is waiting for its next command. The survivor walks toward the heavy steel doors of the medical room with a steady and heavy stride. He whispers the name Chen Chong, recalling the man before the infection turned him into a weapon. Jiang stares through the observation window and orders the creature to blink if it can still process human speech. He is looking for any spark of humanity left inside that rotting, mutated husk. The pale, sightless eye of the monster suddenly twitches and blinks 3 times in rapid succession. This simple movement confirms that Chen Chong is no longer a mindless zombie, but something far more dangerous and intelligent. Shadows of jagged, powerful mutants appear as Jiang explains the rare evolution process that follows the global infection. He knows that these specific specimens possess physical capabilities that dwarf the average walking dead. The monster stands tall in the dim light, its body humming with a dark and predatory energy. Jiang realizes that retaining memories makes this rare mutant the perfect guardian for his growing fortress. Jiang glances back with a predatory smirk as he observes the newly evolved mutant. The rest of the survivors stand in the background, completely oblivious to the cold calculation happening in their leader's mind. He is no longer looking for a companion, but a loyal executioner for the fortress. Chen Chong tilts his head, a flicker of residual human confusion crossing his rotting, vein-streaked face. His milky eyes scan the room, searching for a purpose beyond the simple urge to consume. The virus has changed his body, but it hasn't completely erased the man he used to be. Jiang remains perfectly still, his blue eyes glowing as he analyzes the monster's every twitch. He knows that a zombie with even a shred of memory is a weapon that can be pointed at any enemy. The tension in the room is thick enough to choke the remaining students. Jiang barks a final command, telling his team that they've seen enough of the struggle. He orders them to stop messing around and simply take the traitor out. His voice is a cold blade that cuts through the panicked whispers of the survivors. Chen Chong lunges forward and grabs Lu Yiming by the collar, dragging the screaming traitor across the floor like a sack of garbage. The raw strength of the mutant makes the struggle look effortless and terrifyingly one-sided. There is no mercy left in these sterile hallways. Zhang Qi stammers in disbelief, realizing that the monster in front of him is still holding onto a shred of his former identity. He watches as the mutant he once called a friend exerts absolute dominance over the situation. The world is changing faster than he can process. The monster lets out a low, guttural growl, baring its jagged teeth in a chilling parody of a grin. It's no longer a mindless walker. It's a focused predator that remembers how to hunt and humiliate its prey. Its predatory instincts are now fueled by a dark intelligence. The surrounding students freeze in total silence, their faces pale as they witness the impossible evolution of the virus. They realize that the rules they just learned about the undead are already being rewritten by Zhang's experiments. Survival is no longer about running, but about who commands the monsters. Lu Yiming is hurled through the air with violent force, crashing against the far wall as the team shouts in alarm. Even as an undead creature, Chen Chong's combat instincts remain sharp, making his hands a lethal tool of war. He remembers his training even in this this state of rot. The scene fades out over the cold industrial landscape of the fortress under a bruised and dying sky. The power balance has shifted again, and Zhang's grip on this world has never been more absolute. The era of the human survivors is over, and the era of the commander has begun. Zhang Xiaoyong relaxes on his bed while scrolling through the digital shop for new survival gear. He notices a hidden achievement bonus has finally unlocked a premium section of the inventory. He sits up with a start when he spots a rare level 2 supply box among the common items. This black tech crate represents a massive leap in power that he has never encountered before. Zhang narrows his eyes as he calculates the 50-point cost for the advanced technology. He decides to open his smaller crates first to clear inventory space before making the big purchase. He taps the floating interface and confirms the purchase of the level 1 armed deterrent supply box. The system immediately deducts 5 points and floods the room with a bright blue light. The loot screen reveals a high-powered Barrett sniper rifle and a rare otherworldly infection inhibitor. These specialized tools give him the lethal reach and medical security needed to survive the city. Jiang marvels at the raw power of an anti-material rifle dropping from such a low-tier crate. He realizes the inhibitor is a game-changer that can stop a zombie infection before it takes hold. He points at the screen with a sharp smirk while planning his next move for the morning. Securing enough points for the level 2 box is now his absolute priority for the next mission. Under the cold light of the moon, the fortress remains silent as the night patrol maintains a watchful eye. The industrial complex is slowly transforming into an impenetrable castle for the elite survivors. Morning light breaks over the towering walls of the stronghold as the daily routine begins in earnest. The clear blue sky offers a brief moment of peace before the brutal training starts. Jiang stands before the survivors and declares that mandatory marksmanship training begins immediately for everyone. He knows that in this dying world, the weak are nothing more than food for the monsters. Jiang distributes a stash of heavy shotguns and tactical rifles to the able-bodied survivors gathered in the main hall. He understands that in this brutal new world, every person within his walls must become a lethal asset if they intend to survive the long nights ahead. The rhythmic chatter of gunfire rips through the training ground as high-velocity rounds shred tin cans and glass bottles with clinical precision. Constant target practice is the only way to ensure these terrified civilians do not freeze up when the real monsters eventually breach the gates. Jiang tells Shengbo that he is heading out to Yongxiang Garden to secure a new group of survivors before the local gangs find them. The old man nods in grim agreement, accepting the heavy responsibility of holding the fort while the commander handles the dangerous field work. Jiang Xiaoyong turns his icy gaze toward the mutated Chen Chong and commands the silent beast to follow him into the wasteland. The loyal monster growls in acknowledgement, its industrial gas mask hiding the rotting face of a man who has been transformed into the perfect killing machine. The duo hits the open road, leaving the reinforced safety of the industrial fortress behind for the unpredictable chaos of the city ruins. Jiang drives with a focused intensity, scanning the horizon for any telltale signs of rival gangs or the roaming hordes of the ravenous undead. They soon discover a public transit bus stalled in the middle of the highway, completely surrounded by a swarm of hungry walkers. The thin metal shell of the vehicle is the only thing keeping the trapped passengers inside from being torn apart by the relentless rotting horde. Jiang and Chinchong stand over a fallen survivor who failed to reach the safety of the heavy vehicle before the swarm closed in. The commander does not waste a single second on useless mourning, focusing instead on the potential human resources waiting inside the barricaded bus. A snarling zombie driver slams its decaying hands against the reinforced windshield, its milky eyes fixed directly on Zhang's throat through the glass. The transparent barrier is the only thing left between the predator and his prey in this high-stakes rescue mission on the open road. Jiang moves toward the side entrance of the bus to force a breach before the surrounding noise attracts a larger migration of the infected. He knows that every second spent standing in the open increases the risk of being overwhelmed by the endless sea of mindless rot. Inside the cramped interior, Jiang stands over the unconscious bodies of the remaining survivors while Chinchong guards the perimeter. He begins calculating their utility to his fortress, ready to discard any dead weight that does not serve his ultimate goal of absolute survival and dominance. Jiang reaches out to adjust the heavy industrial gas mask on his newest soldier. He isn't showing affection, but ensuring his most valuable asset is properly contained before they move out into the infested city streets. Jiang tells Chinchong that he can breathe freely while they are alone in the transport vehicle. The mutated warrior's face is a horror show that needs to be hidden from the weaker survivors currently residing at the base. He delivers a final warning for the monster to mask up before they reach the gates of Yongxiang Garden. Fear is a contagion Jiang cannot afford to let spread among his productive workers if he wants to maintain order. The engine roars to life as the armored truck peels away from the industrial ruins and heads back toward the main fortress. Every minute spent in the open is a direct invitation for the roaming horde to descend. Across the district, a heavily modified black pickup truck crawls through the sterile streets of a luxury villa complex. A dozen armed thugs cling to the truck bed, marking the arrival of the local gang's main raiding force. Li Shuxiong grips a submachine gun and spits out a cigarette in a fit of greasy, desperate rage. He refuses to believe his organization can be defied by a single apartment complex and demands a total bloodbath. The convoy accelerates with a deafening screech of tires, kicking up dust and debris as they charge toward their target. The order to move out signals the beginning of an all-out urban war for the remaining resources. A sharp tactical blade whistles through the air with lethal precision, cutting through the silence of the approaching conflict. The first strike is always the most important in a world where the law of the jungle rules. A dark silhouette looms over a dying scout as the reality of the ambush sinks in for the invaders. Zhang's perimeter defenses are already claiming lives before the gang's main gate is even within visual range. A guttural roar echoes across the asphalt as bodies are hurled into the air like broken dolls by a massive force. The mutated guardian has been unleashed, and the gang's numerical advantage is being erased by raw violence. A high-angle view captures the desolate urban streets where the silence is about to be shattered. The ghost of the old world remains in the abandoned cars lining the pavement, marking a path for the violence to come. Every empty alleyway now serves as a potential kill zone for those daring enough to move. Inside the concrete skeleton of Building 8, the Baikuishin survivors huddle together in a tense circle on the floor. They are waiting for a savior but remain prepared for a massacre at a moment's notice. The weight of the world outside is pressing against the thin walls of their temporary sanctuary. One of the younger scouts freezes as the low rumble of a car engine vibrates through the dusty floorboards. He warns the others to stay back while he risks a look at the approaching threat. In this new era, the sound of a motor is usually a harbinger of fresh tragedy. Brotherly edges toward the window frame, sweat beading on his forehead as he scans the perimeter below. He knows that in this lawless wasteland, an unknown vehicle brings nothing but the threat of a slow death. His grip on his weapon tightens as he prepares to defend the few lives left. The sight of the incoming truck sends a jolt of pure adrenaline through the officer's system. It isn't Jiang Xiaoyong returning with supplies, but the local gang coming to finish what they started earlier. The realization that they are cornered turns his blood cold as the enemy closes the gap. Brotherly snarls as he checks the action on his pistol, his eyes flashing with a desperate and lethal resolve. These vultures haven't learned their lesson yet, and he is ready to teach it to them in lead and blood. He refuses to let his people be slaughtered without a fight. From the street level, the invaders measure the distance to the apartment windows with the clinical detachment of professional executioners. They are moving into the perfect kill zone to pin the survivors down before they can even react. The urban canyon is about to become a shooting gallery. The gang pours out of their vehicles, brandishing automatic weapons and looking for any sign of movement in the windows above. Brotherly screams a frantic warning to his people to stay away from the glass. The air is thick with the scent of gasoline and impending combat. The stuttering roar of an SMG fills the narrow alley as the thugs unleash a suppressive hail of fire. Dust and glass shards spray into the rooms, forcing the defenders to crawl for cover on the cold floor. The enemy is wasting no time in establishing absolute fire superiority. Li Shuxiong barks for a loudspeaker while his men continue to pepper the building with a relentless stream of bullets. He wants to break their spirit with fear before he sends his killers in to finish the job. The fat man in the white suit is savoring the total chaos. Li Shuxiong grips the megaphone, his face a mask of predatory greed as he prepares to demand a total surrender. Below him, a stray round catches a long-haired defender directly in the temple, dropping him instantly. The sudden violence signals that the grace period for negotiations has officially ended. The man collapses onto the pavement, his body twitching as the light fades from his eyes. Nearby, a heavy wooden bolt from a hidden trap slams into an attacker's leg with a sickening crunch. The courtyard is quickly becoming a graveyard for anyone foolish enough to stand in the open during this exchange. A defender on the roof levels an AK-47 and unleashes a rhythmic spray of lead into the charging crowd. He screams for his allies to find cover before the return fire from Li Shuxiong's men shreds their position. The high ground provides a temporary advantage, but the sheer number of thugs is overwhelming. Li Shuxiong ducks behind a concrete pillar, his eyes widening as he realizes the survivors are better armed than his scouts reported. Across the line, a defender peeks from behind a tree, his face pale but his rifle held with a steady grip. This resistance is a direct insult to the businessman's authority. A muscular thug in a tank top charges forward, his adrenaline masking the terror of the buzzing bullets hitting the pavement. Li Shuxiong barks a command for his idiots to wait for a coordinated signal instead of rushing in like mindless animals. Chaos is breaking their formation, making them easy targets for the shooters. Another criminal hits the dirt with a bloody gasp, the victim of a precise shot from the upper floors of the building. Li Shuxiong loses his remaining patience and screams for a total, all-out charge to overwhelm the barricades. He knows that hesitation in the middle of a kill zone equals certain death. 3 thugs sprint toward the glass entrance, their heavy boots thumping against the polished stone in a desperate dash. Li Shuxiong watches from the rear, his face twisting into a sneer as he prepares to claim the fortress. He expects his superior numbers to eventually shatter the defenders' resolve through pure attrition. The attackers scramble across the exposed courtyard while tracers zip past their heads like angry hornets. Every meter of ground gained is paid for in blood and wasted ammunition as the defenders refuse to budge. The disciplined fire from the windows is turning the open space into a meat grinder for the invaders. Li Shuxiong huddles low, his sweat-soaked suit clinging to his frame as he checks the magazine of his own submachine gun. He shouts that the defenders are likely out of ammo, trying to trick his men into making one final suicidal push. His desperation to seize the resources is clouding his strategic judgment. The defender on the roof maintains a firm grip on his rifle, his eyes locked onto the targets huddled near the vehicles. Below, the thugs realize the raid is failing and scream for someone to start the engine for a quick escape. The assault has collapsed into a frantic scramble for survival as the defenders hold. The thug screams for a driver as a projectile pierces his companion's skull with lethal precision. This sudden strike from the shadows turns the attempted raid into a desperate scramble for survival. Muzzle flashes light up the parking lot as the defenders unleash a hail of lead on the fleeing vehicles. Every path of escape is systematically cut off, turning the asphalt into a slaughterhouse for the intruders. Jiang Xiaoyong stares out the window of a bus while reflecting on his tactical victories. He watches the ruined city pass by, his mind already calculating the resources hidden in the next sector. The commander takes the wheel of a civilian car and navigates toward the heart of the residential complex. He keeps his gaze fixed on the towering apartment blocks where his enemies are currently entrenched. Jiang walks side by side with Chen Chong, observing the evolved mutant's gray skin and vein-streaked face. He notes that the rifles they recovered earlier will serve as the perfect equalizer for the upcoming battle. A low groan escapes the mutant as it follows Jiang's lead through the empty streets. The commander flashes a dark, confident smile, knowing he finally possesses the specialized muscle required to crush the local gangs. Chen Chong grins with a mouthful of jagged teeth and glowing red eyes, his hunger barely contained. Jiang delivers a blunt command for the creature to clear the building and meet him at the designated extraction point. A sickening crunch echoes through the air as the predator lunges forward to claim its next victim. Jiang doesn't even bother to look back, moving toward the objective with the cold detachment of a true professional. The mutant's red eye pulses with a dark, primal energy as it finishes the execution in the shadows. This evolved soldier is no longer a man, but a lethal tool designed for total domination. Jiang Xiaoyong walks through the courtyard alone, his body surrounded by a shimmering blue system aura. He is reclaiming this territory block by block, proving that only the strongest deserve to rule the wasteland. The floor is littered with the bodies of fallen thugs who learned the hard way that Li Hongli does not miss. One survivor looks at the carnage and realizes that the peaceful world they knew has been replaced by this brand of brutal efficiency. A face appears behind the glass of the apartment complex with a look of pure relief. He shouts that it really is Jiang Xiaoyong, signaling to the others that their savior has returned to finally clear a path through the monster-infested ruins. Jiang Xiaoyong stands before the entrance of Building 8, his silhouette sharp against the crumbling architecture of the residential block. He has reclaimed this territory through blood and steel, turning a death trap into a temporary sanctuary for those lucky enough to follow him. The survivor leans out further, asking if Jiang managed to fend off the entire mob of criminals single-handedly. He cannot wrap his head around how one man could dismantle an armed gang while the rest of the world is hiding in fear. Li Hongli steps forward with a confident grin, crediting his success to the powerful rifle Jiang handed him earlier. He is no longer a terrified bystander but a capable soldier who knows exactly how to use the high-quality tools of war provided to him. He reveals that his expert aim is not just luck, as he was a professional marksman before the world went to hell. Having an experienced shooter on the team makes the defense of the fortress much more lethal against the scavengers lurking in the shadows. A sudden, guttural sound echoes through the courtyard, causing the group of survivors to snap their heads around in a frantic panic. Their faces twist with a fresh wave of terror as they realize something massive is moving toward them in the darkness nearby. The evolved mutant Chen Chong lunges from the shadows, his rotting face and glowing eyes a vision of pure nightmare. He moves with a predatory speed that no normal human could hope to track, landing with a heavy thud that shakes the concrete floor. The men immediately level their weapons, shouting a frantic warning about a zombie breach in the perimeter. They are ready to unload their magazines into the creature, completely unaware that they are currently aiming at their leader's most valuable and lethal asset. Jiang Xiaoyong lowers his rifle and tells his men to relax because the monster is now working for him. He gives a casual smirk, enjoying the look of pure shock on their faces as they realize he has tamed the very thing they fear most. Brotherly stares at the mutant with a face covered in cold sweat. He asks in total disbelief if this monster is actually supposed to be one of them now. Jiang Xiaoyong gestures toward the pile of dead thugs and tells Chen Chong to go ahead and feast. The mutant lets out a guttural roar as it prepares to consume the fallen enemies for fuel. Brotherly turns to Jiang with a look of pure confusion and mounting shock. He demands to know if the man has the literal power to communicate with the walking dead. Jiang Xiaoyong ignores the frantic questions and orders the group to board the bus immediately. He keeps his expression unreadable, promising to explain his control over the monsters once they are safely moving. He gives the mutant a final command to finish its meal quickly and regroup with the vehicle later. Jiang knows that a well-fed hunter is a much more efficient tool for the brutal path ahead. The survivors scramble onto the bus while the sound of the mutant's feast echoes through the empty street. Jiang leads the way with the cold authority of a man who has already won the war. Chen Chong adjusts a tactical mask over his rotting face while his eyes burn with a white, predatory light. He is no longer just a corpse, but a biological weapon under his commander's total control. From inside the safety of the bus, the survivors watch the creature through the glass with lingering dread. One student mutters a nervous joke about the monster needing a muzzle to keep them from being eaten. The young man grips a metal pole, his face pale as he realizes how close they are to a killing machine. He is terrified that a single wrong word could provoke the beast standing just a few feet away. Jiang Xiaoyong leans back with a confident smirk and tells the boy he can say whatever he wants. He is fully aware of exactly how much human intelligence his new pet has retained from its past life. Jiang Xiaoyong walks across the concrete with a heavy, rhythmic stride that echoes through the quiet street. He has no time to waste now that his newest weapon is fully operational and ready for deployment. The massive transit bus suddenly tilts on its suspension, nearly tipping over as it navigates the debris-strewn road. A panicked voice asks if the vehicle just lurched, sensing the unnatural power currently riding in the back. Chen Chong struggles to form words, his vocal cords producing nothing but a series of eerie, mechanical clicks. The mutant is desperately trying to bridge the gap between a mindless corpse and a conscious soldier. The two figures stand close together in the dim light of the bus, a silent pact forming between creator and monster. Every second they spend together, the undead creature learns more about how to mimic its master. Jiang observes the mutant's clumsy attempts at communication with a look of cold, scientific interest. He realizes that after consuming 6 corpses, Chen Chong has evolved into a tier of infected that shouldn't exist yet. Jiang holds up a heavy steel key while his mind focuses on the system's point conversion menu. He needs to turn his recent kills into raw power to ensure his settlement remains the strongest force in the region. The bus speeds down the open road, its engine roaring as it carries the commander back to his fortress. The survivors look on in absolute disbelief, realizing their savior is commanding a literal zombie like a trained hound. Back in the city, an angry shout echoes through a luxury office as another operation ends in a total bloodbath. The leadership is losing control of the streets, and they can't figure out who is dismantling their empire. The gang leaders sit around a massive table, the air thick with tension and the smell of expensive cigarettes. They are starting to realize that their numbers mean nothing against the professional killer currently closing in. Li Shuxiong breaks into a cold sweat as the reality of his situation finally begins to sink in. He looks like a man who just realized he's been playing a game he can never hope to win. Wen Ji adjusts his glasses and glares with total contempt at the report of automatic rifles. He asks if they think he's a fool for believing a single man has military-grade firepower. He knows that in this wasteland, rumors are usually just excuses for cowardice. Li Shuxiong trembles as he begs his boss to send a scouting party to confirm the threat. He's terrified that his failure will lead to a death sentence from the organization. The boss sits in the shadows, unimpressed by the desperate pleading of a broken subordinate. The fat businessman collapses to the floor with a pathetic cry of pain. He has lost all dignity in front of the men he once commanded. The impact of his fall echoes through the office, marking the definitive end of his usefulness to the gang. Wen Ji looks down at the mess on the floor with a face full of disgust. He admits he's been sick of this useless idiot for a long time. The survival of the group depends on strength, and he has no room for those who bring back nothing but excuses. Ah Kai watches the humiliation from the side, his eyes burning with a different kind of ambition. He sees an opening to climb the ladder and take over what the businessmen lost. He is the next predator in line, waiting for his turn to lead the hunt. Ah Kai points a finger as he suggests a new strategy to the boss. He proposes moving in while the other survivors are distracted by their recent heavy losses. He's already calculating the profit they can squeeze out of the surrounding chaos. A twisted grin spreads across the thug's face as he talks about seizing people as shared property. He's not interested in food, he's interested in the power to dominate the weak. His words reveal the true rot inside the organization that Jiang Xiaoyong will eventually burn down. Wen Ji keeps his cool and warns the hot-headed lieutenant to slow down. He knows that rushing into a trap is how small-time thugs get themselves killed. The leader is a strategist who prefers to wait for the enemy to reveal a weakness. A predatory smile reveals Wen Ji's sharp teeth as he plots their next move. He wants to find the perfect opportunity to strike before committing his best men to the fight. He is a monster who understands that the best kills come from patience and calculation. The men gather around the table to finalize their invasion plan while the city rots outside. They have no idea that Jiang Xiaoyong is already preparing to turn their headquarters into a graveyard. The war for the district has moved from the streets to the boardroom. Li Shuxiong grits his teeth in a silent fury, his face contorted by the mounting pressure of his recent failures. He knows his status among the local thugs is slipping away after every disastrous encounter with the man from the factory. The luxury villas of the residential district stand as a hollow reminder of the old world's wealth and status. Even behind these reinforced walls, the chaos of the apocalypse is finally beginning to seep into the gang's private sanctuary. Li Shuxiong erupts in a violent tantrum, kicking over his expensive furniture as his wife watches in sheer terror. The man who once ruled through business is now just a cornered animal lashing out at the shadows in his own home. He turns to his wife and barks a frantic command for her to pack their essentials immediately. Fear has completely replaced his usual arrogance as the reality of Jiang Xiaoyong's lethal efficiency finally sinks into his thick skull. Li Shuxiong explains that their current stronghold is no longer secure against the monsters outside or the predator hunting them down. He is already looking for a hole to crawl into before his criminal empire collapses around him entirely. A loyal subordinate named Qingzi enters the room, waiting for instructions as the gang's leadership begins to crumble from within. Even the low-level thugs can feel the shift in momentum as their boss prepares for a desperate retreat. Li Shuxiong orders a midnight gathering of his remaining brothers to salvage what is left of their dwindling territory. He is betting everything on one final maneuver to escape the reach of the growing industrial fortress. His wife watches him with cold, calculating eyes, realizing her husband is losing his grip on the situation. In this new world, loyalty is a luxury she can no longer afford to waste on a weak leader. The focus shifts back to the industrial sector where the true power of the district is being consolidated. While the gangs squabble over scraps, Zhang Xiaoyong's operation continues to expand with absolute military precision and superior technology. Armed guards patrol the perimeter of the base as a massive transport bus pulls up to the reinforced gates. The new arrivals are stunned by the sheer scale of the defenses, realizing this is a true doomsday fortress. The transport bus unloads the new survivors as a system notification confirms the successful completion of the recruitment mission. Jiang Xiaoyong brought in 8 people instead of the required 5, earning a 25-point bonus for exceeding the target. These extra resources are vital for his next stage of expansion. Jiang Xiaoyong sits in the driver's seat, his blue eyes scanning the reward window with cold satisfaction. He acknowledges that overperforming has its perks, as the system grants him additional credits for his efficiency. Every point earned brings him closer to unlocking the advanced technology needed to secure his fortress. Jiang Xiaoyong steps out of the bus and immediately issues a blunt command to the officer standing by the gate. He informs the man that they are moving to the southern district tomorrow night to begin the next phase of the purge. His voice is a heavy hammer that leaves no room for hesitation. Brother Li stares back with a look of pure apprehension as he processes the sudden order to move out. He asks what possible reason they have for heading into the most dangerous part of the city. The officer's visible sweat shows he hasn't yet adapted to the commander's relentless pace of warfare. Jiang Xiaoyong lets out a predatory smirk, his gaze narrowing as he thinks about the scum currently occupying the local heights. He tells the officer that he has a personal score to settle with the gang leaders at Bichui Mountain Villa. This isn't just about resources, it is about total extermination of his rivals. The system interface flickers into view, displaying the option to purchase a high-tech supply crate for 50 points. Jiang Xiaoyong eyes the empty item slots, calculating the risk of spending his entire remaining balance on a single high-tier gamble. Strength in this world is bought with the points earned from the dead. Jiang Xiaoyong rests in his quarters, focusing his mental energy on the level 2 crate hovering in his digital inventory. He realizes this is the first time he has reached a sufficient tier to access such a powerful resource injection. The room grows silent as he prepares to finalize the expensive transaction. A violent surge of blue light erupts as the system confirms the successful redemption and deducts the 50 points from his account. The swirling energy signals the arrival of a rare asset that far exceeds standard military equipment. Jiang Xiaoyong watches the manifestation with the calm focus of a seasoned warrior. Jiang Xiaoyong stares down at his own hand, his eyes glowing with a quiet, dangerous intensity. He realizes he's hit 33 points in physical stats, making him 6 times stronger than any average human being. Just then, a mosquito tries its luck, buzzing near his face. With a movement so fast it's almost invisible, he snatches the insect right out of the air with 2 fingers. He doesn't even look at it as he crushes the life out of the pest. Seriously, if his reaction time is this insane now, his enemies don't stand a single chance. Down in the courtyard of the stronghold, the air is thick with the sound of training and heavy boots hitting the dirt. Jiang walks through the area with a new kind of gravity, heading straight for one of his top men, Brother Li. He confirms he's heading to the south side of the city, but he isn't leaving his home base's defenses to luck. He asks Li to take over the marksmanship training for the rest of the crew, knowing Li is the best shot they've got. It's a smart move. He's finally delegating and building a real hierarchy instead of doing everything solo. Jiang turns toward the shadows and calls out for Chen Chong, his loyal, gas-masked mutant enforcer. The two of them march toward a reinforced bus parked near the gates as the sun begins to bleed into a deep, dark sunset. The heavy engine roars to life, and the bus rumbles out of the safety of the walls and into the darkening wasteland. You can practically feel the weight of this moment. He's heading out on a mission that's clearly personal, and he's bringing his most terrifying weapon with him. The scene shifts to a massive, gated villa that looks far too luxurious for the end of the world. High above, the moon is out, and the tone gets cold real fast. Li Shuxiong, that arrogant piece of work in the white suit, is standing with his thugs, confident that everything is going according to his plan. He gives the cold order to move out, but as his men step forward into the yard, they suddenly freeze. They all let out this confused, as they stare into the darkness ahead of them. Something is very wrong, and you can tell by the look on their faces that they've just realized they aren't the ones doing the hunting tonight. I wonder, Is Jiang already standing right in front of them? A set of blinding high beams cuts through the pitch-black night, turning the villa's driveway into a stage for a total execution. Li Shuxiong and his goons are caught completely off guard, squinting and shielding their eyes against the overwhelming glare of the headlights. Ugh! What the hell is going on? One of them barks, his voice cracking with a sudden, sharp spike of anxiety. It's honestly hilarious to see the shift. Just moments ago they were acting like the kings of the wasteland, and now they're stumbling around like literal children lost in the dark. Out of the glare, a man in a crisp, dark suit emerges, his fingers wrapped tightly around the grip of a sidearm. The thug's bravado vanishes instantly, one of them stammering out, "Di-dong." As the blood completely drains from his face, Li Shuxiong realizes he's in deep trouble and starts rambling about heading to Rongxian Garden to fix his mistakes and take another shot. But look at Boss Su's expression. It's cold, calculated, and completely unimpressed by these pathetic, desperate excuses. You can feel the air in the yard get 10 degrees colder just by the way he stares them down. Suddenly, the silence is shattered as one of the thugs, Qingzi, is sent spiraling through the air like a ragdoll from a massive impact. Qingzi, his partner screams in horror, but there's no time to even move toward him. A heavy, meat-on-bone whack echoes through the street as a fist connects squarely with another thug's jaw, sending teeth and spit flying into the air. This isn't a fight anymore. It's a systematic dismantling of Li Shuxiong's entire ego, and man, the speed of this turnaround is just insane to watch. Li Shuxiong and his remaining lackeys collapse to the asphalt, their knees hitting the ground with a desperate, heavy thud. "Boss Su, please, I don't even know these people," they howl, ready to sell out anyone and everyone just to keep their heads on their shoulders for one more minute. But as they look up, they find themselves staring directly into the black muzzles of several pistols held by a line of disciplined enforcers. The tension here is absolutely suffocating. You can tell that one wrong breath means the pavement is getting a new coat of red. A brutal strike lands, leaving a thug clutching his skull and screaming "ARGH! AAH!" in pure, unadulterated terror. They are completely broken now, scattered across the ground like discarded trash, weeping and swearing their innocence to a man who clearly couldn't care less. Boss Su finally speaks, his voice a low, dangerous purr as he gestures toward the darkened windows of the car parked right behind him. "The car?" he asks with a smirk that feels like a death sentence. The real question is, who exactly is sitting in the back seat watching this entire humiliation play out? Li Shuxiong's jaw practically hits the pavement as his eyes bulge in pure, unadulterated shock. The darkened window slides down to reveal Jiang Xiaoyong sitting calmly in the back seat, looking like a king on a throne while the traitors cower beside him. You can literally feel the air leave the room. Shuxiong is realizing that the victim he hunted is now the one holding the leash. Honestly, seeing that smug look on Jiang's face while Shuxiong trembles, that's peak satisfaction right there. A barrage of desperate, foul-mouthed insults explodes from Shuxiong as he points a shaking finger at Cui Jing. He loses his mind, screaming that she's a traitorous snake before turning to Boss Jiang with a look of pathetic hope, asking how they should handle this situation. The man is still trying to play the politics of the gang, completely blind to the fact that he's already been discarded. It's almost sad how much he's clinging to a power dynamic that died the moment Jiang walked back into town. Boss Jiang doesn't say a single word. He just adjusts his glasses and slowly drags a finger across his throat in a universal, kill, gesture. In a heartbeat, a thug steps out of the shadows behind Shuxiong and loops a wire around his neck, pulling with enough force to make a sickening crack echo through the air. The boss's eyes go wide, his hands clawing at the air as his life is squeezed out of him right there in the dirt. Talk about a brutal exit. One minute you're the king of the villa, the next you're just another body being cleared away. The scene shifts to the cold, silent stars above as the chaos finally begins to settle into a heavy dread. Jiang Xiaoyong steps out into the night air, walking with a purpose that makes even the surrounding thugs give him a wide berth. He doesn't look back at the car or the mess on the ground. He's focused entirely on the stronghold ahead of him. The crazy part is, he's not just a survivor anymore, he's the commander of this entire operation, and he's moving like a man who has a lot more names to cross off his list. Shuxiong's body is hoisted high into the air, left dangling as a gruesome warning to anyone else who thinks they can challenge the new order. Jiang stands below the swinging corpse, his eyes cold as he mutters that he only regrets not finishing the job with his own two hands. It's a chilling moment of reflection, but he quickly turns his back on the past, knowing that "serves you right" is the only eulogy a man like Shuxiong deserves. But now that the villa is his, how long can he keep this alliance with the gang before they realize he's more dangerous than any monster outside? A single spoon flicks through the air with lethal precision. Jiang doesn't even need a blade. He uses the silver piece to strike a guard's pressure point, sending the man crashing face first into the cold pavement. Honestly, seeing Jiang take down a trained fighter with kitchenware tells you everything you need to know about his new power level. Jiang's hand clamps down on a thug's hair, dragging his face toward the dirt. The man is begging, saliva dripping as his eyes bulge in pure terror, but Jiang's expression is like stone. It's hard to watch, yet after what these guys did, you can't help but feel he's finally getting the reception he deserves. The camera pulls back to the villa's exterior, where muffled groans and sick laughter echo through a lit window. Inside, the gang is celebrating their victory, completely oblivious to the fact that their perimeter has been wiped clean. The contrast is sickening. They're partying while their literal doom is standing right outside the door. Inside the room, a woman lies pinned down in lace lingerie, her face flushed with a mix of shame and exhaustion. Next to her, a pair of cold steel handcuffs hangs from the bed frame as she pleads for someone to untie her. This is the paradise Li Shuxiong's men built, a nightmare for everyone else, and man, it makes you want to see Jiang tear this place down even faster. A red-haired thug looms over his captive with a disgusting, predatory grin. He's mid-act when he suddenly pauses, pulling up his pants as his head snaps toward the door. "What was that noise?" he mutters, and you can just feel the air in the room turn ice cold as the vibe shifts from celebration to survival. The shadows explode as Jiang Xiaoyong stands amidst the wreckage and fire like a god of vengeance. He's dual-wielding weapons, his silhouette framed by the burning remains of the villa's defenses. This shot is pure hype, the ultimate "I'm back" moment that changes the social hierarchy of this fortress forever. The red-haired thug's face drains of all color, his arrogant smirk replaced by a trembling, sweaty mess of a look. He stares at the doorway like he's looking at a ghost, and honestly, seeing a bully realize he's no longer the apex predator is the most satisfying part of this entire raid. The remaining guards try to draw their weapons, but they're too slow as a heavy handgun is slapped right out of a thug's grip. Jiang moves like a blur, disarming and dismantling the room's security before they can even process that the victim they kicked out is now the one holding their lives in his hands. Jiang bursts through the final barrier, his eyes locked onto the terrified leader of this small room. "What's going on?" the thug screams, but Jiang doesn't give him an answer. He just closes the distance with a look that says the talking is officially over. The power dynamic has flipped completely, but with more thugs waking up downstairs, can Jiang finish this execution before he's swarmed? Jiang's face is a mask of absolute ice, those glowing blue eyes piercing through the dark like a predator stalking its prey. He moves like a ghost, instantly pinning a jagged blade against a thug's throat before the guy even realizes the door has been breached. The thug lets out a confused, pathetic as he stares into the terrifying void of Jiang's gaze, but he doesn't get a second chance to process the danger. Jiang buries a brutal knee deep into the man's gut, forcing a gulp of air to escape as the thug collapses into a pathetic heap on the floor. It's clinical, fast, and honestly, a little scary how easy he makes this execution look. The main guy in the room, sporting messy pink hair and a look of total, unearned arrogance, snaps at Jiang, demanding to know who this bastard is. The second his brain registers that this is the same Jiang Xiaoyong he thought was either dead or broken, his jaw practically hits the floor in pure shock. Jiang doesn't wait for an apology, a plea, or even an explanation. He just vanishes into a high-speed blur of motion. A split second later, the pink-haired thug is launched backward by a massive impact, a guttural scream tearing from his throat as he slams into the far wall. You can tell Jiang isn't just winning a fight here, he's methodically punishing them for every single second of the past. Now, Jiang turns his cold attention to the woman cowering on the bed, who's clutching the sheets as if they could actually protect her. She stutters, trembling like a leaf, asking how he's even standing there and what he could possibly want after everything they put him through. Jiang leans in, a cold, mocking smirk playing on his lips as he delivers a psychological blow that cuts deeper than any knife. He casually asks her what that scum Li Shuxiong would think if he saw her groveling in such a pathetic state, and the mere mention of the leader's name sends a visible jolt of terror through her. The power shift is so heavy you can practically feel the air leave the room. She's finally realizing that the man she once discarded like trash is now the only thing in this world she should be truly afraid of. Just as the tension reaches a total breaking point, a literal wall of a man, Li Shuxiong, roars his way into the room with absolute murder in his eyes. He's massive, charging forward with a feral look that says he's going to crush anything that stands in his way. The woman, Cui Jing, completely breaks down at the sight of the escalating chaos, her face streaked with tears as she wails for Jiang to forgive her. She's begging for her life, the realization finally hitting her that her betrayal has led her to this exact moment of ruin. But with the mountain-sized Li Shuxiong closing the distance fast, does Jiang have a plan to end this grudge, or is he about to be crushed by the raw weight of the gang leader's rage? A haunting top-down view of the villa atrium echoes with a blood-curdling scream that rips through the silence. Jiang's tactical raid is finally hitting the heart of the stronghold, and the thugs inside are starting to realize that the nightmare has arrived at their doorstep. You can almost feel the air getting colder as the screams of the defeated fill the hallways. A hand grips a door handle with a firm, decisive click, preparing to breach the next room. It's like watching a horror movie, except that the monster breaking in is actually the hero we've been rooting for. Jiang Xiaoyong stands outside amidst a pile of fallen thugs, his expression as frozen as the winter air. Without a hint of hesitation, he looks at Chen Chong and casually tells him to take the corpses and eat them. It's a chilling command that treats these former bullies as nothing more than monster fodder to power up his loyal mutant. Chen Chong tilts his gas-masked head, his silent obedience making the scene even more unsettling. Zhang's eyes glow with a piercing blue intensity that screams, predator. Honestly, seeing him this cold is incredibly satisfying after everything they put him through, but it really shows how much of his humanity he's traded for survival. The scene shifts inside to a dark, cramped room where several captives are huddled together, shivering in absolute terror. These are the survivors who have been kept like cattle, and you can see the light has completely left their eyes. Suddenly, a massive man in a chef's uniform steps into the light, his shadow looming over the prisoners like a death sentence. He's gripping a heavy kitchen knife, and his white coat is stained with more than just food. This guy was supposed to be a servant, but in this lawless villa, he's turned into a butcher of humans. The tension here is disgusting. You just know something horrible is about to happen. The chef lunges forward, grabbing a small, weeping girl by the arm while a man desperately tries to pull her back. The girl's wah fills the room, a sound of pure, unadulterated fear that makes your skin crawl. The chef doesn't even blink. He looks down at the man trying to stop him with a gaze that's completely devoid of empathy. He's actually assessing the child like she's a piece of meat at a market, totally ignoring the father's frantic pleas. It's a sickening display of how fast some people turn into monsters when the world falls apart. Why is he doing this? The depravity in this villa goes way deeper than we thought. The chef points a thick finger at another captive, declaring with a twisted grin that this one is fat and perfect for his needs. He completely ignores the frantic cries of, "Let him go," his mind already set on his next grim task. With a roar of, "Get lost, you son of a," he swings his massive blade in a wide, lethal arc toward the man. The room is a chaotic mess of screams and steel, and it feels like hope is completely gone for these people. But the big question remains. Can Jiang Xiaoyong hear the screams through those thick villa walls? If he doesn't break in right now, this butcher is going to turn this room into a literal slaughterhouse. Xiaoli collapses to the floor, her face drenched in tears as she begs for her son's life. She's screaming for mercy, her voice echoing off the cold walls of the villa as the thugs look on with zero empathy. Seeing a mother reduced to this level of desperation is honestly hard to watch. It's clear these guys aren't just criminals. They're absolute monsters who enjoy the fear. The lead thug in a chef's outfit suddenly stops, his eyes darting toward the hallway as a massive boom rattles the windows. He recognizes that sound immediately. It's a shotgun, but the problem is, nobody in his crew is supposed to be firing one. The confusion on his face is priceless. You can see the gears turning as he realizes the perimeter might have already been breached. Xiaoli doesn't care about the noise. She just pulls her son, Zai Zai, into her arms and holds him like he's her entire world. She's trembling, whispering to him to stay brave while the world outside their little circle falls apart. It's a small, quiet moment of humanity in the middle of a literal war zone. You really have to wonder if Jiang Xiaoyong is coming for them, or if they're just collateral damage. The thugs scramble into a tactical line, their pistols aimed squarely at the reinforced door as light bleeds through the frame. Their leader is losing his cool, barking at them to cut the crap and get ready to fire the second the door moves. They think they're setting an ambush, but they're actually just lining up for the slaughter. It's that classic, calm before the storm vibe that usually ends in a bloodbath. Before anyone can blink, a massive hand smashes through the door panel and catches a thug right by the throat. The guy lets out a strangled "ah" as he's physically hoisted off the ground and yanked through the shattered wood. It's move fast or die time now. That kind of raw power is definitely not human, and the gang is starting to realize they aren't fighting a man anymore. Shoot! Shoot now! The remaining thugs scream, their fingers heavy on the triggers as they spray the doorway with everything they've got. Bullets shred the wood into splinters, filling the air with smoke and the deafening roar of gunfire. They're firing blindly out of pure, unadulterated terror, hoping that enough lead will stop whatever just ate their friend. But as the dust settles, the real question is, did any of those shots actually hit home, or did they just make the monster on the other side even angrier? Chen Chong shatters through the upper level like a literal shadow of death descending on the wicked. The masked mutant doesn't just enter. He explodes into the room, his heavy frame cutting through the air with a speed that defies his size. Below him, a thug dressed like a chef looks up, his eyes bulging as he clutches a kitchen knife, a pathetic toothpick against the monster coming for his soul. Before the guy can even process the popping over his head, Chen Chong's gloved hand snatches his face with the grip of a hydraulic press. You can almost hear the sickening crunch of bone through the screen. It's the kind of move that tells you the playing field isn't just leveled, it's been pulverized. Chen Chong hits the tiled floor with a bone-jarring impact, sending shards of debris flying everywhere. The villa's elite muscle, men who thought they were the apex predators 10 minutes ago, are now scrambling like cockroaches in the light, dropping bottles and tripping over their own feet. One thug is literally screaming for his life, the text, "It's coming for me. Help, plastered over the frame as he stares into the cold, glass lenses of the gas mask. A sudden, blinding flash of white light punctuates the room, followed by a guttural hitch that echoes through the halls. It's pure, unadulterated carnage, and honestly, seeing these bullies finally get a taste of their own medicine is incredibly satisfying. Over in the shadows, Xiaoli and the other captives are frozen, their faces pale as they watch the suit-clad zombie dismantle the gang. They're whispering in total disbelief, wondering why this zombie is ignoring the weak and only hunting the hunters. But then, the real shocker hits. Jiang Xiaoyong casually steps into the frame, completely unfazed by the bullet holes riddling Qin Chang's suit. He pats the mutant on the shoulder, praising Brother Chong for being so fast even with the heavy chains and mask still on. The survivors' jaws hit the floor because the MC isn't just surviving, he's the commander of the nightmare. Seeing their faces transition from "save us" to "who the hell is this man" is the exact moment the power hierarchy shifts forever. Qin Chong stands perfectly still, a silent, obedient mountain of muscle waiting for his master's next word. The silence in the room is deafening, broken only by the heavy breathing of the survivors who are still huddled together in the corner. Xiaoli and the young girl are visibly trembling, the words "fear" and "trembling" all over, highlighting their state of total psychological shock. They've been rescued, sure, but they've just realized the person who saved them is more dangerous than anyone they've ever met. It's a heavy, suffocating atmosphere that leaves you wondering, once the thugs are all dead, what kind of world has Jiang Xiaoyong built for the people he's saved? Jiang Xiaoyong raises a hand in a casual gesture as Xiaoli cowers, her eyes wide with lingering trauma. He calmly reassures her that Qin Chong won't attack, trying to bridge the gap between his terrifying mutant enforcer and the rescued survivors. Honestly, looking at a guy in a gas mask who just ripped through a gang, "Don't be afraid," is a pretty big ask. Jiang's expression is unreadable, a sharp contrast to the sheer terror written all over the mother's face. It's the first time we see him trying to act like a leader instead of just a killing machine. But you can tell the atmosphere is still incredibly thick with tension. Jiang leans in, his blue eyes narrowing as he asks Xiaoli a question that changes the entire vibe of the rescue. He wants to know if she's seen any other creatures like Qin Chong, mutants that have evolved beyond the mindless shambling of the undead. She mentions the East City decoration market, and Jiang's face instantly drops into a mask of concern. He mutters about it being so soon, which honestly sends a chill down my spine. If he thinks the timeline of the apocalypse is accelerating, we are all in massive trouble. This isn't just about surviving a gang anymore, it's about a clock that's ticking much faster than anyone realized. Jiang looks up at Qin Chong, his mind clearly racing with the implications of what he's just heard. We get a glimpse of what's haunting his thoughts, visions of high-tier, predatory zombies with glowing eyes and jagged, monstrous features. These things look like they've been pulled straight out of a nightmare, far more efficient at hunting than anything we've seen so far. It's a total reality check. While Jiang was busy playing king of the villa, the world outside was turning into something much worse. The power scaling in this world just hit a vertical cliff. I'm sitting here wondering if even Jiang's enhanced strength is going to be enough for what's coming next. Jiang places a steady hand on Qin Chong's shoulder, a silent moment of bonding between master and monster. He then shifts his focus back to the immediate area, asking if there are any survivors left in the Baila Villa complex. Xiaoli explains that there's a large group still locked away in the sales office, her voice trembling as she points the way. Jiang stands in the center of the room, surrounded by his small squad and the bodies of his enemies, looking every bit like a dark commander. He's moving with a new sense of urgency now. He's not just clearing out trash, he's gathering resources and people before the real monsters arrive. The scene shifts to a heavy, imposing door that groans on its hinges as Jiang slowly pushes it open. The floor inside is slick with dark, fresh blood that pools around the threshold, telling a story of a struggle that didn't end well. Jiang steps into the dim light, his blue eyes flaring with a sudden, sharp intensity as he breathes out a single word, "this." He looks genuinely stunned, and for a guy who usually keeps his cool, that is a terrifying sign. Whatever he's seeing inside that sales office, it's clearly not the simple rescue mission he was expecting. What kind of horror did the gang leave behind for him to find? Jiang stands in the flickering light, his shadow stretching over a literal mountain of human remains. He realizes with a sick stomach that this is why no other survivor camps exist in a southern city. They weren't wiped out by monsters, they were harvested by these people. He stares at the carnage, asking himself if these psychopaths could even eat all this. Honestly, seeing Jiang this disgusted makes you realize just how far past human this gang has gone. A terrified thug stammers out the location of the main hub while Jiang looms over him like a reaper. The guy spills everything, mentioning the sales office is near the south gate, just a kilometer away. Jiang's gaze is icy, already calculating the shortest path to finish this. It's crazy how fast the tough guys turn into snitches the second they realize Jiang isn't playing by their rules. A sharp chime echoes in Jiang's head as his blue eyes flare with the system's glow. A notification pops up showing he's earned another 20 reward points, bringing his current total to 36. He barely reacts to the reward, his mind already on the next target. You can tell he's not doing this for the points anymore. This has become a personal mission to erase a cancer from this city. The scene shifts to the imposing, glass-faced sales office standing tall against the dark sky. Outside, the thugs are laughing, casually mentioning how they're using live people for target practice to keep their skills sharp. Sudden screams of zombies and rip through the air as the perimeter is breached. This is it. The chaos they sowed is finally coming back to their front door, and they aren't ready for it. Deep inside the building, we see the tragic state of the women the gang has been keeping captive. Cui Jing and Wen Shuya are huddled together on the floor, shivering and broken, their eyes wide with a different kind of fear. They hear the slaughter happening outside, and Wen Shuya begs them to just let the attackers do whatever they want, as long as they don't let the monsters in. The irony is staggering. They think the monsters are outside, but they have no idea that the man they betrayed is the one coming to decide their fate. Is Jiang coming to save them, or is he just the final monster they'll ever see? Only one way to find out. A heavy metal handle clicks downward as it's forced open from the outside. Inside the room, a woman is hyperventilating, her eyes darting in pure terror as she screams for the intruder to stay back and never come in. You can feel her heart hammering against her ribs. She's clearly expecting another monster to walk through that door to torment her. Honestly, seeing that level of raw fear makes you realize just how much trauma these people have been living through. Jiang Xiaoyong stands framed in the doorway, bathed in a dim, clinical light. He doesn't say a word at first, his piercing blue eyes just scanning the room with a cold, absolute calm that's almost more intimidating than a weapon. The crazy part is how unbothered he looks after the absolute carnage he just unleashed outside. It's like he's just checking on a shipment instead of greeting terrified human beings. Jiang's voice cuts through the thick silence as he commands everyone to come out of the shadows. Slowly, a group of survivors begins to emerge, including a woman in a red bikini top who looks like she's forgotten what a world without fear even feels like. You can see the hesitation in their steps. They're moving because they have to, not because they trust him yet. It's a heavy realization that for them, Jiang might just be another powerful man they have to fear. Jiang leads the ragtag group out through the villa's main hall, stepping over the wreckage of the previous battle. He's walking past the crumpled, defeated bodies of the gang members he just leveled, not even offering a single glance at the mess he left behind. The survivors follow him in a tight line, their eyes glued to the floor to avoid the sight of the dead. Imagine the mental whiplash of following the guy who just slaughtered your captors. It's a mix of liberation and pure, bone-chilling dread. One of the men finally finds his voice, his face a mask of desperate hope as he asks if Jiang is actually willing to provide them a safe place. Jiang looks him dead in the eye, his expression unreadable, and gives a simple, blunt yes. You can almost hear the collective sigh of relief from the group, like they've finally found a solid piece of ground after drowning for months. But you know Jiang, nothing he does is ever truly free. Jiang's expression shifts slightly, and the air in the room suddenly feels 5 degrees colder. He drops a single, heavy word, but, and just lets it hang there in the air like a guillotine. This is the moment where the dream of a peaceful sanctuary hits the reality of Jiang's world. What kind of price is he about to demand for their safety, and are they even in a position to say no? Jiang's gaze remains ice cold as he delivers the ultimate condition for their survival: everyone has to work. He isn't running a charity, and in this wasteland, your value is measured by what you can contribute to the collective. The survivors don't even hesitate. The scruffy man and the woman in the red top practically trip over their words to agree, shouting that they're able-bodied and ready for anything. You can see the pure desperation in their eyes. They'd probably dig a trench with their fingernails if it meant staying under Jiang's protection. It's a grim reminder that in a world of monsters, a strict boss is a luxury. Jiang turns his back on the group, walking toward the exit with a stride that screams, "Follow me or die." He flatly tells them there's no time to waste and that they are leaving the villa immediately to head back to the main base. Seeing the survivors trail behind his silhouette as they move out into the night is such a powerful visual of shifting power. They're leaving behind the ruins of their old lives for an uncertain future, but at least they're walking behind the strongest man in the room. You have to wonder, though, how many of them will actually survive the first week of Jiang's work schedule. A heavy, blue transport bus rumbles through the reinforced perimeter gates, its headlights cutting through the oppressive darkness of the night. The engine growls as the massive vehicle navigates the entrance, kicking up clouds of dust that swirl in the artificial light of the compound. It's a loud, metallic arrival that signals the end of a long, bloody day of territorial expansion. This isn't just a bus. It's a mobile fortress bringing back the spoils of war and the new hands needed to build an empire. The atmosphere is thick with a mix of exhaustion and the mechanical rhythm of a base that never sleeps. The transport finally comes to a halt in the center of the industrial yard, surrounded by the looming shadows of watchtowers and cold concrete walls. Figures emerge from the shadows of the base, their postures tense as they wait to see who, or what, is stepping off that bus. The scale of the operation is finally starting to show, with the bus looking small against the backdrop of Zhang's growing stronghold. It's a moment of transition where the adrenaline of the mission fades, replaced by the heavy reality of logistics and security. They've secured the mountain, but keeping it is going to be a whole different beast. Inside the command center, Xingbo and Meng Shanshan react instantly, their faces a portrait of pure, unadulterated relief. Shanshan's eyes go wide as she shouts that Brother Yong is finally back, her hand already moving to the controls to fully secure the doors behind him. They've clearly been on edge since he left, knowing that if Jiang falls, this entire sanctuary crumbles into dust. But even as the celebration starts, you can see the concern on Xingbo's face. He knows that bringing in a crowd of traumatized strangers is a massive risk. Will these new survivors be the foundation of their new world, or the crack that lets it all fall apart? Up on the high balconies of the villa, the combat woman and her partner watch Jiang with narrowed, confused eyes. They're hovering over the railing, whispering about why Brother Yong hasn't driven the car through the main gates yet. In a world this broken, every delay feels like a heartbeat skipping. You can tell they're terrified that something went wrong out there. Jiang stands tall before the looming shadows of his base, his profile sharp and cold against the moonlight. He looks back at the shivering crowd and tells them flatly that while this is his fortress, he isn't letting them inside the inner sanctum just yet. It's a brutal move, but honestly, it's the only way to survive. You don't just let 100 strangers into your bedroom during the apocalypse. The scruffy man and the woman in the red top look like they've been hit with a physical blow, their faces pale and eyes darting around in the dark. They understand the world is a nightmare, but their voices tremble as they ask the million-dollar question. Then where will we live? Jiang stares them down, explaining that the temporary cabins and iron fences outside are still a luxury compared to the hell they just left. It's a cold comfort, but in this new world, a fence is the difference between life and a messy death. Jiang throws his arm out, gesturing toward the unfinished buildings and the wide, empty spaces of the old tea town that surrounds the villa. He tells them that with time, they can renovate, improve, and build something real for themselves right here. The shift in the crowd's energy is instant. The woman in the red top looks at him like he's a literal god, whispering that his generosity is more than they could ever deserve. He isn't just giving them a roof, he's giving them the one thing that's gone extinct: hope. The survivors don't just thank him, they collapse, falling to their knees on the hard ground and bowing until their foreheads touch the dirt. A chorus of "Our Savior" rises from the group, their voices thick with the kind of loyalty that only comes from being pulled back from the edge of a grave. It's an intense, heavy scene that marks the exact moment Jiang Xiaoyong stops being just a survivor and starts becoming a lord. The cold, blue night finally breaks as a blindingly bright sun peeks over the clouds, signaling the start of a brand new era. We see the heavy, reinforced gates of Baikuishan standing tall and proud, marking the border of Jiang's expanding empire. The mountain is secured, the survivors are broken in, and the territory is finally his. But as the sun rises on this new kingdom, you have to wonder, now that he has all this power, who is going to be brave, or stupid, enough to try and take it from him? A massive white supply truck idles right in front of the reinforced Baikuishan gates, its engine rumbling like a beast. The driver isn't exactly being subtle, leaning on the horn until the sharp honk-honk echoes across the entire mountainside. You can practically feel the impatience radiating off the vehicle as it waits for the gates to swing open like they always do. Honestly, making that much noise in the apocalypse is usually a death sentence, but these guys clearly think they're at the top of the food chain. It's a bold move, but in this world, bold usually just gets you killed faster. Inside the truck's cab, we get our first look at a new player, a woman with sharp purple hair and a striking red jacket who looks like she has zero patience for delays. She leans back, her fishnet-clad legs crossed, looking completely fed up with the lack of service at the front door. She's muttering to herself, wondering why Zhang Qingwen isn't picking up or responding to her calls. The crazy part is, she still thinks she's entering a friendly territory, totally unaware that the management has been permanently replaced. You can tell by her relaxed but dangerous posture that she's used to being the one giving the orders, not waiting for them. The camera pulls in tight on her face as the atmosphere inside the truck suddenly shifts from annoyed to ice cold. She stops her complaining and just lets out a low, skeptical her eyes narrowing as she scans the silent villa walls. She whispers that something isn't right, and you can see the gears turning in her head as her survival instincts finally kick in. That gut feeling is usually the only thing that keeps people alive in this mess, and hers is screaming at her right now. The silence from the villa isn't just a lack of signal anymore, it's a warning. Suddenly, the heavy doors of the building creak open with a slow, mechanical groan, revealing two figures silhouetted against the bright morning light. It's not the usual guards. Instead, Zhang's new combat enforcer stands there with a presence that feels like a physical weight. The purple-haired woman's eyes lock onto them, her expression hardening as she realizes the welcome committee looks a lot more lethal than the guys she's used to dealing with. Talk about an awkward homecoming. the vibe in the air just went from impatient delivery to potential bloodbath in 3 seconds flat. We see a close-up of her eyes flashing with a mix of shock and intense calculation, trying to process the scene unfolding behind the gates. In the background, the survivors are being moved around like clockwork, showing a level of discipline that Jiang Qingwen could never have enforced. The realization hits her like a freight train: the old regime is dead, and Baikuishin has a new king who doesn't care about her schedule. Now she's got a split-second choice to make. Does she try to floor it and escape, or does she realize that Jiang Xiaoyong is exactly the kind of powerful leader she needs to align with if she wants to survive the next week? Either way, things are about to get very, very tense. A massive man in a rumpled white suit hunches over, his skin turned a deathly, veiny gray. This guy used to be someone important in the villa, but now, he's just a ticking time bomb. The mutation takes hold right in front of everyone's eyes, his pupils vanishing into a milky white void as he lets out a guttural, bone-chilling roar that echoes off the marble walls. Honestly, that sound is the stuff of nightmares. It's the sound of a human being completely checking out and letting the monster take the wheel. You can see the spit flying and the rage building, and you just know things are about to get incredibly messy. The question is, who's going to be the first one to blink? The mutant lunges forward with terrifying speed, flanked by 2 other shadows that are just as hungry. They aren't just walking, they're hunting, driven by a mindless instinct to tear apart anything that still has a pulse. It's a total chaotic blur as they close the gap, and for a second, it feels like the survivors are about to be completely overwhelmed. You're sitting there thinking, is this how it ends for the refugees? But then you remember who's actually running this show now. Jiang Xiaoyong doesn't just let things fall apart in his backyard. He's got layers of protection that these monsters aren't ready for. A woman in a red tactical crop top and fishnets suddenly cuts through the air like a blade. This is Jiang's new elite enforcer, and let me tell you, she is not here to negotiate. With her dark hair trailing blue highlights, she delivers a high-impact kick straight to the lead mutant's jaw, sending a shockwave through his skull that stops him dead in his tracks. The precision is just insane. She's moving with a rhythm that makes the chaos look like a choreographed dance. It's one of those moments where you realize just how high the power ceiling has shifted since Jiang took over Baikuishin. Brilliant blue energy arcs flash across the screen in a series of lightning-fast cross-slashes. She isn't just fighting, she's performing a clinical execution, her blades carving through the air with a distinct swoosh that drowns out the groans of the undead. Every movement is calculated to neutralize the threat in the most efficient way possible. The crazy part is how calm she looks while doing it, like she's just taking out the trash on a Tuesday morning. Watching those glowing blue trails follow her movement is pure hype, but it also shows just how outclassed these mutants really are. The hand of the enforcer grips a tactical knife, the metal now slick with dark, steaming blood as the last of the attackers falls. The silence that follows is even heavier than the roar from before. It's over just as quickly as it started, leaving the survivors staring in absolute awe, and a good amount of terror. This was a demonstration of absolute force. Jiang Xiaoyong has secured his territory, and he's made it very clear that under his rule, safety comes at the price of total obedience. But as the blood drips from that blade, you have to wonder, what kind of monster will they have to face next to justify this much power? A serrated combat knife, still slick with fresh blood, is gripped tightly as the world outside descends into chaos. One of the survivors, a man looking absolutely broken, reports that Jiang Qingwen is finally dead before asking the question everyone is terrified of: what happens to the meat supply now? It's a sickening reminder of how low humanity has fallen in this villa. You can feel the desperation in his voice, like he's more afraid of an empty stomach than the man who just conquered them. The combat woman stands tall in the center of the room, her red and black tactical gear making her look like a literal angel of death among the ruins. She tells the group that they have no choice but to handle the logistics themselves, but her gaze is fixed on the horizon as if she's already planning the next move. She's stepped up as Jiang's primary enforcer, and honestly, she's exactly the kind of cold-blooded leader these people need to survive the night. But you have to wonder, is she loyal to the cause, or just the man holding the leash? The camera zooms in on her sharp, piercing eyes as she delivers a final, chilling ultimatum. She declares with zero hesitation that she will personally kill anyone who dares to mess with their new status quo. The air in the room just completely freezes. This isn't a hollow threat, she's lived through the worst of this apocalypse and she's done playing games. Jiang Xiaoyong has officially established his reign, and with an enforcer this ruthless, the survivors finally realize that the old world rules are buried 6 feet under. A massive, ethereal lion with glowing eyes and thick pink fur looms over a mysterious new woman dressed in elegant white. She stands there calmly, stroking the beast's mane as if a giant, mutated predator is just a common house cat. This is a massive shift. While Jiang is busy securing villas, there are forces out there playing an entirely different game. Who is she, and how did she tame something that looks like it could swallow a mutant whole? Just when you think our MC is at the top of the food chain, the world reminds us there's always something bigger. The scene cuts to a heavy, suffocating darkness that lingers long after the images fade. The conquest of Baekhyushin is complete, but that final image of the beast suggests that Jong's real trials are only just beginning. He's the king of the mountain for now, but in a world where girls walk with lions, how long can a man with a blade really hold the throne? The silence is deafening, leaving us with one massive question: is Jiang Xiaoyong the predator, or is he just the next meal for what's coming? Jiang Xiaoyong sits inside the cabin of a vehicle, his striking blue eyes fixed on the horizon with cold, unwavering intensity. His messy black hair casts a slight shadow over his face as he remains perfectly still, absorbing the weight of the unfolding situation. In a secondary view, a female scout with short, dark hair and a black choker around her neck stares out with a sharp, calculating gaze. She wears a dark brown leather jacket, her expression mirrored by the grim reality of the ruins outside. Both individuals are silent, their focus entirely on the mission ahead as the vehicle maneuvers through the desolate urban environment. A young woman is shown collapsing against a hard surface, her face flushed red and drenched in a thick layer of cold sweat. She lets out a sharp, piercing cry of, "Ah!" while clutching her trembling hands toward her chest in a desperate defensive posture. Tears stream down her cheeks, carving paths through the grime on her skin as she hyperventilates in total terror. Looming directly over her is a mysterious figure clad in a tan utility jacket and a heavy, industrial blue gas mask. The mask's glowing filters and dark lenses create a terrifying silhouette, making him appear more like a monster than a man as he stands over the cowering survivor. The survivor wails in agony, her voice echoing through the dark, industrial hall as she screams, "Wah! I don't want to die." She squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for a fatal strike that never comes. The man in the blue gas mask does not move, his gloved hands remaining at his sides as he watches the woman's breakdown with a stoic presence. Eventually, the woman's hysterical shouting fades into a confused whimper. She slowly opens her eyes and looks up at the masked individual, uttering a bewildered, "Huh," as she realizes he is not attacking. The man finally speaks, his voice distorted by the mask's filter, calmly telling her not to be afraid. The survivor's expression shifts into one of total shock, her wide orange eyes scanning the figure before her as two exclamation marks appear in a bubble above her head. She remains frozen, her mouth slightly agape while she tries to find her voice amidst the adrenaline. She turns her head slightly, stammering out the start of a realization, saying, "You're," as she looks past the masked man. Emerging from the shadows behind her are Jiang Xiaoyong and his gray-haired ally. Jiang is dressed in his signature tan oversized hoodie, his expression neutral and commanding. The gray-haired man stands beside him in a black hoodie, both of them looking down at the rescued woman with a sense of grim authority as they secure the perimeter. The rescued woman looks up from the ground, her eyes widening as she recognizes the man standing before her. She remains frozen in place, her internal monologue confirming that this is the exact individual who purchased the property during their previous encounter. Jiang Xiaoyong stands over her in his tan hoodie, his expression neutral yet commanding. His blue eyes pierce through the darkness of the area as he waits for her to process the situation. Behind him, the gray-haired man maintains a defensive posture, ensuring the immediate vicinity is clear of any lingering threats while the woman continues to stare at her savior in total silence. Jiang extends his hand downward, offering a firm grip to pull the woman to her feet. As he assists her, he breaks the silence by asking if she is indeed the saleswoman he met before the world fell into ruin. He searches his memory and correctly identifies her as Ning Wanwan, while a brief mental image of her in a professional gray business suit and white blouse appears. The contrast between her former life as a property agent and her current state of disarray is stark. Jiang maintains his grip on her hand, grounding her in the reality of the present moment as he waits for her to confirm her identity and regain her composure amidst the surrounding rubble. A violent onomatopoeia cuts through the air against a deep red background, signaling a sudden disturbance or the memory of the creature's attack. Ning Wanwan reacts with immediate panic, her hands flying to her hair as she enters a state of total psychological breakdown. She shrieks at the top of her lungs, claiming there is a ghost and a monster inside the mall that will kill them all. Her face is contorted in fear as she urges everyone to flee the area immediately before the beast returns. Jiang Xiaoyong does not flinch at her outburst, looking directly into her frantic eyes. He tells her to calm down, stating clearly that the monster has been successfully held off and is no longer an immediate threat to her safety. Ning Wanwan remains paralyzed, her breathing heavy as she stares up at Jiang's face with a look of pure bewilderment. Small beads of sweat roll down her cheeks while she struggles to find words, her mouth hanging slightly open in shock. The scene shifts into an extreme close-up of her right eye, where her pupil is shown vibrating with the intensity of her trauma. Exclamation points and jagged impact lines fill the frame to emphasize the sheer weight of the realization hitting her. She is faced with the impossible reality that the man she once sold a house to is now the only thing standing between her and a gruesome death. An extreme close-up of a trembling orange eye dominates the view, with sharp white lines radiating outward from the pupil to emphasize a state of total shock. A single bead of sweat rolls down the skin as the survivor stares upward, frozen by the sight of the monster that has just appeared. A massive, blue-skinned evolved beast with protruding veins and a terrifying, wide-mouthed grin towers over its target. Its eyes glow a piercing red as it mocks the survivors, sneering, "Heh, trying to take all the glory for yourself. How selfish." Beneath the creature's reach, the gray-haired defender is seen from a low rear angle, dwarfed by the monster's muscular frame as it prepares to strike. Jiang Xiaoyong appears in the distance, his hand raised near his face as he assesses the battlefield and the strength of the new mutant. He calls out a question to his ally, asking, "Chong, can you handle this on your own?" The perspective shifts to a close-up of Chong's heavy-duty blue gas mask, his eyes narrow behind the lenses as he provides a determined reply, "I'll give it a try." Chong leaps downward, his boots making a sharp sound as they strike a floor carpeted with a bizarre, repeating pattern of stylized eyes. Behind him, the environment is dark and cavernous, lit only by the faint glow of the facility's interior. Above the landing zone, the blue monster is captured in a blurred descent, its body arched and its talons ready to shred anything in its path. The mutant hits the ground in a predatory crouch, its claws digging into the surface while its long, red tongue flicks out between its jagged teeth. A jagged yellow impact effect appears near its feet as it stabilizes its weight, looking directly at the defender. It speaks with a mix of hunger and surprise, stating, "It feels so good to meet another of my kind for the first time." The monster disappears into a streak of motion, propelled by its powerful hind legs as it lunges across the room with a sharp whistling sound. It hurtles through the air, aimed directly at the silhouette of Chong, who stands motionless near a bright doorway marked with an exit sign. The encounter concludes with a violent visual of a sharp edge or claw making contact, punctuated by a jagged red sound effect as the two forces finally collide. The evolved blue monster slams its massive claws into the floor, creating a violent golden shockwave that forces Jiang Xiaoyong to slide backward across the debris-strewn concrete. The creature stands its ground, its muscular frame tensed as it watches its prey struggle to maintain balance against the force of the impact. With a jagged, wide-toothed grin, the beast lets out a low, guttural laugh that echoes through the room. It mockingly questions whether the act of consuming their own kind is the secret to their rapid advancement. The monster's crimson eyes flash with a predatory light as it finishes its taunt, declaring that such cannibalism is the only way to ensure they evolve at an accelerated rate. A sharp, high-pitched whistling sound suddenly cuts through the monster's monologue as Jiang Xiaoyong initiates a lethal counterattack. The protagonist moves with such explosive force that the air itself seems to ripple around his frame, leaving trailing blue sparks in his wake. Before the blue-skinned mutant can even process the change in momentum, Jiang's clenched fist is already closing the distance to its jaw. The beast is caught completely off guard, its expression shifting from arrogance to sheer disbelief as a question mark manifests in its thoughts. Jiang is nothing more than a blur of motion lines, demonstrating a level of speed that completely outclasses the creature's biological reflexes. Jiang connects with a devastating blow to the monster's face, sending the massive creature hurtling toward the floor with the force of a falling meteor. The impact triggers a colossal yellow blast of energy and dust, signaling that the beast has been slammed deep into the hard ground. Despite the bone-shattering force of the hit, the monster remains conscious, growling out a curse through its jagged teeth. It calls Jiang a bastard, admitting with a strained voice that the human actually possesses a significant amount of fighting spirit. As the dust begins to settle, the creature looks upward from its crater, its red eyes locking onto the figure looming directly above its head. Jiang Xiaoyong propels himself high into the air, his silhouette dominating the frame as he prepares to finish the confrontation once and for all. He executes a precise, vertical stomp, driving his heel downward like a falling hammer toward the monster's exposed skull. The blue-skinned beast is paralyzed by the suddenness of the vertical assault, its face contorted in a mask of pure terror. It can do nothing but stare upward as the shadow of Jiang's boot grows larger, filling its entire field of vision. With 2 exclamation points marking its final realization of impending defeat, the monster braces for the impact that is now only inches away from crushing its face. A violent burst of golden energy erupts from the point of impact, sending jagged shards of stone and thick clouds of dust into the air. The force of Jiang's downward strike creates a massive shockwave that radiates outward, marked by a sharp red sound effect. The man in the tan jacket is caught in the immediate blast radius, his body recoiling as the sheer atmospheric pressure of the hit forces him to crouch and brace for the impact. He struggles to keep his balance while the ground beneath the primary target is pulverized into a crater of smoke and blinding light. The survivor wearing a blue industrial gas mask stares forward with an expression of pure dread, his brow furrowed as he watches the settling dust. Above him, the evolved blue monster is sprawled across the ceiling, its clawed hands and feet digging into the structural beams with a sharp metallic scrape. The creature's silhouette is backlit by the dim, flickering light of the facility, making its mutated, vein-covered form appear even more imposing. The man in the mask looks directly upward and tenses, a white exclamation point appearing above his shoulder as the beast prepares to drop from its perch to claim its next kill. The monster opens its mouth wide and lets out a piercing roar that fills the entire chamber, its neck muscles bulging with the effort of the scream. Its dark blue skin is stretched tight over hyperdeveloped muscles that ripple as it adjusts its grip on the overhead rafters. The creature thinks to itself, boasting that the strength it has painstakingly accumulated through constant hunting can finally be put to its ultimate use. It lets out a sinister laugh, its glowing red eyes narrowing as it focuses its hunger on the cornered survivor below. The man in the gas mask begins to sweat profusely, his eyes darting frantically as he realizes the gap in power between him and the beast. The predator's jagged, toothy maw descends toward the man's head, emitting a series of mocking chuckles that echo through the room. Its red pupils are locked onto the survivor's mask, savoring the terror of the man who is now completely immobilized by fear. The man stares up into the rows of razor-sharp teeth, waiting for the killing blow. However, the scene shifts to reveal Jiang Xiaoyong standing a short distance away, looking up with total composure. Jiang is completely unfazed by the monster's roar, his blue eyes glowing with a cold, analytical light. He holds his glowing, system-enhanced rifle at the ready, watching the monster's every movement with a look of absolute dominance. Jiang Xiaoyong stands firmly in the center of the frame, his hands gripping the glowing, system-enhanced assault rifle. The weapon pulses with iridescent colors and digital particles, casting a vibrant light across his tan hoodie. Directly behind him, the female survivor is paralyzed with shock, her hand raised to her face. She screams out in confusion, demanding to know what is happening and how Jiang could have possibly produced a high-caliber firearm out of thin air. Her expression is one of total bewilderment as she looks at the massive weapon that appeared instantly in Jiang's hands. The camera cuts to an extreme close-up of Jiang's face, focusing on his left eye which glows with a piercing, analytical blue light. He stares down the barrel of his weapon with cold, calculating intent, ignoring the panic around him. Jiang speaks directly to the gray-haired ally, Chongse, shouting that if the man can hold the monster still for just 1 second, he will refrain from mocking him in the future. The focus shifts to the metallic slide and frame of the rifle, emphasizing the weight and high-tech construction of the technology he is about to deploy against the blue-skin threat. The scene shifts to the chaotic struggle between Chongse and the evolved blue monster. Chongse has his arms wrapped tightly around the creature's muscular torso, bracing his feet against the ground to prevent the beast from lunging. The monster, with its bulging blue muscles and razor-sharp black claws, roars in a blind rage, its mouth filled with jagged, predatory teeth. Chongse screams at the creature, calling it a bastard and telling it to let go, using every ounce of his physical strength to provide Jiang with the clear, stationary line of sight required for a kill shot. A violent explosion of orange and yellow light bursts from the muzzle of Jiang's rifle as the first shot is fired. A concentrated beam of kinetic energy streaks across the frame, moving with such speed that it leaves a glowing trail in its wake. The projectile slams into the monster's forehead with lethal precision, creating a visible impact point directly above its eyes. The creature's head is jerked backward by the immense force of the hit, yet the blue mutant remains standing, its thick hide and evolved physiology somehow absorbing the massive trauma to its skull. Chongse's face is shown in a tight close-up, covered in sweat and contorted with sheer terror. He gasps in disbelief, shouting that the creature's brain was hit directly and yet it refuses to die. He watches in horror as the monster remains active despite the headshot. Seeing the creature's resilience, Jiang Xiaoyong doesn't hesitate. He narrows his glowing eyes and leans into the recoil of his weapon. He unleashes a rapid-fire sequence, the rifle vibrating as spent brass casings eject from the side in a continuous stream. The air is filled with the mechanical clatter of the weapon as Jiang saturates the monster with a relentless hail of bullets to ensure its total destruction. A blinding yellow muzzle flash erupts from the barrel of Jiang Xiaoyong's upgraded rifle as he continues the execution. The relentless fire tears into the evolved blue monster, which emits a chilling hee-hee, despite the extreme physical trauma. The rounds punch large, hollow craters into the creature's muscular chest, causing it to let out a wet cough as dark fluid sprays into the air. The rapid-fire mechanical clatter echoes through the area, represented by a sequence of loud onomatopoeias as the beast finally begins to collapse. In its final moments, the monster lets out a faint, mocking "H-H" before its silhouette fades into a cloud of smoke and dust, marking the total end of its resistance. The smoke clears to reveal the massive, perforated corpse of the blue monster lying motionless on the pavement. Jiang Xiaoyong stands over the fallen beast, his rifle still warm, as the surrounding survivors stare at the carnage in stunned silence. The female survivor, her eyes wide with lingering fear, breaks the quiet by asking if the creature is truly dead. The gray-haired ally steps forward, adjusting his gear, and looks toward the group with a grim suggestion. He tells Chansei that he should try eating the monster, speculating that consuming such a high-tier mutant might actually make him stronger. Jiang Xiaoyong stares down at the body, offering a simple, contemplative as he considers the possibility. A glowing teal system interface suddenly flickers into existence before Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes, signaling a mission update. The screen, labeled Utopia Light, outlines the objective to expand the community and improve its overall score as much as possible. A new line of text appears in red, confirming that he has successfully removed dangerous elements, which grants a +1 increase to the community score. His current score sits at 3, and the kill has netted him 10 reward points, bringing his total current points to 45. Jiang watches the data stream with interest as he realizes his actions have immediate mechanical benefits. A small smile plays on his lips as he remarks, "Oh, even that counts." Jiang Xiaoyong turns back to his group, his expression shifting from contemplation to focused leadership. He addresses the gray-haired man and the shocked woman, stating that since they are already here, they should not waste the trip. He commands the group to move forward to see if they can completely empty the nearby supermarket of its resources. The survivors look at him with a mix of awe and hesitation, but Jiang's confidence remains unshaken as he prepares to claim the area's supplies. Jiang stands centered between his two companions with a calm expression. The woman in the white tank top looks at him with utter confusion, questioning his command to empty the entire supermarket of its resources. Suddenly, a bright blue vortex of energy erupts, swirling violently through the air. Dozens of supply crates, food containers, and medicine tubes are swept into the glowing spiral, converging toward the space above Jiang's outstretched hand. The gray-haired man and the woman watch in stunned silence as the contents of the store vanish into the light. The woman exclaims in disbelief, asking what kind of magic she is witnessing as the massive haul of supplies is absorbed. Jiang turns his attention away from the looted shelves and toward a fallen body lying prone on the floor. He looks down at the corpse with a cold, calculating expression, noting that it is better to eliminate these bodies now rather than allowing them to mutate into new threats later. As he speaks, he holds up his hand to reveal a glowing purple ring resting on his finger, indicating the source of his storage power. The scene momentarily fades to a dark void where an unseen companion calls out to a man named Chonggu. The voice asks if he is full yet, suggesting a hunger that has not been satisfied despite their recent acquisitions. The perspective shifts to the bright, clear sky of the following day. Below the clouds, a sleek blue sedan speeds down a deserted urban highway, passing rows of manicured trees and silent concrete buildings. The car moves with high velocity until the driver suddenly slams on the brakes. The tires screech against the hot asphalt, kicking up thick clouds of white smoke as the vehicle grinds to a forced halt in the middle of the road. A voice from inside the car commands the driver to stop at this exact location, positioned with a clear view of the surrounding blocks. Inside the cabin of the car, a rugged man with a thick beard and tactical gear raises a pair of binoculars to his eyes. He adjusts the focus, staring intently through the lenses at a target in the distance. Beside him, a woman with short purple hair and a red leather jacket watches him, asking how the view looks. Through the circular perspective of the binoculars, the man monitors Jiang and the other survivors as they navigate the ruins below. This rival faction remains concealed within their vehicle, silently observing Jiang's capabilities and preparing to challenge his claim over the city's remaining supplies. The circular view of a pair of binoculars centers on a woman with short brown hair and a black choker leaning against a metal railing. She stands on a high balcony, looking down with a detached expression. The perspective shifts, scanning across the survivor encampment below where several people are seen walking between large tents and fortified industrial structures. The area appears organized, with survivors moving about their daily tasks under the shadow of nearby skyscrapers, completely unaware they are being monitored from a distance. A man with a thick beard and a sharp, calculating gaze lowers the binoculars and reveals a confident, mocking smile. He provides a professional assessment of the group he just observed, noting that while they possess a decent number of people, they are relying on nothing but outdated weaponry. He determines that their only significant advantage in this environment is the fact that their factory headquarters is well built and provides a solid defensive position. He continues to stare toward the horizon, his eyes gleaming with predatory intent as he calculates the group's weaknesses. The perspective shifts inside a moving vehicle where a woman with dark purple hair and sharp, purple eyes looks toward her companion. She questions the logic of the situation, asking how this seemingly unremarkable group managed to take down powerful fighters like Zhang Qingwen and Lin Guankai. The bearded man remains unfazed, explaining that it was likely nothing more than a lucky sneak attack where they utilized the local zombie horde to do their dirty work. He adds that he had warned the others before that using a villa area as a base was a strategic mistake that left them far too vulnerable. The bearded man leans his head back and laughs loudly, convinced that fortune has finally turned in their favor. He declares that it feels as though heaven itself is looking out for them, delivering both new prey and a superior base of operations directly into their hands. The scene cuts to the exterior of the vehicle, a sleek white sedan, as it tears across the cracked asphalt of the wasteland. Intense white motion lines surround the car as it accelerates at high speed, racing toward the industrial ruins to claim Zhang's resources and the well-fortified factory for their own faction. Inside the speeding sedan, the young woman leans forward with a look of pure disbelief, shouting to confirm if the rumors of their target are actually real. The older man behind the wheel maintains a confident smirk, assuring her that the reports of the well-supplied base are absolutely true. He details the luxuries awaiting them, mentioning not just comfortable mattresses to sleep on, but the rare existence of hot water for baths. Overjoyed by the prospect of such comfort in the wasteland, the woman throws her hands up and screams out in excitement, her eyes wide with greed for the resources they are about to seize. The scene shifts abruptly to Zhang Xiaoyong, whose glowing blue eyes pierce through the dim light as he senses an approaching presence. A sharp exclamation point appears above him, signaling his immediate realization that he is no longer alone in this sector of the ruins. Dressed in his tan hoodie, Zhang remains motionless but hyper-alert, his gaze fixed on the road ahead as the sound of distant engines begins to rattle the silence of the industrial complex. He prepares himself for the inevitable confrontation, knowing his newly acquired system upgrades will soon be put to the ultimate test against human invaders. Back inside the rival vehicle, the gray-haired leader's expression hardens as he spots a figure standing in the distance near the factory gates. He barks out a sudden command to his companion, warning her that there is someone directly ahead and ordering her to get her weapons ready for a fight. The woman's celebratory mood vanishes instantly, replaced by a look of sharp focus and alarm as she realizes their approach has been detected. She reaches for her gear, her eyes narrowing as she prepares to transition from a looter to a combatant in the blink of an eye. The leader reaches down and firmly grips a heavy, wooden-stocked assault rifle, his thumb hovering near the safety as he readies the firearm for use. He looks upward with a cold, predatory smile, fully intending to use lethal force to secure the factory and its supplies for his faction. Outside, the tires of the vehicle scream against the cracked pavement, kicking up dust as the car tears through the desolate landscape toward the survivor's position. A blue sedan leads the charge, its form a blur of motion as it accelerates across the wasteland, leaving long streaks of light in its wake. High above the road, the two vehicles are seen racing side by side at breakneck speeds, their headlights cutting through the gloom of the dying city. The white sedan and the blue car traverse the empty highway, driven by the singular goal of overwhelming the lone survivor standing in their path. The environment becomes a frantic smear of motion lines as the vehicles reach their top velocity, closing the final gap between the rival faction and Zhang Xiaoyong.